Halo magi आदरणीय आलोने आइबोन सिलुम दिनाटा
subscribe.
Enagic's company profile DVD. This video will give you a brief background of Enagic, its history, philosophy, and its products. The fundamental idea behind Enagic is being able to obtain and maintain true health in every aspect of life. In order to achieve true health, you must have a healthy body, a healthy state of mind, and healthy finances. If you are able to incorporate these three elements into your life, you will have discovered true health. The same values apply to how Enagic manufactures their products, the supportive climate that has been instituted for all of Enagic's employers and distributors, and of course, the end result of their products, pure KANGEN water. Enagic was founded in Okinawa, Japan by Hironari Oshiro. In 1974, Mr. Oshiro began a company that was the precursor to Enagic. In 1990, he officially adopted the true health philosophy to his life and his business, and Enagic was born. Over the next decade, Mr. Oshiro researched how the perfect KANGEN water system should be manufactured and distributed. And in 2000, his product line officially launched with its first water filtration system, the LANKA Deluxe. 2003 was a monumental year for Enagic, and it became known as Global Year One, marking the beginning of distribution internationally. While distribution was warming up in their new Los Angeles, Taipei, and Hawaii branches, the LANKA Super 501 and the Anespa water filtration systems were introduced. The following year, in 2004, Enagic's New York office was opened, just in time for their 30-year anniversary. In 2005, the Okinawa, Japan office was designated as Enagic's international headquarters. In 2008, Enagic took another positive step as they opened their official Enagic USA, a U.S. headquarter of Enagic. Today, they continue to spread true health around the world with offices in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Los Angeles, Europe, Canada, and of course, Tokyo. More international offices are expected to be announced soon.
Do you want to help the world with my KANGEN water?
私もそうですけども、必ず還元ウォーターに関わっているといろんなことが起きて幸せがいっぱい出てきます。
You know, a lot of things happen. Happiness is happening when you get involved with the KANGEN water.
私のワイフも一緒ですけども、還
I'm
元ウォータ
together with
ー
my wife now.
もう世界中を飛び回ってますけども、
I'm traveling all over the world,
ほとんど風邪もひかない、何にもしません。
but I don't get sick. I don't catch cold. Nothing.
還元ウォーターを飲んで本当に一生懸命世界の方々に伝えたいと思ってます。
Because I want to share my KANGEN water with everybody else in the world.
そして今日はインドネシアの皆さんも来てると思いますけども、
And I see a lot of people from Indonesia.
何しろ先月はインドネシアだけでも8000台売れたんです。
And last month, Indonesia alone makes 8,000 sales.
びっくりしてます。
I was so surprised.
もう皆さんがすごいエキサイティング。還元ウォーター飲めば飲むほど元気ですから、
I see you get so excited as you drink a lot of Kangen water.
伝えたくなるんです。
So that's you get excited. That's why you want to share the Kangen water with everybody else.
だから私と一緒に幼い皆さんもあちこちに飛び回ってるでしょう。
So together with me, fly all around the world.
でそしてこのドバイは2年前にサムさんからマレーシアの
Well,
ミドルイースト、
Sal introduced me about Dubai 2 years ago.
ミドルイーストは絶対重要なところですよと言われました。
He said the Middle East is the point of success.
私はまあ
Key to the success.
世界地図では分かってますけども、来たことなかった。
I know where the Middle East is, but I never been here.
今回初めてです。
So this is my first time.
大変素晴らしい国ですね、
It
ここ
was
は。
a fantastic country.
もうエキサイティング。
I'm so excited.
私もなんかすごく元気が出ました。
I got so excited. I got very energized.
これは皆さんの力を借りて世界中にですね、伝えなければです。
So with your cooperation, I want to share my Kangen water with everybody else.
まあそういう意味で今日のこのドバイのオープンはすごく大きなエナジ君にとって大きな行事です。
So it means a lot to me for Najik, the opening of the Dubai office
大
is
変
here.
歴史の1ページを飾ります。
So this is like a milestone of our history.
そして同時に今月我が社は2人で最初今から28年前に2人で始めたんです。
So my company, I started this company together with my wife 28 years ago.
たった2人で始めました。
Together, alone. That's it.
ところが今月いっぱいにも1ミリオン100万の世帯になります。
But I'm sure we're gonna hit 1 million sales by the end of this month.
ある意味で非常にもう感無量でドバイでそういう話ができるということは大変嬉しいことです。
It's my honor to talk about hitting 1 million sales in here, Dubai.
そして今月100万人の契約者誰がオーナーを出すのか。
So
興味があります。
I'm very interested in who will be the million purchaser.
そして
Who will be there?
そしてシンガポールで来月シンガポールで大きなイベントがあります。
So next month we're holding a big event in Singapore.
でその方をそこへ招待して
So we're gonna invite that person,
私の方からお礼をしようと思ってます。
and then I want to say thank you to that person in Singapore.
そういう意味で今日のパーティーは非常にエナジーにとっては有意義なパーティーでございます。
So it means a lot to us here at this party tonight.
ぜひ皆さんも還元ウォーターで私のように私も来年は77年になるんですよね。
So next year I'll be 77.
還元ウォーターは飲めば飲むほど元気が出て若くなる。
As you drink more Kangen water, as you drink more Kangen water, you get energized. You know people a lot more.
病気で寝ることは全くありません。
And I don't catch cold. I don't get sick at
こ
all.
ういう日も一緒です。
Same goes with my wife too.
もうほとんど飛行機の上を飛んでます。
I'm on the plane all the time.
で私2人は目地がありません。
So it's like I don't have a home.
住所は飛行機の中です。
My address is in the airplane. That's my address.
多分皆さんもそうなるでしょう。
Well, I'm sure you guys are saying too.
お伝えたいから足が毎日進むんです。
Well, because you want to share this with everybody else, so that's why you want to do it, right?
ちょっと待って動きたいんです。
So you don't want to stop. You want to go ahead. You're going to move forward.
そして皆さんも体の健康を得ます。
So and then you get healthy. You get health, body health,
そして経済の健康もゲットします。
and also you acquire your financial health,
心の健康も得ます。
and then you get peace of mind.
そして当然旦那さんも家族もおじいちゃんもおばあちゃんもファミリーも全部元気になって。
And then all your family, all your grandpa, grandma, wife, husband get healthy.
幸せな家庭が増えることを私は望んでます。皆さんも望んでるでしょ。
That's my dream, that I want to create so happy family like that in the world. Would you agree to me?
これが私たちの仕事なんです。
That's my job.
だから伝えることです。
So share this. Tell this to everybody else.
これを実行すれば必ず3つの健康が実現されます。
So if you do this, the person you talk to will get the true health.
そして皆さんが一番望んでいることはアンチエイジングでしょう。
And most of the thing that you want is anti-aging, right?
誰だって年を取るんです。
But everyone ages. Everyone ages.
還元ウォーター飲んで年取った気がしないんです。
But if you drink the Kangen water, you don't feel like you're aging.
それは皆さんもやっているし、
You know that, right?
私が一番還元する。
And I know that myself too.
一緒に
So together,
このミドルイーストのドバイを中心に
together with the Middle East,
世界の
Dubai.
方に伝えていきましょう。
So let's share this with the rest of the world.
今日はその第一歩です。
So this is the first step.
頑張りましょうね。
Let's work hard together.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
මේ ලෝකෙ වටේම පැවතිලා තියෙන දරුණු ව්‍යසනය ඇත්තටම healthiest life සෞඛ්‍ය ආරක්ෂිත ජීවිතයක් කියන්නේ ඉතාම වටින දෙයක් හැමෝටම. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම හිතුවා මේ වගේ වීඩියෝ එකක් කරලා මගේ දැනුම සියලුම දෙනා අතර බෙදා ගන්න. ඉතින් ඔයාලා හිතනවා නම් මේක ඔයාලට වැදගත් වෙනවා, ඒ වගේම ඔයාලගේ හිතවත්තු ඥාති හිත මිත්‍රාදී සියලුම දෙනාට වැදගත් වෙනවා කියලා මේ වීඩියෝ එක ඔයාලට පුළුවන් ඔයාලගේ යාළුවෝ හිතවත්තු හැමෝත් එක්කම ෂෙයා කරන්න. ඒ වගේම තාම ඔයාලා මගේ YouTube channel එකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා නැත්නම් මම හරි ලේසි නමක් දාලා තින්නේ බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු. බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු මගේ නම. ඉතින් මට ඒක මාව දන්න නොදන්න සියලුම දෙනාට මගේ නම පාවිච්චි කරාම search column එකේ බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු කියලා ගහන ඔක්කොම එනවා මගේ videos. ඉතින් ඔයාලට බලන්න පුළුවන්. මම මේ දැන් ඉන්නේ ඩුබායි, United Arab Emirates රාජ්‍යයේ. ඉතින් ඩුබායි ඉඳන් මේ ගැන කතා කරන්න ඕගොල්ලොන්ව දැනුවත් කරන්න හිතුවා මේ වගේ වීඩියෝ එකක් කළා. ඉතින් අපි බලමු මොනවා ගැනද මේ කතා කරන්න යන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු ඇත්තටම මම global distributor of මේ ජපානි කම්පැනි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ජපානයේ, ඇමරිකාව, කැනඩා, ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා, ෆ්‍රාන්ස්, ඉතාලි, ඩුබායි, ඊට පස්සේ මේ UAE කියන්නේ අනිත් එමිරේට්ස්, අබු ඩාබි, අලෙන්, ෆුජේරා, රසල් කයිමා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් එමිරේට්ස් ප්ලස් GCC countries. මේක ඇත්තටම කෙනෙක්ට ගෙදර ඉඳන් කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක්. ඉතින් අද අපි මේ ගැන කතා කරන්න යන්නේ එකක් තමයි very important දෙයක්. අපි කොහොමද සෞඛ්‍ය ආරක්ෂිතව ජීවත් වෙන්නේ කියලා. අනිත් එක තමයි මේක විශාල ව්‍යාපාරයක්. දැන් මම ඔය කියපු සියලුම රටවල් වල එක තැනක ඉඳන් කාට හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක්. ඉතින් මට හිතුණා අද මේ වීඩියෝ එක සිංහලෙන් කරලා මගේ YouTube channel එකේ අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න. මොකද මම අද දකිනවා ලංකාවේ ගොඩාක් කට්ටියට හිතා ගන්න බැරි challenges තියෙනවා ජීවිතේ ජීවත් වෙන්න, ජීවිතේ සාර්ථක වෙන්න, ජීවිතේ ඉදිරි ගමනට මිල මුදල් ප්‍රශ්න, ඒ වගේම ඒ සියලුම දේවල් වලට වැඩිය අපිට මිල මුදල්, යාන වාහන, ගේ දොර, ඉඩකඩම් සියලුම දේවල් හම්බ කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් එකම ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි අපේ ජීවිතේ අපට මිලට ගන්න බෑ. ලෝකේ මිලට ගන්න බැරි, මුදලට ගන්න බැරි එකම දේ තමයි තමන්ගේ ජීවිතය. එතකොට වෙන කෙනෙක්ට ඔබ රීප්ලේස් කරන්න බෑ. එතකොට අපි ඒකේ රෙස්පොන්සිබල් පුද්ගලයා අපි. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා වැඩි විස්තර කතා කරන්න නැතුව ඉතින් මම අද කතා කරන්න යන්නේ මේ ලෝකේ ඊටම වටින දේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි මම මගේ රැකියාව වශයෙන් මම තෝරගත්ත හොටෙල් කළමනාකරණය, food and beverage in hospitality management. එතකොට මම හිතුවා ඒ රැකියාවේ මට ගන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම තනතුරට යන්න ඕනේ. රැකියාවට අවශ්‍ය සියලුම දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඒතකොට මගේ ඉගෙනීම වෙලා තිබ්බේ ආහාර පාන සම්බන්ධ ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඒකේ ඉහළම තනතුරට යන්න. ඒතකොට මම ඒකේ මැනේජර් කෙනෙක් කළා, ඔපරේෂන් මැනේජර් කෙනෙක් කළා. ලොකු පරිපාලනයක් පවත්වාගෙන ගියා. එතකොට මම මේ ලොකු පරිපාලනයක් පවත්වාගෙන යනකොට මම ඒ සම්බන්ධව සියලුම දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. එතකොට මේක පොඩි කාලයක් නෙමෙයි, අවුරුදු 14ක් තිස්සේ මගේ අවුරුදු 18 දී ජර්මනියෙන් පටන් ගත්තා, ෆ්‍රාන්සෙට ගියා, ඩුබායි ආවා, කුවේට්, බහරේන්, ඊට පස්සේ ලෝකේ තියෙන හොඳම හොටෙල් චේන් එකේ කාලේ 1992 වගේ මම මේ කතා කරන්නේ. එතකොට හිල්ටන් කැරිය කිව්වොත් හිතා ගන්න බැරි හොටෙල් චේන් එකක් ඒ දවස්වල. ඉතින් ඒකේ හිල්ටන් කැරිය, ඊට පස්සේ මේ ලෝකේ තියෙන නොයෙකුත් විශේෂ 5 star hotels Sri Lanka and GCC countries plus Dubai government. වැඩ කළා. ඊට පස්සේ මම තෝරගත්තා මගේම ව්‍යාපාරය. ඉතින් මේ ව්‍යාපාරය කරන අතරතුර මම සම්බන්ධ වෙලා මගේ ජීවිතයට අවශ්‍ය තමන්ට කොහොමද වැඩි ආයුෂ කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න ලැබෙන්නේ කියන එක ගැන මට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න ලැබුණා. එතකොට මට මේකට මේ ව්‍යාපාරයට ආරාධනාවක් හම්බුණා එන්න බලන්න. මොකද මෙහි ඩුබායි රාජ්‍යයේ ආණ්ඩුවේ සහ සියලුම ගොඩක් කට්ටියත් එක්ක මගේ හොඳ සම්බන්ධතා තිබිච්ච නිසා මෙහි මට විශේෂ කට්ටියගෙන් ආරාධනාවක් හම්බුණා මේ ව්‍යාපාරේ ඩුබායි එකේ පටන් ගන්නකොට. ඒ ජපනීස් මේක ඇවිල්ලා ජපනීස් concept එකක්. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇවිල්ලා මේක ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරලා දෙනකොට මට කිව්වා ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න මේක හොඳ දෙයක්ද මොකද්ද මේකෙන් ඇති වෙන බෙනිෆිට්. එතකොට මම ඇවිල්ලා බෙවරේජ් ස්පෙෂලිස්ට් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් ඔක්කොම බෙවරේජ් වර්ග ගත්තොත් මම සිළුම් දේවල් දන්නවා. ඉතින් මම හිතුවා රයිට් ඕකේ මම මේ ව්‍යාපාරයට ගැන බලන්න යන්න ඕනි කියලා. මම මේ මගේ ජීවිතේ වටිනා කාලේ හැම කෙනෙක්ගේම ජීවිතේ ටයිම් එක very valuable. The most valuable is important time in your life. So ඉතින් ඒක මම ස්පෙන්ඩ් කළා මේ වෙලාවේ දහසක් වැඩ නවත්තලා ගියා. හැබැයි මම ඒක කරේ දැනට අවුරුද්දකට කලින්. මම හිතනවා ඒක තමයි මගේ ජීවිතේ මම සියලුම දේවල් වලට වැඩිය වැය කරපු වටිනාම කාලේ වටිනා පැය ගන්න. එතකොට ඒ මම එදා වැය කළා ලබාගත්ත දේ අද මම ආරක්ෂා වෙලා ඉන්නවා. ඩුබායි රටේ කොරෝනා වෛරස් ලෝකෙ වටේ මිනිස්සු බයෙන් හැකෙන් මරණ බියෙන් ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. නමුත් අපිට එහෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. මොකද සයන්ස් පිළිබඳ මම ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මගේ අවශ්‍යතාවය ජීවත් වීම. රයිට්? හැම කෙනෙක්ටම වගේ. එතකොට මම ඒ දේ ඉගෙන ගත්තාම මට අද හිතුණා මේ මගේ නිකන් තියෙන ටයිම් එක තව කෙනෙක්ට ෂෙයා කරන්න ලංකාවේ ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ වශයෙන් දැනුවත් කරන්න. එහෙනම් අපි වැඩි කතා කරන්නේ නැතුව යමුද බලන්න මොන හටද මම කතා කරන්නේ කියලා. මම කතා කරන්න යන්නේ වතුර ගැන. වතුර කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? right? එතකොට හැමෝම දන්නවා වතුර water is very important in life. Not only important in life, water is our life. Let me start like this. මට මේ විදිහට කියන්න හිතෙනවා. මොකද වතුර කියන්නේ මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයේ 72ක් තියෙනවා. කී දෙනෙක් දන්නවද? කී දෙනෙක් නොදන්නවද? ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ මම දන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපිට පුළුවන් කැම බීම නැතුව කැම බීම කිව්වොත් නෙමෙයි කැම නැතුව කොච්චර කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න. නොකා අපිට දවස් 30ක් ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් නොබී ඩ්‍රින්ක් එකක් පානයක් නැතුව අපිට උපරම ඉන්න පුළුවන් දවස් 2යි දවස් 4යි. right? 24 hours to 48 hours maximum that we can live in this earth without water. එතකොට ඒක මේ ජපානි මහත්තුරු අති විශිෂ්ට විදියට හොයාගෙන සෑහෙන වෙසක් දාලා තිනවා. ඉතින් වැඩි කාලයක් ඉතුරු කරගන්න මොකද මේ වීඩියෝ එකට ගොඩක් යන වෙලාව යනවා වීඩියෝ එකට. නමුත් ඒ වෙලාව ඔයාලගේ ජීවිතය කියලා හිතන්න. මේ වීඩියෝ එක ඔයාලා හැම එකකින්ම බලන්න. මොකද හැම කෙනෙක්ටම මේ වීඩියෝ එක very important. හැම මිනිස්සෙක්ටම හැම ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක්ම මේ වීඩියෝ එක important. ඔයාලා මේක important කියලා හිතනවනම් බලලා තව කෙනෙක්ට මේක බෙදා හරින්න. මගේ YouTube channel එක බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු subscribe කරන්න. ඉතින් අපි බලමු මම මේක මගේ කැමරා එක අනිත් පැත්තට හරවනවා. එතකොට ඔයාලට බලන්න පුළුවන් මගේ laptop එකේ මම slide මේක එකින් එකට explain කරනවා. Alright. So let's go ahead. Okay. Now ඔයාලට පේනවා මුලින්ම තියෙන slide එකේ තියෙනවා water is life. Change your water, change your life. Bandula Kodituwakku, global distributor, Sri Lanka, Dubai, UAE. නමුත් මම දැනට ඩුබායි ඉන්නේ. නමුත් ඩුබායි විතරක් නෙමෙයි මම කියපු අර ලෝකෙ වටේම රටවල් ටිකේ මේ ව්‍යාපාර වෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි බලමු එහෙනම් ඊගාව ස්ලයිඩ් එකට ගිහිල්ලා. right. මේක තමයි අපේ මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයේ සිදුවෙන ප්‍රථම ක්‍රියාවලිය වතුර වලින්. ඉතින් අපි බලමු මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ කියලා. Dehydrative stress, dehydrative symptoms. ඉතින් dehydrative symptoms කියන්නේ රෝග ලක්ෂණ. මොනවද අපිට මේ සම්බන්ධව ඇතිවෙන රෝග ලක්ෂණ? එතකොට මම මේ ගැන කතා කරද්දී ඉස්සෙල්ලම පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න ඕනි human body මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කිව්වා වගේ මේ පේන ශරීරේ මේකේ තියෙනවා 72ක් වතුර. අපේ සම්පූර්ණ ශරීරයේ මොළේ ඉඳන් ඇඟිලි දක්වා ගත්තොත් ෆීට් දක්වා ගත්තොත් 72ක් වතුර තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව lungs පෙනහළු වල වතුර තියෙනවා 90ක්. බ්ලඩ් වල ලේ වල වතුර තියෙනවා කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැනගෙන හිටියද නැද්ද කියලා මම හරියටම දන්නේ නැහැ. ලේ වල වතුර තියෙනවා 82ක්. ස්කින් එකේ කියන්නේ අපේ හැමේ වතුර තියෙනවා කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැනගෙන හිටියද? හැමේ වතුර 80ක්. මසල්ස් ඇඟේ තියෙන මස් වල. එතකොට මාංශපේශීන් වල 75ක්. brain very important. brain එකේ තියෙනවා 70ක්. එහෙනම් අපි බලමු මොකද්ද මේ dehydrated stress කියන්නේ කියලා. ජලය dehydrated stress විජලනය කරනවා. අපි වේලනවා ශරීරයේ මහන්සියටපත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඇවිදිනවා, දවසෙම වැඩ කරනවා, අපි ගණන් ගන්න අපිට වතුර අවශ්‍යයි කියලා. ඉතින් අපේ තියෙන කාර්ය බහුලත්වයත් එක්ක අපිට එදිනදා ජීවිතයේ තියෙන කරන්න අවශ්‍ය වැඩ කටයුතු ටික අමතක වෙනවා. ඒ අමතක වීමත් සමගම ඒ සියලුම දේවල් මේ ඇතිවීම සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ඩිහයිඩ්‍රේෂන් එක නිසා. ඉතින් මුලින්ම තියෙනවා සිම්ප්ටම් එකේ fatigue, තෙහෙට්ටුව, බලවත් මානසික ආතතිය, හෙම්බත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි fatigue කියලා කිව්වොත් අපි කියනවා හරි මහන්සි, tired, හෙම්බත් වෙනවා, අපිට ඇවිදින්න බෑ සිංහල වචන වලින් කිව්වොත්. ඊට අමතරව ඔයාලට පේනවා constipation ඒ වගේම weight gain හැමෝම දන්නවා බර වැඩි වෙනවා. joint pain, stiffness. ඉතින් joint pain මම හිතන්නේ හැමෝම දන්නවා සන්ධි කකුල් වල කැක්කුම. ඊට පස්සේ stiffness, ඇඟේ ඇති වෙන දරදඬු බව. high blood pressure හැමෝම දන්නවා high blood pressure ඇඟේ ලේවල ඇති වෙන තෙරපීම. ඉතින් high cholesterol හැමෝම දන්නවා. ඉතින් අද ලංකාවේ මං හිතන්නේ 4 දෙනෙක් ගත්තොත් 5 දෙනෙක් ගත්තොත් එක්කෙනෙක්ට මේ සියලුම මේ සිම්ප්ටම්ස් ඇඟේ තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපි කවුරුත් දන්නේ අපි දොස්තර අසනීප වෙලා දොස්තර මහත්තයෙක් හම්බෙන්න යනකම් අපි දන්නේ අපි ගණන් ගන්න. එදිනදා ජීවිතේ අපි සැලකිලිමත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ සම්බන්ධව. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා අවුරුදු 25-30න් පස්සේ අපි අපේ ශරීරය ගැන අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම සැලකිලිමත් විය යුතුයි. ඉතින් ඒකේ මං ඉගෙන ගත්ත දේ ඕගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ෂෙයා කරන්න, බෙදා හරින්න මම මේ වීඩියෝ එක කරන්න හිතුවා මගේ වටිනා කාලය ඕගොල්ලොත් එක්ක එකතු කරගෙන. එතකොට අපි බලමු high cholesterol, digestive disorder මම digestive disorder කියලා කිව්වොත් කෑම දිරවන්න අමාරුකම් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ බඩගිනි වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ ප්‍රශ්න, ඒ කෑම දිරවීමේ නොහැකියාව, ඒ සියලුම දේවල් මේ සම්බන්ධව ඩිහයිඩ්‍රේෂන් එක නිසා ඇති වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ස්කින් ඩිසෝඩර්ස් කියන්නේ අපේ සමේ ඇති වෙන ආබාධ. සමේ ඇති වෙන රෑෂ්, බැක්ටීරියා, ජර්ම්ස් වලින් ඇති වෙන මොන හරි ඒ සියලුම දේවල් වලට සිදුවෙන්න ප්‍රධානම දේ තමයි ඒකට ඊටාම ඉක්මනින් ශරීරයට ඇතුල් වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ වතුර අඩුවෙන් පානය කරන නිසා. ඒ වගේම අපිට අද ලංකාවේ තියෙන ප්‍රධානම දේ තමයි අපි දන්නවා අපේ ආච්චිලා සීලා කාලේ ඒගොල්ලෝ අවුරුදු 80ක් 100ටත් වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් ජීවත් වුණා. ඒගොල්ලොන්ට ලොං ලයිෆ් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඇයි ඒගොල්ලොන්ට ඇත්තට මේ කාලේ මට මතකයි මම පොඩි කාලේ ගෙදර ඉඳන් ටවුන් එකේ ඉඳන් ගෙදරට යනකොට සමහරට ගෙවල් 10ක්වත් එදා තිබුණේ නැහැ. කිලෝමීටර් 2ක් වගේ දුර යනකොට ගෙවල් 10ක්වත් තිබුණේ නැහැ. අද මං හිතන්නේ ගණන් කරොත් ගෙවල් 1000කට වැඩි. මං හිතන්නේ 5000ක් අතර ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවද දන්නේ. එතකොට බලන්න මේ හැම ගෙදරකටම තමන්ගේ එක පෞද්ගලික වැසිකිළියක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ වගේ ගොඩක් ගෙවල් හදනවා, කන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් නැති වෙනවා. අපේ පරිසරයේ මේ සියලුම දේවල් වලින් දූෂණය වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ හැම ගෙදරකම හැම ගෙදර වත්තකම ලිඳක් කපලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට බලන්න මේ වෝටර් කියන එක සීතුරු ඒක යනවා. තනින් තනට ගමන් කරන පොළොයට. එතකොට ගමන් කරනකොට මේ දෙක එකට එකතු වෙනවා. මේ දෙක කන්ටැමිනේට් වෙනවා. කන්ටැමිනේට් වෙනකොට එතකොට අපි බොන්නේ මේ ලෝකේ තියෙන නුසුදුසුම වතුර. මං හිතන්නේ ඇත්තටම මමත් දැනගෙන හිටියේ නෑ මේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එකට එදා යනකම්. ඉතින් මම එදා මේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එකට ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මගේ තැස් වැරුනේ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා අද ඕගොල්ලෝ මේක අහන බලන හැමෝටම අද තමයි මේක ඔයාලා මේක බලන දවසට තමයි ඔයාලට මේ ගැන ලොකු අවබෝධයක් එන්නේ. අද ගත්තහම මොකද්ද මේ අපේ ඒ වතුර ඒ ලිඳේ තියෙන වතුර දැන් ලිඳ ඔල්රෙඩි අපිරිසුදු වෙලා ඉවරයි ලංකාවේ. මොකද අර එදා ඒ සීලාච්චිලාට තිබිච්ච ෆැසිලිටිස් අපට නැහැ. එතකොට අපේ දරුවන්ට නැහැ. එතකොට අපේ ඉඩකඩ එන්න අවම වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට ගෙවල් දොරවල් හැදෙන එක, ඊට පස්සේ ගෙදර ලිඳ කපන එක, ගෙදර වොෂ්රූම් එක, টয়ලට් එක හදන එක සියලුම දේවල් අපිට හිතා ගන්න බැරි විදිහට අවම වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ අවම වෙනකොට මේ පරිසරයේ දූෂණය වෙනවා. නමුත් ඊට අමතරව අපි නොදැනීම නිසා මේ සියලුම දේවල් අපිට මුහුණ දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි බලමු මේ ලිඳේ තියෙන වතුර අපේ කොහොමද ගෙදරට එන්නේ? ලිඳේ තියෙන වතුර රයිට් අපි මෝටරයක් හරහා දාලා පයිප් දාලා මේක ප්ලාස්ටික් හරහා ගෙනල්ලා ගෙදර තියෙන වතුර ටැංකියට හයි කරනවා. වතුර ටැංකියට හයි කරලා වතුර ටැංකිය අපි මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? වතුර ටැංකියෙන් තව ටැප් දාලා පයිප් හරහා ගෙදරට ගෙනවා. ගෙදරට ගෙනල්ලා ඕක පුරවනවා තව ගෙදර තියෙන ප්ලාස්ටික් කන්ටේනර් එක ප්ලාස්ටික් බොටල් එකකට පුරවලා ඉවරලා ඒ ප්ලාස්ටික් බොටල් එකෙන් අපි මේක ගෙනල්ලා ගෙදර ප්ලාස්ටික් කප් එකකට දාලා බොනවා. ඉතින් අද ඉඳන් ඔයාලා මේ වීඩියෝ එක බලුවනම් මේ වීඩියෝ එක ඇහුවනම් ඒ ක්‍රියාවලිය මම ඕගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ඉල්ලා සිටිනවා අද ඉඳන්ම නවත්තන්න. ඕගොල්ලොන්ගේ ජීවිතේ තව කාලයක් දුරට ජීවත් වෙන්න. මොකද මේ ජපානයේ මහත්තරු ඒගොල්ලෝ හඳුන්වලා තිනවා තමන්ගේ ජීවිතය තමන් මේන්ටේන් කරගත්තොත් නඩත්තු කරගත්තොත් තමන්ගේ සෞඛ්‍යය ගැන හිතුවොත් තමන්ට අවුරුදු 10කට 20කට වැඩි කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. එතකොට ඒ සියලුම දේට ප්‍රධානම හේතුව වතුර කියලා. මම ඒකට එනවා මේ තව වැඩිදුර. එතකොට මම මේ ගෙදර කියන්න යන කාර්යවලිය එතකොට ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ ප්ලාස්ටික් අද ඉඳන් පාවිච්චි කරනවා නම් ප්ලාස්ටික් නවත්තන්න කියන එක තමයි වතුර වලට කියන්නේ. දැන් ඩුබායි ඉන්න කට්ටිය නම් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මෙන්න මේ දකින්න බෝතල් පේලියම දකින්නවා. මේක ඇවිල්ලා මාස ගානක් තිස්සේ එළියේ ස්ටෝර්ස් වල මහපාරේ අතන මෙතන හැම තැනම තියෙනවා GCC countries ඔක්කොම. යුරෝප් ගැන මම කියන්න දන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් GCC countries අනිවාර්යෙන් මෙහෙම තමයි වතුරේ ඉන්නේ. එතකොට මේ GCC countries වල ඉන්න කෙනෙක් නම් හරිම පරිස්සම් වෙන්න ඕනේ මෙන්න මේ වතුර බොන එකෙන්. including myself. මොකද මම ඩුබායි ඉන්න නිසා. so එතකොට bottled water exposed to the sun and heat. අනිත් ප්‍රධානම දේ තමයි මේ වතුර බෝතලයට දාලා අපි ඇවිල්ලා ස්ටෝර් වල තියන්නේ නැහනේ, ෆ්‍රිජ් එකේ තියන්නේ නැහනේ. මේක තියෙන්නේ එළියේ sun එක. එතකොට මේ sun එකත් එක්ක එකතු වුනහම හිර එළියත් එක්ක එකතු වුනහම මෙන්න මේ කියන දරුණුම බැක්ටීරියා එකක් වන බිස්පොනෙලි කියන බැක්ටීරියා එක හැදෙනවා. ඉතින් මේකට ලංකාවේ මම දන්නේ ලෝකෙ වටේම කඩවල් වල තියෙන බෝතල් BPA protected කියලා ප්ලාස්ටික් බෝතල්. ඒක ප්ලාස්ටික් නෙමෙයි. එතකොට ඒක තමයි මෙඩිකලි ඩොක්ටර්ස්ලා අප්‍රූව් කරලා තියෙන බෝතල්. ඒකට කියන්නේ BPA protected bottles. ඔයගොල්ලෝ අද ඉඳන්ම පුළුවන් නම් ඒ BPA protected bottle එකක් ගන්න. ඔයාලට ඔයාලගේ දරුවන්ට වැඩට යන එනකොට ගෙදර යනකොට දවසේ මේ වතුර බෝතල ඒකේ දාලා කැරි කරගන්න ඔයාලගේ ආයුෂ කාලය වැඩි කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි බලමු මේ මොනවාද මේකෙන් ඇතිවන විශේෂ ශරීරයට එෆෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා. birth defect උප්පත්තියෙන් ඇතිවෙන රෝගාබාධ. එතකොට ඊගාවට increase risk of breast cancer. increase risk of breast cancer ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩාක් ලේඩීස්ලාට මව්වරුන්ට ඇතිවෙන ප්‍රධානම දේ තමයි පියයුරු පිළිකා. increase risk of breast cancer. පියයුරු පිළිකාවට ප්‍රධාන දේ තමයි මේ බිස්පොන්ඩ්ලේ කියන බැක්ටීරියා එක, මේ ඇතිවෙන ප්ලාස්ටික් කන්ටැමිනේෂන් එක. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා සියලු මව්වරු මේ ගැන හිතන්න අවුරුදු 18 20 25 පෙන්නට පස්සේ අපි සියලුම දෙනාගේ ශරීරය වෙනස් වෙන්න ගන්නවා, අපි කන බොන කෑම බීම සියලුම දේවල් එක්ක. ඉතින් ඊගාවට අපි බලමු increase risk of prostate cancer. මේක නෝනලාට වගේම මහත්තරුන්ටත් බලපාන ලොකු දේවල් තියෙනවා. සමහර වෙලාවට දන්නවා ඇති පිරිමි සියලුම දෙනා දැනගත යුතු දෙයක් තමයි මේ increase risk of prostate cancer කියන එක. පිරිමි කට්ටියට මේ prostate cancer එක බොහොම බලපානවා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා වතුර සියලුම දේවල් මේකෙන් ආරක්ෂා වෙන්න පිරිමි කට්ටියත් වග බලාගත යුතුයි. infertility for women. ඒ වගේම metabolic disorder. metabolic disorder කියන්නේ මේ ඇඟේ හන්දිපත්වල තියෙන ආබාධ, තද ගතිය මස් වල තියෙන. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම type of 2 diabetes. type 2 diabetes කියන්නේ මං හිතන්නේ ලංකාවේ නම් 80% විතර දැන් හරිම ඩේන්ජරස්. අහන කෙනා I have diabetes, I have sugar, I have cholesterol, I have high blood pressure මේ කියන සියලුම දේවල් කියනවා. නමුත් diabetes කියන්නේ ශරීරයට හැදෙන්න පුළුවන් දරුණුම ලෙඩක්. diabetes හැදුනොත් කිසිම බෙහෙතක් අහන්න නැහැ, කිසිම මෙඩිකේෂන් සිස්ටම් එකක් වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද තුවාලයක් හොඳ වෙන්නේ. my god, මගේ ප්‍රාර්ථනාව නම් කාටත් ඩයබටිස් හැදෙන්න එපා. එතකොට ඩයබටිස් පේෂන්ට් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් මෙන්න මේ වීඩියෝ එක අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම බලන්න. දන්න කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් එයාට මේ වීඩියෝ එක යවන්න. මොකද එයාට ඩයබටිස් හොඳ කරන්න මහා ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෙමෙයි. මොකද ඩයබටිස් පේෂන්ට් කෙනෙක් ගොඩාක් දුක් විඳිනවා. මොකද එයාලා ඇත්තටම එක්ස්ටර්නලි දුක් විඳිනවට වඩා ඉන්ටර්නලි දුක් විඳිනවා. ඇතුළතින් මොකද කොයි වෙලාවෙත් ස්ට්‍රෙස් එකකින් දුක් වෙනවා. මට ඇඟිල්ල කැපුණොත් මට මොකක් වෙයිද? මට තුවාලයක් වුණොත් මට මොකක් වෙයිද? මං ඇවිදිනකොට කකුල ගලක වැදුනොත් මොකක් වෙයිද? මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ හරි බයෙන් ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා ඒගොල්ලන්ට උදව් කරන්න දන්න කියන කට්ටියට මේක දෙය බෙදලා දෙන්න. එතකොට childhood obesity. එතකොට මේ කියන සියලුම දේවල් සිද්ධ වෙනවා ලෙඩ රෝග මේ අපේ පරිසර ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වයෙන්. ඉතින් අපි බලමු ඒකට විසඳුමක් තියනවද නැද්ද කියලා ලෝකේ. දොස්තරලා හොයාගත්ත මෙඩිකල් සයන්ටිෆික්ලා අප්‍රූව් කරපු ඒගොල්ලෝ මේකට ලෙඩක් හැදුනොත් මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? අපි ස්පිරිතාලට යනවා. ලෙඩක් හැදුනොත් අපි ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් හම්බ වෙනවා. ලෙඩක් හැදුනොත් අපි බෙහෙත් ගන්නවා. රයිට්? ලෙඩක් හැදුනහම තමයි අපිට මතක් වෙන්නේ. නමුත් ඇයි අපි උනන්දුවක් නැත්තේ අපේ ජීවිතේ ලෝකෙ තියෙන වටිනාම දේ Tamanට ලැබිලා තියෙන ජීවිතේ වටිනාකම තේරුම් ගන්න. ඔයාලට මේ ලෝකේ ඕනම දෙයක් සල්ලි වලට ගන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් කෙනෙක්ගේ ජීවිතයක් කෙනෙක්ට සල්ලි වලට ගන්න බෑනේ. එහෙනම් ඒ වටිනාකම පළමුවෙන්ම තේරුම් ගන්න. ජපානි මහත්තරු ඒ වටිනාකම් පළවෙනිම තේරුම් අරගෙන ඒගොල්ලෝ තව කට්ටිය දැනුවත් කරනවා. එතකොට මම හිතුවා මේක මට පුළුවන් විදිහට දැනුවත් කරන්න. එතකොට අපි බලමු there's a solution. අන්න solution එකක් ඇවිල්ලා තිනවා මේකට. කොහෙන්ද ඇවිල්ලා තින්නේ? world top technology solution එක ඇවිල්ලා තින්නේ ජපානයේ. වෙන කිසිම රටකින් ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ අද වෙනතුරු. මොකද ලෝකෙ වැඩියෙන්ම අදට ආයුෂ කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන එකම මනුෂ්‍ය කොට්ටාසය තමයි ජපනීස් මිනිස්සු. ඉතින් revolutionize your lifestyle with KANGEN water. අන්න ඒකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන මේ ලෝකේ ඊටාම ප්‍රසිද්ධියෙන් වේගවත්වම ව්‍යාප්ත වෙන KANGEN water කියන එක. ඉතින් මේක ඇත්තටම මිල කළ නොහැකි දෙයක්. මේකට අපි කියන්නේ miracle water. මිල කරන්න බෑ. ඉතින් අර අපේ ලස්සන සින්දුවක් එහෙමත් තියෙනවානේ, මිල කරන්න බැරි ඔබ අගනාමු වස්තුවක්. එහෙනම් බලමු ඒකේ වටිනාකම දන්න ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ ඉන්නවනම් මේ වීඩියෝ එක ගැන අපි දිගට බලාගෙන යමු. එතකොට revolutionize your lifestyle with Kangen water. Change your water, change your life. Let me come into next slide so that you can see how it had come. How it all begins. මේක කොහොමද පටන් ගත්තේ? මං හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් අහලා ඇති, ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් දන්නවා ඇති, සමහරක් විට ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් මේක හොයාගෙන ගිහිල්ලත් ඇති. ලංකාවේ කට්ටිය වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ලෝකේ පිට රටවල් වල ඉන්න කට්ටිය වෙන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මේ සැම්සම් මක්කා අහලා ඇති සෞදි අරාබියාව වල. අර මොනවද අර කරන පේන්නේ කට්ටිය. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ කරන්නේ ඒ එන උල්පත් වලින් pure typical වතුර අරගෙන ඒව බොන්න පාවිච්චි කරගන්න. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ අහනවා ඒකේ තියෙන පුදුම හීලින් පවර් එකක් කියලා. ඒකෙන් ලෙඩ වලට දැන් මම ඔය කියපු සියලුම ලෙඩ වලට හොඳ වෙන්න ප්‍රධානම අවශ්‍යතාවයන් ඒකේ තියෙනවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ නොදැනු ජර්මනියේ මේ වගේ උල්පතක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ උල්පත් වලින් එන වතුර අර මිනිස්සු දුර ඉඳන් ගිහිල්ලා වෙන රටවල් වලින් ජර්මනියට ඇවිල්ලා ජර්මනියේ මේ නොදැනු කියන තැනට ගිහිල්ලා මෙතන කන්ටේනර් වලට අරගෙන එනවා. හැබැයි ප්ලාස්ටික් කන්ටේනර් වලට ඒගොල්ලෝ ගේන්නේ. ප්ලාස්ටික් කියන්නේ ඒවා කන්ටැමිනේට් ප්ලාස්ටික් නෙමෙයි. ඒ ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් දැනුවත් කට්ටිය BPA protected bags අපි ගාවත් තියෙනවා. Kangen එකෙන් ගහන BPA protected bags that you can take. If not, you have to use glass bottles. එතකොට Lourdes France කියන ප්‍රංශෙත් තියෙනවා ඒ වගේ වතුර. එතකොට තලකොතේ මෙක්සිකෝ. ඒ මෙක්සිකෝ වලත් තලකොතේ කියන මෙක්සිකෝ වලත් තියෙනවා ඒ වතුර. එතකොට මේකේ කියලා තියෙනවා one thing in common, the miracle healing water contain active hydrogen. ඒකේ දොස්තර කෙනෙක් කියලා තියෙනවා ડોක්ටර් සෙන්තකා සිරාතා. ඒ ડોක්ටර් කියලා තියෙනවා ඒකේ තියෙනවා කියලා ඇක්ටිව් හයිඩ්‍රජන්. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් කට්ටිය දන්නවත් දන්නේ නැහැ මොකද්ද මේ ඇක්ටිව් හයිඩ්‍රජන් කියන්නේ කියලා. එතකොට මේක ගැන කොහොමද මේ ලෙඩ හොඳ වෙන්නේ කියන එක, මේ වතුර බිව්වහම ලෙඩ හොඳ වෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක මේ ලෝකේ හොයන්න ගත්තා. හොයන්න ගත්තාම ජපානි කට්ටිය මේක ගැන ගොඩාක්ම ඇස්සරිලා පිබිදිලා මේක ගැන ඒගොල්ලෝ වැඩියෙන්ම හොයන්න උනන්දු වුණා. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ ගැන හොයනකොට මොකද ජපානයේ මේ කියන වතුර නැහනේ. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලොන්ට අවශ්‍ය වුණා ජපානයේ හිරෝෂිමා නාගසාකි බෝම්බ එක හුවා මේ රටේ තමයි මිනිස්සු වැඩියෙන්ම මැරුණේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි ඒගොල්ලොන්ට තමයි වයස අඩුවෙන්ම මැරෙන්න ගත්තේ. පරිසරය දූෂණය වුණා. ඒ සියලුම දේවල් සිද්ධ වුණාට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලොන්ට තමයි අවශ්‍ය වුණේ වැඩි කාලයක් කොහොම ජීවත් වෙන්නේ කියලා. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක ජයග්‍රහණය කළා දිනවා. අද වැඩියෙන්ම ලෝකේ වැඩිම වශයෙන් ජීවත් වෙන සෙනඟ බවට පත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට බලමු අපි මේ වතුර වල තියෙන වටිනාකම මොකක්ද කියලා. එතකොට මේකේ කියනවා mimicking nature. mimicking nature මොකද්ද mimicking nature කියලා කියන්නේ කියලා අපි බලමු. mimicking nature අනුකාර කරනවා. සිංහලෙන් කිව්වොත් mimicking nature කියන්නේ අනුකාර කරනවා. එතකොට ඒකට ශක්තිය ඇතුල් කරනවා. එතකොට ඒ ශක්තියට මේකේ වතුර වර්ග 3 priorities of Kangen water. 3 main ඒගොල්ලෝ හඳුනගෙන තියෙන මේකේ 3 major priorities තියෙනවා කියලා මේ වතුර වල. අපි බලමු මොනවද ඒ තියෙන ප්‍රධානම ගුණාත්මක භාවයන් 3 මේ Kangen වතුර වල. දැන් මේක හැම වතුරකම නෑ. මේ වතුර එක very special. ඒ very special වතුර එකට කියන්නේ Kangen water කියලා. Kangen water කියන්නේ ඒ ජපානයේ කට්ටිය හොයාගත්ත වතුර. එතකොට ඒ වතුර වල විතරක් තියෙනවා ප්‍රධානම ගුණාත්මක භාවයන් 3ක්. ඉතින් ඒක අපේ ලිඳේ වතුර වල ගන්න බෑ, උල්පතේ වතුර වල ගන්න බෑ, ටැප් එකේ වතුර වල ගන්න බෑ, කඩේ බෝතල් වල තියෙන වතුර වල ගන්න බෑ. එතකොට ඒක තමයි දැන් මම අද පැහැදිලි කරන්න යන්නේ මේකේ තියෙන ඊටාම වටිනාකම. antioxidization ඔක්සිකරණය කියන්නේ මම ඒ ගැන පැහැදිලි කිරීමක් කරමු. අපි බලමු දැනට මොනවාද මේ තියෙන 3 ප්‍රධානම ගුණාත්මක භාවයන් 3. එතකොට antioxidization, alkalization, microclustering. එතකොට මම ඔයාලට එකින් එකට කියලා දෙන්න එනවා මොනවාද මේ antioxidization, alkalization, මයික්‍රෝ ක්ලස්ටරින් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. එතකොට අපි යමු බලන්න next slide එකට. okay මෙන්න මේක තමයි ඇන්ටිඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් කියන්නේ. ඇන්ටිඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් කියන්නේ මල කෑම. මලකඩ කනවා. සිම්පල් කිව්වොත් ලංකාවේ කට්ටියට. ඉතින් ඕගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා අපේ ලංකාවේ එළියේ මොන හරි දෙයක් තියලා තිබ්බොත් යකඩ ඒ වගේ දේවල් මලකඩ කනවා. ඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් ක්‍රියාවලියක් ඇති වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි සියලුම කෑම බීම වලත් ඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් ක්‍රියාවලියක් ඇති වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඔයාලා දැනගෙන හිටියද අපේ ශරීරයේ මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයේ ඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් ක්‍රියාවලියක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට ඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් වුණොත් මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? අපි ඉක්මනට වයසට යනවා. අපේ තරුණභාවය නැති වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ සමහරක් කට්ටිය කියන්නේ අම්මෝ ඔයා නම් තාම නිකන් අවුරුදු 18 වගේ ජීවත් වෙනවනේ. ඒ මොකද? එතකොට සමහරක් කට්ටිය කියනවා අයියෝ ඔයාට බලන්නකෝ ඔයාට මොකද්ද මේ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? ඔයා මේ කොච්චර ලස්සනට හිටපු කෙනෙක්ද අද බලන්නකෝ ඔයාට දැන් අවුරුදු 50ක් විතර වගේ පේනවනේ. නමුත් මේ මනුස්සයට අවුරුදු 20යි. හේතුව මෙන්න මේ ඇන්ටිඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් එක. එතකොට ඔයාලට මේක සිම්පලි මේ දොස්තර මහත්වරු ජපානයේ කට්ටිය හඳුන්වලා දීලා තියෙන මේකේ ක්‍රියාවලිය පෙන්වන විදිය. මොකද අපිට මේක තේරුම් කරලා දෙන්න අමාරුයි යම්කිසි කෙනෙක්ට මේ සියලුම ශරීරය ඇතුලේ එළියේ සිද්ධ වෙන ක්‍රියාවලියන් ඒවා සයන්ටිෆික් ක්‍රියාවලියක්. ඒක පෙනුමෙන් අපි දැක්කහම අපිට අඳුර ගන්න බෑ. විනිවිදයි ඇසට පේන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ මෙන්න මේ විදිහට හඳුන්වලා දීලා තියෙන එක්සැම්පල් එකක්. ඔයාලා එක්සැම්පල් එක ඇපල් ගෙඩියක් මේ වගේ පළතුරු ගෙඩියක් අරන් ඇපල් ගෙඩියක් කපලා තිබ්බොත් විනාඩි 5ක් 10ක් බලන්න ඇපල් ගෙඩියට මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඇතුළ ඔක්කොම කහ පහට වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ ඇපල් ගෙඩිය නරක් වෙන්න ගන්නවා. අන්නේ ක්‍රියාවලිය තමයි අර මම මුලින් කිව්වා වගේ විස බීජ කෙමිකල් ඊට පස්සේ බැක්ටීරියා ඔය සියලුම දේවල් එකතු වෙලා මෙන්න මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ ක්‍රියාවලිය අපේ ශරීරයේ ඇතුළත සහ පිටත ස්කින් එකෙත් ඇතුළත් හැම තප්පරයකම අපි ගෙවන හැම කාලේ හැම මිනිත්තුවකම හැම විනාඩියකම හැම පැයකම සිද්ධ වෙනවා අපිට නොදැනෙtti. ඒකයි අපි වයසට යන්නේ. නැත්තම් අපිට වයසට යන්නේ නැතුව ජීවත් වෙන්න තිබ්බා. එතකොට මේ දොස්තරවරු කියලා දිනවා living tissues plus oxidization. ඔන්න හම්බෙනවා තෑග්ග living tissues plus oxidation sickness. okay so එතකොට අපිට හම්බෙනවා තෑගි අපිට අවශ්‍ය ලෙඩ දුක් රෝග බාධක සියලුම දේවල්. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මගෙත් එක්ක මේ වීඩියෝ එක බලන් ඉන්නවා නම් පොඩ්ඩක් නතර කරලා වතුර උගුරක් බොන්න. okay දැන් කොරෝනානේ. ඒක නිසා ඉතින් every 15 minutes you need to drink sip of water, right? I'm drinking water, so if that water is hot it's very good. ඒක උණු වතුර නම් තවත් ගුණයි. ඒක නිසා හැම තප්පර ගානක නිසා උණු වතුර නම් බොන්න. හැබැයි කැංගන් වතුර බොනවා නම් බය වෙන්න එපා. God bless you. බුදු සරණයි දෙවි පිහිටයි. කැංගන් වතුර බොන්න පුළුවන් නම්. ඊට අමතරව කැංගන් break through the technology. okay කැංගන් කියන වතුර එක ටෙක්නොලොජි එක විවෘත කරගෙන තමන්ගේ ශරීරය ඇතුලේ ක්‍රියාවලියක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඇන්ටි ඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන්, ඇන්ටි ඉන්ෆ්ලැමේටරි, ඇන්ටි ඒජින්. එතකොට අන්න ඒක තමයි පුදුම ක්‍රියාවලිය. එතකොට ඒ ක්‍රියාවලිය කරන්න පුළුවන් අදට ලෝකේ තියෙන එකම වතුර එක මේ කැංගන් වතුර එක විතරයි. ඒකයි අපි ඒකට මිරකල් වෝටර් කියන්නේ. ඇල්කලයිසේෂන්. එතකොට මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය අපි තව ටිකක් ඉස්සරහට ගිහිල්ලා බලමු කොහොමද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් මේක ඇත්තටම අපේ ශරීරයේ ඇන්ටිඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන් වයස්ගත වීම අඩු කරනවා. එතකොට අපිට මේ දොස්තරවරු හොයාගෙන තියෙනවා ජපානි කට්ටිය අපේ මේ සිදුවෙන ක්‍රියාවලිය අඩු කරලා අපිට ඇන්ටිඔක්සිඩයිසේෂන්. එතකොට මේ ඇපල් ගෙඩි නරක් වීම නවත්තන වගේ ශරීරය ඇතුලේ අපේ ශරීරයේ තියෙන සියලුම සෛල නරක් වීම ඒගොල්ලෝ නවත්තන්න පුළුවන්. විස බීජ අපිට ඇතුල් වෙන එක නවත්තන්න පුළුවන්. ශරීරයේ ලෙඩ රෝග ඇතුල් වෙන එක නවත්තන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකට යම්කිසි ක්‍රියාවලියක් හොයාගන්න ඕන වෙලා මේ ජපානි කට්ටිය මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය කරලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට බලමු අපි ඒක කොහොමද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. Let me go slowly. Okay. මෙන්න මෙහෙම අපි බලමු මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට තව ටිකක් පැහැදිලි කරන්න. What is oxidization? එතකොට oxidization කියන්නේ ඔයාලට දකිනවා example එකක්. මේ දේ අඳුර ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැක්ක ගමන් ඔයාලට මෙතන පේන්නේ මොනවද? මෙතන තක්කාලි තියෙනවා. ග්ලාස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා මොන හරිත් එක්ක වතුරත් එක්ක වගේ සුදු පාට right. එතකොට මේක දැක්ක ගමන් ඔයාලට අඳුර ගන්න පුළුවන් මෙතන හොඳ ඒවා කෝකද නරක ඒවා කෝකද කියලා. පුළුවන්. right තක්කාලි වල පුළුවන්. ඔයාලට බැලුමට පේනවා ටක් ගාලා ෂා මේක නියම තක්කාලි ටික ලස්සනට තියෙනවා. නමුත් අනිත් පැත්තේ තියෙන ඔයාලට පේනවා අයියෝ ඒක නම් ලං වෙන්නත් බෑ. ඒ වගේම තමයි එතකොට මේ වතුර ග්ලාස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. ලස්සන වීදුරුවක් තියෙනවා එනර්ජික් කියලා ගහලා. ඒක තමයි අපේ බ්‍රෑන්ඩින් ලෝගෝ එක එනර්ජික් කැන්ගන්. එතකොට ඒකයි අනිත් පැත්තේ තියෙනවා තව වතුර ග්ලාස් එකක්. නමුත් අපි කොහොමද කියන්නේ අපේ එනර්ජික් කැන්ගන් එක හොඳ වතුර කියලා? ඒකත් අපිට කියන්න බෑනේ. ඒකත් ග්ලාස් එකේ තියෙන වතුර විතරයි. නමුත් ඒකේ පොඩි මොඩල් ලෝගෝ එකක් ගහලා තිනවා අනිත් එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන වතුරත් හොඳ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අපිට මේ විනිවිද පේන්නේ වතුර එකේ හොඳ නරක. එතකොට මේ දොස්තරලා මේ සයන්ටිෆික්ලා හොයාගෙන තියෙනවා කොහොමද අපි මේ වතුර වල හොඳ නරක භාවය හොයාගන්නේ කියලා. එහෙනම් අපි බලමු තව ටිකක් පල්ලෙහාට ගිහිල්ලා කොහොමද මේ දේ අපි පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ කියලා. How do we measure antioxidization? මම ඔයාලට පැහැදිලි කරා antioxidization කියන්නේ ඔයාලට වැඩි කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න ශරීරයට ප්‍රධානම අවශ්‍යතාවය. එතකොට තරුණ වෙලා ඉන්න හැඩරුවට ලස්සනට ජීවත් වෙන්න හැමෝටම අවශ්‍ය නම් බොඩි එක antioxidization වෙන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට අපි කොහොමද මේක විද්‍යානුකූලව measure කරන්නේ? විද්‍යානුකූලව මනින්නේ. එතකොට අපි මේක මනින ක්‍රමයක් හොයාගෙන තියෙනවා ORP meter කියලා. ORP meter කියන්නේ oxidation reduction potential. Oxidation reduction potential කියන්නේ ඒක විද්‍යුත් ධාරා මනින සිස්ටම් එකක් in milliwatts. ඉතාම ශුට්ටි අංශු වලින්. ඒක plus හා minus වශයෙන් කොටස් දෙකකට වෙන් වෙලා ක්‍රියා කරනවා. එතකොට we maintain our health and heal primarily by making new cells. To make a new cell, it requires a voltage of minus 50 millivolts. එතකොට අපේ ඇඟ ඇතුලේ මේ ක්‍රියාවලියම සිද්ධ වෙන්න නම් අපිට අවශ්‍යයි minus අඩුම 50 millivolts කියන එක අවශ්‍යයි ඇඟ ඇතුලේ ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් මේ සෛලවල වර්ධනය වීමට. එතකොට මේක කියලා තින්නේ මම නෙමෙයි American Anti-Cancer Institute එකෙන්. ඒ වගේම ලෝකේ ඉන්න ප්‍රධාන පෙළේ ඩොක්ටර්ස්ලා ප්‍රොෆෙසර්ස්ලා awards දීලා තියෙනවා මේ සොයා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධව. එතකොට diet rich in negative ORP. එතකොට මේ negative ORP කියන එක මේ minus ඒ කියන්නේ අඩු ORP එකක් ඇතුල් වෙනවා කියන්නේ එතකොට මේ වේගයෙන්ම ඩැමේජ් වෙන අපේ ඇඟ ඇතුලේ සිදුවෙන කැඩෙන බිඳෙන සෛල කොටාසේ නැවත වර්ධනය කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා ඒගොල්ලෝ කියලා තියෙනවා. මේ antioxidization procedure එකෙන් අර ඇපල් ගෙඩියට සිද්ධ වෙනවා වගේ. එතකොට කොහොමද බලමු අපි ඒක ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරගන්නේ? කවුද මේක කොහොමද මොනෙන්ද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඔන්න මෙන්න මෙහෙමයි ඒක සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. අපිට දැන් මම කිව්වා මුලින්ම නොකා නොබී ඉන්න බෑ කියලානේ. එතකොට අපිට කන්න බොන්න ඕනේ. දවස් පැය 48ක් ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් වතුර පානයක් නැතුව. මාසයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කෑම බීම නැතුව. එතකොට අපි සියලුම දේවල් ඕක කරනවා. එතකොට ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මේ oxidation reduction potential. එතකොට මේකේ පේනවා මේ ORP MV කියලා ප්ලස් තියෙනවා. එකතු කිරීම ලකුණක් දාලා තියෙනවා. අනිත් පැත්තේ අඩු කිරීම ලකුණක් දාලා තියෙනවා ORP MV. අඩු කිරීම කියන්නේ මයිනස්. එතකොට සාමාන්‍ය ශරීරයේ ඇතුලේ තියෙන්න ඕනේ මයිනස් කියන එක. ඒ අඩු කිරීම අඩු ORP එකක් තමයි තියෙන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට මේක අපේ ශරීරය ඇතුළට කොහොමද ලැබෙන්නේ? මොනවෙන්ද ලැබෙන්නේ? මේ ලැබෙන්නේ ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මේ ගත්තොත් වම් පැත්තේ තියෙන ටැප් වෝටර්. අන්න අපි කියපු වතුර එක. ටැප් වෝටර් එකේනෝ ලිඳේ වතුර එකේනෝ බෝතල් වතුර එකේනෝ ඊට අමතරව my god ලෝකේ තියෙන ලොකුම product Pepsi 7up soda whatever you name it all the canned drinks bottled drinks ඔක්කොම මේ කාර්යයට අයිති වෙනවා. එතකොට අනිත් පැත්තේ වලට තියෙන ORP- කියන පැත්තේ වලට පේන ලස්සන දොඩම් ගෙඩියක් පේනවා, පළතුරු වට්ටියක් පේනවා, වෙජිටබල් පේනවා, බ්‍රොකොලි පේනවා, ගොඩක් දේවල්. ග්‍රීන් ටී එකක් පේනවා. ඊටම වටින දෙයක් ග්‍රීන් ටී. ඊට පස්සේ කෝඩ් ඔයිල්, ෆිෂ් ඔයිල්, මාළු තෙල් කියන්නේ මෝර් තෙල් වගේ මොනවාද අර පොඩි ටැබ්ලට් එකක් එහෙම ඒ කාලේ පොඩි කාලේ අපි දෙන්නේ මෝර ගුලිද මොනවද කියලා. අන්න ඒක ඇත්තට වේ සෑහෙන වටින දෙයක්, සෑහෙන හොඳ දෙයක් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ අද කාලේ තියෙනවා කියලා. ඒ වගේම ඉතින් ඒ වගේ එකට afford කරන්න හොඳටම සල්ලි ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඊට අමතරව මෙහා පැත්තෙන් පේන පොඩි මැෂින් එකක් එක්ක කැන්ගන් වෝටර් කියලා වීදුරු ග්ලාස් එකක්. එතකොට අපි බලමු මේ දෙකේ තව වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මම මේ පොඩ්ඩක් මවුස් එක අරන් යන්නම්. මෙතෙන්ට මෙන්න මේ මවුස් එක මෙන්න මෙතන 100 200 300 400 කියලා තියෙනවා ප්ලස්. මේක ධන පැත්තේ 400 වෙනකන් තියෙනවා. මේ පැත්තේ තියෙනවා 100 200 300 400 මයිනස්. එතකොට බලමු අපි මෙන්න මේ වතුර ගත්තට පස්සේ 100 ඉඳන් 200 300 වෙනකන් මේක ප්ලස්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒජිං, සික්නස්, ස්ට්‍රෙස් මෙන්න මේ කියන ලෙඩ රෝග සියලුම දේවල් වලට අපි විසින්ම පෝර දාගන්නවා මේ වර්ගන. ඇඟ ඇතුළට පෝර දාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ දැන්. පෝර දාගන්න වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ විදිහට. ඊට පස්සේ මෙන්න මේව ගත්තාට පස්සේ පෙප්සි සෝඩා ටැප් වතුර ප්ලස් 400යි. මේ ORP මීටරෙන් චෙක් කරාම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ සයන්ස් දන්න කෙනෙක් මේක බලනවා නම් මං හිතන්නේ ඇත්තටම මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ වගේම තමයි ඩොක්ටර්ස්ලා ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉතින් කරන්නේ මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය ඒගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා. එතකොට මේකෙන් තමයි අපි වයසට යාම ඇති වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ කන බොන කැම්බීම නිසා. එතකොට අපි මේ පැත්තට ගිහලා බලමු මේ ග්‍රීන් ටී එකේ -100 ORP. ඊට පස්සේ මේ වෙජිටබල් වල දොඩම් වල -100. එතකොට මේ කෝඩ් ලිවර් ඔයිල් එකේ 200. එතකොට මෙතන 300. එතකොට අපේ කැන්ගන් මැෂින් එක මේ තියෙන මේක පොඩි මැෂින් එකක්. ගෙදර නිකන් මයික්‍රෝවේව් එක වගේ. ගෙදරට හයි කරන්න තියෙන. ඊට පස්සේ මේකේ එක ග්ලාස් එකක එන ග්ලාස් එකේ එන එක වතුර 400 මයිනස් වලටත් වැඩි යනවා. එතකොට 400 500 600 700 800 තමයි 8.5 pH කැන්ගන් වෝටර්. 9 pH කැන්ගන් වෝටර්. එතකොට බලන්න මේ පොඩි කර්තව්‍යයෙන් මේ පොඩි මැෂින් එක මේගොල්ලෝ හොයාගෙන තියෙන මෙච්චර සීරියස්, මෙච්චර ලොකු, මෙච්චර මනුස්ස ශරීරයට වටින ටෙක්නොලොජි එක. ඒතර මේ වතුර ග්ලාසයක් බොනවා කියන්නේ අන්නේ ප්‍රධාන කාර්යය තමයි සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපි ගිහිල්ලා බලමු next slide එකට මොනවද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. දැන් ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මෙන්න මෙතන ලියලා තිනවා 1 glass of Kangen water equal to 120 apples. පුදුමයි නේද ඒක? ඕගොල්ලොන්ට එක කැන්ගන් වතුර එකක් බොනවා කියන්නේ ඇපල් ගෙඩි 120ක් කනවා සමානයි. එහෙනම් මේ පොඩ්ඩක් නවත්තලා වතුර පොඩ්ඩක් බීලා හිටුනේ. ඒකනේ. එතකොට තමන්ගේ ආරක්ෂාව තමන්ට සපය ගන්න පුළුවන්. Thank you guys. So එතකොට Kangen water choice to get antioxidants. එතකොට antioxidant මං කිව්වේ අර තරුණ වෙලා ඉන්න, යං වෙලා ඉන්න, ජීවිතේ කාලය වැඩි කරගන්න අපිට එකම දේ තමයි antioxidants ඇති කරගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඇති කරගන්න මෙන්න මේ අපේ තියෙන මේ ලස්සනට හදලා මේ පොඩි මැෂින් එක මේක කිලෝ 13ක් වගේ ගෙදර තියෙන මයික්‍රෝවේව් එක විතර ඇති. දැන් මං හිතන්නේ හැම ගෙදරකටම අවශ්‍ය ෆ්‍රිජ් එකක් තියෙනවා, වොෂින් මැෂින් එකක් තියෙනවා, කුකර් එකක් තියෙනවා. කුකර් ඉතින් ඩිෆරන්ට් ටයිප් තියෙනවා. ගෑස් කුකර්, ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් කුකර් ඒවා ඔක්කොම. ඊට පස්සේ මිනිස්සු පුරුදු වෙලා තියෙනවා ෆ්‍රිජ් එකේ දාලා සීතල කරලා වෙලාවට කැම ටික ආරක්ෂා කරගන්න, මාළු ටික ආරක්ෂා කරන ගොඩක් දේවල්. ඉතින් අවශ්‍ය දේවල් හැමදේම ගෙදරට අරන් තියෙනවනේ කොහොම හරි. ෆ්‍රිජ් එක පොඩි ගාණක් නෙමෙයිනේ. සෑහෙන ලොකු ගාණක්. වොෂින් මැෂින් එක ලොකු ගාණක්. එතකොට ගෙදරට ගන්න යාන වාහන, කාර්, ගෙදර දාන සෝපා එක, පුටු සැටිය ඔක්කොම ලොකු ගාණක්. නමුත් තමන්ගේ ජීවිතේට වටිනම දේ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ ගෙදර තියනවාද? ගෙදරට අවශ්‍ය මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතේ ප්‍රධානම දේ මොකක්ද අවශ්‍යතාවය කියන එක ඔයාලා දැනගෙන හිටියද? නැහැ. අන්නේ වටිනාකම තමයි බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු අද දිනේ ඔයාලත් එක්ක මේ මගේ කැලේ අරගෙන ඩුබායිල ඉඳගෙන ලෝකේ හැමෝටම කියලා දෙන්න යන්නේ සිංහල භාෂාවෙන්. මොකද ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් මේක ගොඩක් කරනවා මම කරනවා. ඒ වගේම ලෝකේ ලොකු ටීම් එකක් ඉන්නවා. ජපානයේ, ඇමරිකාව, කැනඩා, ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව, ෆ්‍රාන්සෙ ලෝකෙ තියෙන හැම රටවල. අද ඒගොල්ලොන්ට මේකේ වටිනාකම මිල කළ නොහැකි. අද මිනිස්සු ජීවිත බලාගෙන ඉඳෙද්දි ඇස් දෙකෙන් දහසක් දෙනා අඬද්දි ගුඩ් බයි කියලා මේ ලෝකෙන් සමුවරන් යනවා. නමුත් ඒකට ප්‍රධානම හේතුව තමයි අපේ ආරක්ෂාව අපි සපය ගන්න උත්සාහ නොකරපු එක. එතකොට දැන් අද මේ කොරෝනා වෛරස් එකෙන් ආරක්ෂා වෙන්න නම් මේ COVID-19 එකෙන් ආරක්ෂා වෙන්න නම් අපි අපේ ජීවිතයට ෆයිට් එකක් කරන්න වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි අද මෙහෙම කතා කරාට තව අවුරුද්දක්, තව අවුරුදු දෙකක්, තුනක්, පහක් යනකොට මේ ලෝකේ තව අනාගතේ මොනවා වෙයිද දන්නේ. රයිට්, අපි වයසයි. නමුත් අපි තව ඉදිරි પરම්පරාවක් හදන්න ඕනේ. අපි තව දරු પરම්පරාවක් හදන්න ඕනේ. ඒ දරුවන්ගේ දරුවෝ හැදෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ දරුවන්ට ජීවත් වෙන්න වාසනාවන්ත රටක්, වාසනාවන්ත ලෝකයක් ගොඩ නගන්න පුළුවන් මිනිස්සු ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ වශයෙන් අපි මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය හැමෝටම කරන්න පුළුවන් නම්, මේකට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න පුළුවන්, මේක දැනුවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම්, මේක වටිනකම තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම්, ලෝකයේ අනිකුත් සියලුම දෙනාට මේ සම්බන්ධව දැනුම් ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතනවා ඇත්තටම අපිට ලෝකේ තියෙන වටිනාම පුණ්‍ය කර්මය තමයි ඒ කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් මට එදා මේක අවුරුදු දෙකකට කලින් තේරුන්නේ නැහැ. මෙන්න මේ කොරෝනා වෛරස් එක නිසා. my god, මට නම් unbelievable value එකක් මේකෙන් ලැබිලා තිනවා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම හිතුවා මගේ වටිනා කාලේ මෙන්න මේ විදිහට ක්‍රියා කරලා මේ YouTube channel එකක් හදලා මේ YouTube channel එකේ upload කරන්න මේ තව කෙනෙක්ට මේක බලන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න. එතකොට ඔයාලට හිතෙනවා නම් මේක ඔයාලා share කරලා තව කෙනෙක් දැනුවත් කරන්න, ඇත්තටම කරන්න. ඊට අමතරව මේ medical device එක ගන්න පුළුවන් නම්, ගෙදර තියා ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඊටම වටිනවා. ඒක කරන්න. මේකෙන් වතුර බොන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒක කරන්න. ඔයාලට වටින්නේ කාර් එකක් නෙමෙයි, ගෙවල් දොරවලුත් නෙමෙයි, යාන වාහනුත් නෙමෙයි, ගෙදර තියෙන ෆ්‍රිජ් එක, සෝෆා එක ඒවත් නෙමෙයි, දාන ටයිල් ටිකක් නෙමෙයි. මෙන්න මේ මැෂින් එක. මොකද ජීවිතේ ෆස්ට්. අද අපිට ගෙදරට වෙලා ඉන්න සිද්ධ වෙලා තිනවා. අද එළියට බහින්න බැරි වෙලා තිනවා. පේනව නේද තියෙන ඩිෆිකල්ටිස්. නමුත් ජීවිතේට බයක් නැතුව ඉන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අපි බලමු මේකේ choice to get antioxidant කොහොමද කියලා. මේ තියෙන ලස්සන මැෂින් ටික ලෝකේ වටිනාම ලෝකෙටම තියෙන එකම මෙඩිකල් ප්‍රොඩක්ට් එකක් කියලා තියෙනවා. මෙඩිකලි අවෝඩ්ස් හම්බෙලා තියෙන, ගෝල්ඩ් අවෝඩ් හම්බෙලා තියෙන, ගෝල්ඩ් ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් අවෝඩ් හම්බෙලා තියෙන, ISO සර්ටිෆයිඩ් හම්බෙලා තියෙන එකම මැෂින් එක තමයි අද මේ ලෝකේ තියෙන මෙන්න මේ මැෂින් එක. නමුත් මම එතෙන්ට එනවා තව ටිකක් අපි මේක ගැන මෙතන කියලා දීලා බලමු. මෙතන මැෂින් එකකින් එනවා එක ග්ලාස් එකක් Kangen water. 1 glass of Kangen water. 1 glass of Kangen water equal to මෙන්න මේ broccoli antioxidation food 5 kg of broccoli. කාට හරි කන්න පුළුවන් මේ කිලෝ 5ක broccoli. කිලෝ 5ක broccoli කෑවොත් තමයි 1 කිලෝ එක ග්ලාස් එකක වතුර හම්බෙන්නේ. එතකොට බ්ලූබෙරි කිලෝ එකක් කෑවොත් තමයි 1 ග්ලාස් එකක වතුර හම්බෙන්නේ. එතකොට green tea 16ක් බිව්වොත් තමයි 1 Kangen water ග්ලාස් එකක් හම්බෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපි මේ පැත්තට ගිහිල්ලා බලමු එහෙනම් 1.5 liter Kangen water. මේ මැෂින් එකෙන් වතුර බෝතලයක් ඔයාලට දාලා මෙන්න මේ වගේ බෝතලයක් right මේ Bandula Kodituwakku water bottle එක okay මේ වගේ Kangen වතුර බෝතලයක් BPA protected අරන් යන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතකොට මේ වතුර බෝතලයක් ඔයා දවසට බොනවා කියන්නේ ඔයා මෙන්න මෙච්චර එළවලු පළතුරු ප්‍රමාණයක් කනවා. bunch of spinach 38 carrots 756 banana 516 fresh apple okay 3.7 kg pumpkin. ඔයාලට මෙන්න මේ ටික කන්න ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? එතකොට ඔයාලා හිතලා බලන්න එක දවසකට ඔයාලට මේ ටික ගන්න මෙන්න මේ සල්ලි ටික වියදම් කරොත් රුපියල් කීයක්ද? කැල්කියුලේට් කරලා බලන්න. එතකොට මේ සල්ලි ටික වියදම් කරොත් රුපියල් කීයක්ද? කැල්කියුලේට් කරලා බලන්න. එක ග්ලාස් එකයි ලීටර් එකමාරයි. එතකොට මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයට වතුර තමයි ප්‍රධානම දේ. ඒ වතුර අවශ්‍යයි තමන්ගේ බරේ හැටියට. එක්සැම්පල් එක මම ඇවිල්ලා 7 to 8 kgs. එතකොට මම වතුර ලීටර් 3ත් 4ත් අතර ගාණක් බොන්න ඕනි. එතකොට මම මේ වගේ දෙපාරක් පළතුරු ගන්න ඕනි. 3 පාරක් පළතුරු ගන්න ඕනි. පොඩි වැඩක්ද? පොඩි සල්ලි කන්දරාවක්ද? එතකොට ඒක එක දවසක් කරලා ඕක 30න් වැඩි කරලා බලන්න මාසෙකට කොච්චර සල්ලිද කියලා. ඔය මාස 12න් වැඩි කරලා බලන්න අවුරුද්දකට කොච්චර සල්ලිද කියලා. ඔය 12 අවුරුදු 5න් වැඩි කරලා බලන්න අවුරුදු 5කට කොච්චර සල්ලිද කියලා. අපි මේ මැෂින් එක අවුරුදු 5ක් ගැරන්ටි. ඊට අමතරව ලයිෆ් ටයිම් ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකක්. ජීවිත කාලයටම ලෝකේ කරන්න ලැබෙන හොඳම ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එක තමයි මේ මැෂින් එකෙන් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ මැෂින් එක අවුරුදු 25ක් කිසිම ටෙක්නිකල් ෆෝල්ට් එකක් නැතුව පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට හිතන්න කිසිම ටෙක්නිකල් ෆෝල්ට් එකක් නැතුව පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක්. ඊට පස්සේ බලමු දැන් මේක මේ හඳුන්වා දීම කොහොමද සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ, කොහොමද කරලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට සයන්ටිෆික් ෆැක්ට් මෙන්න මේ දොස්තරවරු සඳහන් කරලා තියෙනවා මේ හා සම්බන්ධව මේකේ වටිනාකම. Dr. Ray Kurzweil received 12 honorary doctorates and honors from 3 US presidents. එතකොට මේ ડોක්ටර් මේ හඳුන්වා දීම සම්බන්ධව එයාට ඇමරිකාවේ ජනාධිපතිවරු 3 දෙනෙක්ගෙන් හම්බෙලා තියෙන doctorates honors from 3 US president award. මේ හඳුන්වා දීම සම්බන්ධව අපි බලමු මොකක්ද හඳුන්වා දීම. The most important benefit of drinking alkaline water produced by an ionizer is oxidative reduction potential. මේ oxidative reduction potential කියන දේ හඳුන්වා දීම. ඒක කොහොමද මනුෂ්‍ය ශරීරයේ ඒ මයිනස් එක ORP එක ක්‍රියා කරන්නේ? ඒවට ඕට් හම්බෙච්ච කට්ටිය තමයි මෙන්න මේ මෙඩිකල් ඩිවයිස් එක highly recommend කරලා highly මනුෂ්‍ය අතරට ගෙනල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට water with high negative ORP is particular value in its ability to neutralize oxygen free radicals. එතකොට මේක free radicals කියන්නේ මේ සියලුම රෝගකාරක ටොක්සින් විෂ බීජ ඒ ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන් ශරීරය ඇතුලේ සිද්ධ වෙන සියලුම ක්‍රියාවලිය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මේ ડોක්ටර් ක්‍රූස්වෙල් සඳහන් කරලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි බලමු ඕගොල්ලෝ හැමෝම සයන්ස් ඉගෙන ගන්න විද්‍යාව ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඒ ඉගෙන ගන්න අතරතුර ඕගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙනවා අල්කලයිසේෂන් chart එක. ඕගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා ඇති. right? එතකොට ඕගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙනවා මේ අල්කලයිසේෂන් chart එකේ 1 to 14 ගත්තොත් 7 middle neutral. එතකොට normal pH level ශරීරය තුල. එතකොට මේ 7 to 14 health side එක. මේ 1 to 7 sickness, acidity, food and drinks, stress and aging. දැන් මේක තමයි වයසට යෑමේ ක්‍රියාවලිය. මේ පැත්ත රතු පාටයි කහ පාටයි. මේ පැත්ත නිල් පාටයි purple දම් පාටයි. එතකොට මේ පැත්ත raw alkaline food. alkaline කැම බීමර මං කලින් සඳහන් කරේවා. ඊට අමතරව kangen water strength and youth. මේකේ අපිට ශරීරයට පවර් එක දෙනවා, ශක්තිය ලැබෙනවා, ඒ වගේම තරර වෙනවා. ඊගාවට අපි මේ chart එකට ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවොත් දැන් ඔයාලට පේනවා acid alkaline food chart. එතකොට මේ බැලුවාම acid eat less of these. මෙන්න මේවා අඩුවෙන් කැමට ගන්න කියලා තියෙනවා. ඕගොල්ලෝ මේවා කනවනම් මේවා පාවිච්චි කරනවා නම් ඇත්තටම මම අද කියන්න කැමති දන හොනදන කරා නම් මිම්මත්තට මෙන්න මේ කැම ගොඩාක් අඩු කරගන්න alkaline වතුර බොන්න බැරි නම් හැමෝටම ගන්න බෑ. අධික වියදමක් දරන්න බෑ. නමුත් එහෙම කියලා නෑ. අපිට අවශ්‍යතාවයට අපි දේවල් ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ඉන්න ලස්සන ගයක් හදා ගන්න උනොත් කට්ටිය ගයක් හදා ගන්නවා. යන්න එන්න ලස්සන වාහනයක් ගන්න උනොත් වාහනයක් ගන්නවා. ඒ සියලුම දේවල් වලට වැඩිය වටිනාම අවශ්‍යම දේ තමයි මේ මැෂින් එක. ඉතින් ඒක ගන්න බැර නම් ඒත් ගන්නකම් කවදා හරි ඒක පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ ක්‍රියා කරන්න. ඒ ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනකම් මෙන්න මේ කෑම අඩු කරගන්න. බර්ගර්, චිප්ස්, ඩ්‍රින්ක්ස්, ඇල්කොහොල් ಜಾති, ඊට පස්සේ මේ කෙචප්, බෙචප් අරවා මේ තියෙන සියලුම දේවල් ඉන්ක්ලූඩින් කඩේ තියෙන වතුර, ටැප් එකේ තියෙන වතුර ඇතුළු සියලුම දේවල් අඩු කරගන්න. මෙන්න මේ පැත්ත පුළුවන් නම් වැඩි කරගන්න. හැමදාම වේලකට එකතු කරගන්න, පළතුරු එකතු කරගන්න, එළවලු එකතු කරගන්න, බ්‍රොකොලි, ভেජිටබල්ස්, බනානා ඔයාලට පේනවා මේ සියලුම දේවල්. ඊට පස්සේ මෙන්න මේ ටික එකතු කරගෙන කන්න ඔයාලට ජීවිතේ දුක කරදරයකින් තොරව ලෙඩකින් දුකකින් තොරව වැඩි කාලයක් ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ජීවිතේ ආයුෂ වැඩි කරගන්න පුළුවන්. දොස්තරලා ගාවට යන්න ලෙඩ වලට හිඹිරිස්සාව කැස්ස අරවා මේ උණ ඇති වෙන සියලුම ලෙඩ රෝග වලින් ආරක්ෂා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අද ප්‍රධාන එෆෙක්ට් එක වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කට්ටිය කියනවා මේ ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එක. මොකද්ද මේ ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එක කියන්නේ? අන්න ඒක තමයි ජීවිතයේ අවශ්‍ය ප්‍රධානම දේ. එතකොට මේ ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එකට එෆෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේකෙන්. එතකොට ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එක පවර්ෆුල් කට්ටියට කොරෝනා හැදෙන්නේ නැහනේ. ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එක පවර්ෆුල් කට්ටිය මේ කොරෝනා හැදිලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් එයාට පෙන්නලා නැහැ රෝග ලක්ෂණ. එයාට කැස්ස නැහැ, එයාට හිඹිරිස්සාව නැහැ, එයාට උගුරු රිදෙන්නේ නැහැ, එයාට පපුවේ අමාරුව නැහැ, එයාට වමන යන්නේ, එයාට නැහැ මොකුත්. අන්න ඒක තමයි ඉමියුන් සිස්ටම් එක පවර්ෆුල්. එතකොට ඒක පවර්ෆුල් වෙන්න හේතුව තමයි මෙන්න මේ පැත්ත. අපි දැනගෙන හිටියනම් දැන් මට ඇත්තටම අවුරුදු 44ක් වෙනවා. එතකොට මම දැනගෙන හිටියේ නෑ. මම මේක දැනගත්තේ අවුරුදු 42 දී. නමුත් මම මේක අවුරුදු 18 දී 20 දැනගෙන හිටියනම් of course මම මේ කෑම කණේ මම 150ක්වත් අඩු කරලා තමයි ඉන්නේ මෙච්චර කාල. එහෙනම් මම මේකටත් වැඩිය ශරීර සෞඛ්‍ය හොඳම තත්ත්වෙන් ඉන්නවා. right? මං හිතනවා හැමෝම එහෙම ඇති කියලා මේක අහන් ඉන්න කට්ටිය. එතකොට ඕගොල්ලෝ අද අවුරුදු 16, 17, 18 නම් පුරුදු වෙන්න යුරෝපියන් කට්ටිය ඒක කරනවා ගොඩක්ම. ඒක නිසා තමයි යුරෝපියන් කට්ටිය මේ මැෂින් එක දැක්ක ගමන් එකක් නෙමෙයි දෙකක් තුනක් අරන් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ගෙවල් වලට හිතවත් වලට ලෝකේ ඉන්න ගොඩක් දැන් බිල් ගේට් ඒ වගේ ලොකු ආටිස්ට්ලා ලෝක ප්‍රසිද්ධ නළු නිලියෝ ඒ වගේම සියලුම දෙනා මේ මැෂින් සෑහෙන ප්‍රමාණයක් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ හැමතැනම තියාගෙන තිනවා. ගෙදර, යාන වාහනේ, ට්‍රැවල් බෑග් එකේ, ට්‍රැවල් බෑග් එකේ තියාගන්න පුළුවන් මැෂින් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ සියලුම දේවල් අරන් තියෙනවා. එතකොට මේ වීඩියෝ එකේ ටයිම් එක අඩු කරන්න ඕන නිසා අපි ටක් ගාලා බලමු ඊගාට මොකද්ද කියලා. හරි? scientific fact. එතකොට මෙතන Dr. Otto H. Warburg discover the real cause of cancer. ඔන්න ඊගාට මිනිස්සුන්ට ඇති වෙන ප්‍රධානම ප්‍රොබ්ලම් එක. right? ෆයිට් කරලා දිනන්න බැරි එක තමයි කැන්සර් එක. කැන්සර් එකක් හැදුනොත් ඔක්කොම අමතක කරනවානේ. තියෙන වාහනේ අමතක කරනවා, ගෙවල් දොරවල් අමතක කරනවා, සියලුම සහෝදර සහෝදරි හිතවත්තු සියලුම දෙනාට බයි බයි. ඇයි? ගොඩේමක් නැහැ. නමුත් මේ මහත්තයා කියලා තියෙනවා කැන්සර් එකට පිළියමක් තියෙනවා කියලා. ඔයාලා පිළිගන්නවද? හරි අපි බලමු එහෙනම්. Discovered the real cause of cancer. In 1923, මේක හොයාගෙන තියෙන්නේ 1923 and received the Nobel Prize for Physiology in 1931. දැන් මං හිතන්නේ හැමෝම දන්නවා ඇති Nobel Prize කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. මං ඒක ගැන වැඩි එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද එහෙම දැනගන්න ඕන නම් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. මමත් අංග සම්පූර්ණම දැනුමකින් නැහැ. නමුත් මම සියලුම දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. තව කෙනෙක්ට උගන්වන්න ඕන නිසා. ඉතින් මට උගන්වන්න ලෝකෙ වටේම වටිනා දොස්තරවරු මාත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. ජපානයේ ඩොක්ටර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා, කැනඩාවේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා, ඇමරිකාවේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා, ජර්මනියේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් මට ලෝකෙ වටේම කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා. ඊට අමතරව මේ ඩුබායි එකේ සීලුම් දෙනා සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. ඉතින් මට අවශ්‍ය දේවල් මම ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් අහලා ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. ඒ ඉගෙන ගන්න දේවල් ඔයාලත් එක්ක ඇත්තටම ෂෙයා කරනවා. නමුත් පොඩි කාලේ වෙනකොට මෙච්චර දේවල් දැනුමක් තිබ්බනම් ඇත්තටම මං හරි ආස වෙනවා ඩොක්ටර් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න. මොකද ඩොක්ටර් කෙනෙක් වුණා නම් තමන්ගේ ශරීර සෞඛ්‍ය හොඳටම තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. කොච්චර අමාරු වුණත් කොහොම හරි ඉගෙන ගන්න එක වෙන්න. ඉතින් අද කවුරු හරි මේ වීඩියෝ එක බලනවා නම් ඇත්තටම සයන්ස් ගොඩක් වටිනවා ඉගෙන ගන්න. ලංකාවේ හැමෝම දොස්තරවරු වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඇත්තටම සෑහෙන වටින දෙයක්. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා දරුවෝ ඉන්නවා නම් කියලා දෙන්න, උගන්වන්න පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන්ම යොමු කරන්න very important. එතකොට in his work the metabolism of tumors he demonstrated that all forms of cancer are characterized by two basic conditions, acidosis and hypoxia, lack of oxygen. Cancer tissues are acidic, healthy tissues are alkaline. ඒක හරි සිම්පල්. ඒ දොස්තර කියලා දෙනවා cancer tissues කියන්නේ acidic. බොඩි එකේ දැන් මම අර පෙන්නපු acidic ගතිය වැඩි වෙනකොට ඒක ඇවිල්ලා ප්‍රධානම හේතුව කැන්සර් එකට. එතකොට ඒ ගතිය ටිෂුස් වැඩි වෙලා ඔන්න කැන්සර් එක හැදුනා. thank you bye bye කලාස් ලයිෆ් එක ඉවරයි. නමුත් ඇල්කලයින් වෙලා තියෙනවා නම් ඒක අනිත් පැත්ත වෙනවා. එතකොට කැන්සර් එක හොඳ වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ දොස්තර කියලා දිනු කැන්සර් එක හොඳ කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. එතකොට deprive a cell 35 of its oxygen for 48 hours and it may become cancerous. මේ දොස්තර පුදුම දෙයක් කියලා දිනනවා. අච්චර දරුණු කැන්සර් එකක් දවස් 40 පැය 48ක් ඇතුළත දවස් දෙකක් ඇතුළත 135කින් අර වේගෙන් වර්ධනයක නතර කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මෙන්න මේ අපි හඳුන්වලා දෙන්න ඇල්කලයින් කියන වතුර එකෙන්. ඉතින් ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක දහසක් දෙනෙක් ඇත්තටම ටෙස්ටමොනියල් සාක්ෂි දීලා තිනෝ මේ ලෝකෙ වටේද මේ වතුර බීලා ඒගොල්ලොන්ට කැන්සර් හොඳ වෙලා තිනවා කියලා. පිළිකා හොඳ වෙලා තිනවා කියලා. ඉතින් අපි ඊගාවකට බලමු. ඊට පස්සේ මෙයා තව එකක් කියලා තියෙන විශේෂම දෙයක් ජපානයේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඇන්ටි කැන්සර් ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකේ killing cancer not human killing cancer not human බුක් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔයාලට ඕනනම් අරන් බලන්න පුළුවන් මේ පොත. එතකොට ඒකේ තියෙන්නේ killing cancer not human. එතකොට කැන්සර් එකක් අපි කැන්සර් එක මරනවා මිනිස්සුන්ව ජීවත් කරනවා කියලා තමයි ඒ ડોක්ටර් කියලා තියෙන්නේ. මම එතෙන්ට එනවා. අපි බලමු. එතකොට මෙන්න මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය දැන් මේ මැෂින් එකේ තව අනිත් වටිනම third part එක තමයි මයික්‍රෝ ක්ලස්ටරින්. මම අර මුලින් හඳුන්වලා දීපු එකේ third part එක බලන්න. මයික්‍රෝ ක්ලස්ටරින්. මයික්‍රෝ ක්ලස්ටරින් කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? small molecule powerful slow one transporter kangen water tap of bottle water 24 to 26 molecule cluster bulk water. මේ වතුර වල තියෙන සෛල කොට්ටාශ. අන්නේ සෛල කොට්ටාශ පොකුරු තියෙන. ඔයාලට පේන විදිහට දැන් අපි වතුර බෝතලයක් අරන් බොනකොට ටැප් එකේ වතුර එකක් අරන් බොනකොට මේ ශරීරයට මේක දරවා ගන්න බෑ. බීගන යන්න බෑ. දැන් කවුරු හරි එක්කෙනෙක් වතුරලි අපි පොඩ්ඩක් බ්‍රේක් එකක් කරන් තප්පරයක් වතුර ගුරුවක් බීලා ඉන්න. okay if you are I see a lot of people with me. Chaturanga Malli, thank you for joining. Manoj Chaturanga Pereira, hi Manoj, thank you for joining. Latif Abir, what's up my brother? Thank you for joining. I'm doing today a wonderful video, but it's in my language about this valuable product. Of course, I will later explain for you about this, okay? So thank you for joining. Hope you stay healthy and stay blessed wherever you are. So drink hot water very often. Every 15 minutes you need to drink sip of water, guys. So 24 to 26 මේ වගේ බෝල තමයි එන්නේ වතුර එක එනකොට. එතකොට මේ කැංගන් වෝටර් එකේ තියෙන 1 2 3 4 5 6යි. අපේ කැංගන් වෝටර් එකේ තියෙන මේ මොලිකියස් 6යි. එතකොට ඕගොල්ලෝ වතුර බෝතලයක් නෝමල් වතුර බෝතලයක් අරගෙන බිව්වොත් ලීටරයක් පට ගාලා මොකක්ද වෙන්නේ? බඩ පුරවල දානවා. නැකිටින්න බෑ. ඇඟේ ගොඩක් නැති අමාරු හැදෙන්න ගන්නවා. නමුත් අපේ වතුර බිව්වහම කිසිම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඒක අර සීතුරු යනවා වගේ මුළු ශරීරේ හැම සෛලයක් පාසාම ටක් ගාලා ව්‍යාප්ත වෙලා යනවා. ඒකේ තව හොඳම පාටයක් තියෙනවා. මම ඒකට එනවා. එතකොට මේක බිව්වහම superior hydration. ඒ කියන්නේ super තරු පහේ hydration එකක් ඇති වෙනවා බොඩි එකේ. enhance nitrogen absorption එකක් ඇති වෙනවා. effective detoxification detoxification කියන්නේ විෂ බීජ ටක් ගාලා විෂ බීජ මර්ධනය කරන්න හැකියාව ඇති වෙනවා. ඊටම ශීඝ්‍රයි. increase metabolic efficiency. ඔය ඇඟේ පතේ අතන මෙතන හැමතැනම රිදෙන තදවීම අරහෙට හැරෙන්න බෑ මෙහෙට හැරෙන්න බෑ පපුව රිදෙනවා තුනට ටික එක්කමයි කකුල් ආතරයිටිස් අරවා මේවා හැම ප්‍රශ්නයක්ම කලාස් බුදු සරණයි දෙවි පීඨයි ඔක්කොණ්ඩම ටක් ගාලා සූ වෙනවා. improved cellular communication. හැම සෛලයකම ගමනාගමනේ ඒ අතරතුර ගමනාගමනේ ඊටාම හොඳම තත්ත්වයටපත් වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ තව දොස්තර මහත්තයෙක් මෙන්න බලමු මොකක්ද කියලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. scientific facts are the plumbing system for cell. මේ දොස්තර මහත්තයාගේ මේ scientific ක්‍රියාවලිය තමයි major system එකක් ඇතුලේ ඇඟ ඇතුලේ තියෙන cellular සෛලවල ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වයට ප්‍රධානම දේ. මේ දොස්තර මහත්තයා කියන ඩොක්ටර් පීටර් H ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේ මං කියන දේවල් මම ඩොක්ටර් කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයිනේ. එතකොට අවශ්‍ය නම් Google එකට යන්න රිසර්ච් කරලා බලන්න මොකද්ද මේ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ වීඩියෝ එක කියලා. එතකොට ඔයාලට තව වටිනකම තේරෙයි. තව ඕගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගන්න උනන්දු වෙයි. මමත් එහෙම තමයි කරන්නේ. කවුරුත් කිව්වට කිසිම දෙයක් පිළිගන්න කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයි බන්දුල කොඩිතුවක්කු. එතකොට මම්ම කළා බලන්න ඕනේ. මටම අරන් බලන්න ඕනේ. මටම බීලා බලන්න ඕනේ. මේ සුද්ධ වෙන ක්‍රියාවල සියලුම දේවල් සිද්ධ වෙනවාද කියලා. එතකොට මම මේ සියලුම දේවල් භුක්ති විඳපු නිසා විඳපු නිසා තමයි මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය තව කෙනෙක් එක්ක ෂෙයා කරන්නේ. එතකොට every cell is a primarily water. ඒ කියන්නේ හැම ශෛලයකම වතුර තියෙනවා කියලා ඕගොල්ලෝ දැනගෙන හිටියා හෝ නොදැන හිටියා හෝ මේ ડોක්ටර්ට මේ ප්‍රකාශයේ මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය සිද්ධ කරලා දීපු නිසා 2003 දී Nobel Prize හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා. But the water doesn't just sit in the cells. මේක සෛලවල නතර වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. It's move through it a very organized way. ඒක very organized way වලින් අපේ ශෛලවල හැම එකකම ගමනාගමනය කරනු ඉතාම ක්‍රමානුකූලව. ඒක තමයි ඒ කියන්නේ. The process occurs rapidly in tissues that have the aquaporins or water channels. එතකොට ඒ ගමනාගමනය කරන වතුර channels වල වතුර channel වල ගමනාගමනය ඉතාම ක්‍රියාත්මක විදිහට කරනවා. එතකොට මේ දාලා තියෙන මෙන්න මෙතන පින්තූරයක්. මේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ microcluster Kangen water is able to penetrate into and flush toxin out of the cell. බලන්න කොච්චර පුදුම හිතනවද කියලා මේක. ඇඟ ඇතුලේ තියෙන මේ චුට්ටි සෛලයක් මේ සෛල බලන්න බෑ. මේ සෛලයක් හරීම පොඩි මයික්‍රොස්කෝප් වලින් තමයි බලන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකක් ඇතුලේ ගමනාගමනය සිද්ධ වෙන්න පුළුවන් එකම වතුර Kangen water. මොකද මේ තියෙන්නේ normal water bulk quantity වශයෙන්. ඒක යන්න බෑ. මෙන්න මේක තමයි මේ තියෙන සෛලයක් කියන එකේ මේ සෛලයේ අතරතුර චුට්ටි ඉඩ ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙන රින්ගන්. එතකොට මේ සෛලෙන් ඇතුළටත් වතුර යන්න අවශ්‍යයි. ලේ වලට වතුර ගමනාගමනය අවශ්‍යයි. එතකොට මේ වගේ ලොකු බල්ක් වතුර බොනකොට අපිට වතුර ඇතුළට ගන්න බෑ. ඒක නිසා තමයි වැඩිපුර green tea බොන්න කියන්නේ. green tea එකේ තියෙන අර ඒකේ ගමනාගමනයේ ලෙහෙසි නිසා මෙන්න මේ වගේ තැන් වලින් යන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මේ සෛල දෙකක් මේ සෛලි තන්තු අතර පොඩි ඉඩ ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙන. එතකොට ඒ තන්තු වලින් ඔයාලට පේනවනේ මෙච්චර වතුර ගොඩක් බොනකොට මෙන්න මේ වගේ පොඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් තමයි රිංගලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ ડોක්ටර්ස්ලා පැහැදිලි කරලා දීලා Nobel Prize හම්බෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ මැෂින් එකේ දැන් මම මෙච්චර වෙලා කතා කරේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට බොන වතුර වල තියෙන වටිනාකම. මේ මැෂින් එකක් ගත්තාම බොන වතුර විතරක් නෙමෙයි මේකේ වතුර වර්ග 7ක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ටැප් එක ඇරියොත් ගන්න පුළුවන් එකම වතුර එකයි. ලෝකේ තියෙන ඕන ටැප් එකක් ඇරියොත් එකම වතුර එකයි. එතකොට අපේ මැෂින් එක ගෙදර තියෙන ටැප් එකට හයි කරලා මේ පොඩි මයික්‍රෝවේව් එක වගේ දේ එක ටැප් කොනක් ගෙදර තියෙන ටැප් එකට හයි කරලා අනිත් කොනේ වතුරක් ගන්නවා. ඒ අනිත් කොනේ වතුරක් ගන්නකොට ඔයාලට හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන් ද වතුර වර්ග 7ක් එනවා කියලා මැෂින් එකේ. වතුර වර්ග 7ක් එනවා. අපි බලමු ඒ 7 වටිනාකම කොහොමද කියලා. දැන් මම ඔයාලට එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරේ මෙච්චර වෙලා වතුර වර්ග 3ක් ගැන. ඒතර Kangen water, drinking water. ඒ කියන්නේ පානීය ජලය ගැන විතරයි මම කතා කරේ. ඒතර 8.5 9 8.59 9 pH කියන වතුර ගැන තමයි දැන් මම කතා කරේ. එතකොට දැන් මම ඊගාවට කතා කරන්නේ ඊට වැඩිය තවත් වටිනාකමින් යුතු වතුරක් තියෙනවා 11.5 pH. ඒ කියන්නේ strong Kangen water. බලමු අපි මේ 11.5 pH වතුර කියන එක දැන් මේක මැෂින් එක ඇතුලෙන් හයි කරාට පස්සේ මේකේ ටැප් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. උඩ ටැප් එකයි යට ටැප් එකයි. එතකොට උඩ ටැප් එකෙන් පානීය ජලය එනවා යට ටැප් එකෙන් වතුර එළියට යනවා. අහක යනවා. එතකොට ඒ අහක යන වතුර වල තියෙන වැලියු එක කොච්චරක්ද කියලා ඔන්න ඕගොල්ලන්ට දැන් දැනගන්න පුළුවන්. කොච්චර මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් ගෙදරකට ව්‍යාපාරයකට කඩේකට හොටෙල් එකකට බිස්නස් එකකට මේ මැෂින් එක සම්බන්ධ කරගත්තොත් කොච්චර ඉතුරුවක් කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන එක අපි දැන් මේ සම්බන්ධව බලමු. මේ පේන පින්තූරේ ඔයාලා දැක්ක පළතුරු ගොඩක් තියෙන වතුර එක. ඕගොල්ලෝ කොහොමද ගෙදර එළවලු පළතුරු හොදන්නේ? හරි සිම්පල් නේ. ඕගොල්ලෝ ටැප් එකට ඇල්ලුවා ටට්ටක් ගාලා බකට් එකට දැම්මා බාස්කට් එකට දැම්මා පිඟානකට දැම්මා කෝප්පෙට දැම්මා බෝල් එකට දැම්මා හේදුව ගත්තා කලස් ඉවරයි. thank you bye bye. ඔව් එහෙම කාලයක් තිබ්බ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ කිසිම එහෙම කන්න බොන්න. ඒ දැනට අවුරුදු 100කට විතර කලින් අපි ඉපදෙන්න කලින් අපේ සීයලාගේ ආච්චිලාගේ කාලේ මොකද ඒ දවස්වල අර මං කියපු ක්‍රියාවලිය අඩුයි. ගෙවල් අඩුයි, ටොයිලට්ස් අඩුයි, විස බීජ අඩුයි, වාහන අඩුයි, සීලුම දේවල් වලින් කෙමිකල්ස්, පෙස්ටිසයිඩ්ස් මුකුත් නැහැ. නමුත් අද මොකද්ද? අද හැම තැනම පරිසරය දූෂණය වෙලා. එතකොට මේ පරිසරය දූෂණය මේවට බෙහෙත් ගහනවා. සීලුම දේවල් මේ එකතු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මේව කන්න හොඳ නැහැ. මේව කන්න බෑ. මේව කෑවොත් මේව නිසා තමයි මිනිස්සු ලෙඩ වෙන්නේ. ඒ දවස්වල අපේ සීලාච්චි ලෙඩ වුන්නේ නැහනේ. නමුත් දැන් අද අපේ සීලාච්චිල ලෙඩ වෙන්න ප්‍රධාන හේතුව මොකද? මිනිස්සයා විසින් කරන ක්‍රියාවලියන් නිසා. එතකොට ඒකෙන් විනාශ වෙන්නේ කවුද? අපිම තමයි. එතකොට අපි අපේ ගැන ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරගන්න නැත්නම් වෙන කාටවත් අපිව ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරන්න බෑ. ඒක නිසා අපිව ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරගන්න අපි දැනුවත් වෙමු. දැනුවත් වෙන්න නම් මේ වීඩියෝ එක බලන්න, මේ වීඩියෝ එක ඔයාලා ෂෙයා කරන්න. ඔයාලට හිතනවා නම් මගේ කාලේ වටිනවා, මම මේ කරපු දේ වටිනවා කියලා ඔයාලගේ කමෙන්ට්ස් දාන්න. ඔයාලට මොන හරි දැනගන්න ඕන නම් මාව පර්සනලි මගෙත් එක්ක අහන්න. මගේ YouTube channel එක subscribe කරන්න. very important. ඉතින් බලන්න මෙන්න මේ මහත්තයා. it's only business. ඒ මහත්තයා කියනවා කල්ලි වල්ලි no problem, කිසිම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. මේක බිස්නස් එකක් විතරයිනේ. මට ඕනේ සල්ලිනේ. අන්න එයා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේ අපේ මිනිස්සුන්ට කන්න බොන්න ගෙදර වත්තේ හරි ෆාම් එකේ හරි වවන ඒවා මෙන්න මේ විදියට වැඩි ආදායමක් ගන්න විස බීජ කරලා බෙහෙත් ගහලා ඒ මිනිස්සයා මාස් දෙකක් දාගෙන පුල් සූට් එකක් ඇඳගෙන පුල් කවර් එකේ it's not safe for him to breathe. එයාට හුස්ම ගන්න හොඳ නැති මේ කෙමිකල් ගහනවා. how can it be safe for you to eat? එයාට මේක හුස්ම ගන්නත් හොඳ නැහැ. එතකොට ඔයාටයි මටයි කොහොමද මේක හොඳ වෙන්නේ? කෑමට. එතකොට අද ඕක තමයි මේ ලෝකෙ සිද්ධ වෙන ක්‍රියාවලිය. එතකොට මෙන්න මේකට එරෙහි වෙන්න නම් අපි දැනුවත් විය යුතුයි. එතකොට අපේ දරුවන්, අපේ ඥාතීන් අපි දැනුවත් කළ යුතුයි. එතකොට කිසිම ලෙඩක් දුකක් නැතුව ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට දැන් නමුත් ප්‍රශ්න වෙලා තින්නේ මේක ලෝකෙට ව්‍යාප්ත වෙලා ඉවරයි. එතකොට මේක තමයි හැම මුදලාලි කෙනෙක්ම කරන්නේ. හැම බිස්නස් කාරයෙක්ම කරන්නේ. හැම ව්‍යාපාරිකයෙක්ම කරන්නේ. එතකොට අපි බලමු මේක කොහොමද අපි ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරගන්නේ කියලා. ප්‍රොටෙක්ට් කරගන්නේ කියලා. රයිට්. අපි ඊගාට මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එකට යමු. මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එකේ තියෙනවා ඔයාලට මේකේ වටිනාම මම අර කතා කරපු වතුර වර්ග ගැන 8.5 pH 9.5 pH energic machine produce 5 type of water. මේ තියෙන්නේ අර මං කියපු sweet little cute Livlock SD501 medical device එක. මේක ඇවිල්ලා water filter එකක්. මොකද මම මේ වගේ international country එකක හිටපු නිසා මං ලෝකෙ ගැන ගොඩක් දැනගත්ත නිසා. ඒ වගේම මං ගොඩක් research කරනවා. මම studies කරලා මම 100% හොයලා බලලා තීරණ ගන්න නිසා. එතකොට මම මේ දේ මට ඒගොල්ලෝ ડોක්ටර්ස්ලා කිව්වත් මට ඒගොල්ලෝ අඳුන්වලා දුන්නත් මම තීරණය කරේ නැහැ. මම මේක රිසර්ච් කරලා බැලුවා 100%. Google එකේ ඔයාලට ඕන තැනක රිසර්ච් කරලා බලලා අන්න එතෙන්දි තමයි මම ෆයිනල් ඩිසිෂන් එක ගත්තේ. yes this is the best one at the moment in the world. මේක තමයි දැනට ලෝකේ තියෙන හොඳම වතුර බොන්න මෙඩිකල් ඩිවයිස් එක කියලා. ඉතින් ෆිල්ටර් සම්බන්ධ කරන්න බෑ. ඉතින් මේකේ මෙඩිකල් ඩිවයිස් එකේ මෙච්චර වටිනාකමක් තියෙන්නේ මොකද කියන එක ගැනත් මම හඳුන්වලා දෙනවා. ඉතින් මම තව වීඩියෝ ගොඩක් කරලා දානවා එකින් එකට. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මගේ YouTube channel එකේ බලන්න ගොඩක් වීඩියෝස් තියෙනවා දැන් මේ සම්බන්ධව. ඉතින් මේ අද කරේ මේකේ වටිනාම පාර්ට් එක. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ වීඩියෝ එක ටිකක් වෙලා යන වීඩියෝ එකක් උනේ. ඉතින් beauty water මේකේ තියෙනවා ඊට අමතරව drinking water අමතරව clean water. right? මේ clean water value එක අපි බලමු pH 7, beauty water 5.5 pH, strong kangen water 11.5 pH, strong acidity water 2.5 pH. එතකොට මේ එකම මැෂින් එකකින් මෙච්චර දේවල් ගෙදරට ලැබෙනවා කියන්නේ ඔයාලා දොස්තර කෙනෙක් ගෙදර ගෙනහිල්ලා තියාගත්තා වගේ. නැත්තම් පවුලේ ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා වගේ. නැත්තම් මේ සියලුම දේවල් ඉගෙනගෙන ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් වුණා වගේ. ඉතින් මොකද්ද වටිනාකම? ලෙඩ හැදිලා දුක් විඳින්න ඉස්පිරිතාලේ යනවද නැත්නම් මෙන්න මේ දේ තමන් අරන් ගෙදර තියා ගන්නවද කියන එක තීරණය කිරීම ඔබ සතුයි. අපි ගිහින් බලමු මේ ගාවට ඒ වතුර වලින් වෙන වටිනාකම. Kangen water 2.5 pH eczema. එතකොට මෙන්න මේ වගේ ඇති වෙන rash right සම්බන්ධව පේනවනේ ඔයාලට මේ වගේ වතුරෙන් හොදන්න තියෙන්නේ බොන්න තියෙන්නේ 2.5 එකකින් හොදුවාම මෙන්න මාස 3යි හොඳ වෙලා. ඉතින් මේ වීඩියෝ එකට ගොඩාක් වෙලා යන නිසා දැන් ප්‍රධානම දේවල් ටික මම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරා. ඊගාවට මම නැවත වීඩියෝ එකකින් මේ එකින් එකට විස්තර කරලා තව වීඩියෝ කරනවා. එහෙනම් අපි බලමු. ඉතින් මේ වීඩියෝ බලන්න ඕන නම් ඕගොල්ලෝ මගෙත් එක්ක channel එකට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න. ඉතින් බලමු අපි ඊගාව ස්ලයිඩ් එකට ගිහිල්ලා. මෙන්න මේ ලෝකේ ඉන්න වටිනාම ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් ජපානයේ හිරෝමි ශින්යා කියන මේ මහත්තයා ડોක්ටර් of the Japanese royal family. මේ ડોක්ටර් තමයි ජපානයේ royal family එකේ ડોක්ටර්. එතකොට මෙයා සඳහන් කරලා තියෙනවා professor of royal family එකේ ડોක්ටර් plus professor of surgery Albert Einstein College of Medicine chief of endoscopy Beth Medical Center New York. එතකොට මේ ડોක්ටර් හඳුන්වලා දීලා තිනවා මේ කැන්සර් එකට අර මම කලින් කියපු ඕගොල්ලන්ට killing cancer not human. Okay, so මේ එකින් එකට තව විස්තර කරන්න මම තව වීඩියෝස් දානවා බලන්න වීඩියෝස්. ඉතින් අපි මෙතනින් එහා ටක් ගාලා බලමු inflammation. Okay, මේ cancer tissues ඇති වෙලා තියෙන විදිය before 3 months after 3 months. Okay, මේ කලින් මේ පාටට බ්‍රවුන් වෙලා ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මුළු කැන්සර් එක හැමතැනම ව්‍යාප්ත වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට මෙතන ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති after 3 months ලස්සන්ට ක්ලියර් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අර මං කලින් කියපු ක්‍රියාවලියන් සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට මෙතන පේනවා ඇති chronic constipation cancer before after 3 months. ඉතින් මේවා ගැන එකින් එකට වෙනම වීඩියෝ මම අනාගතයේ දානවා. එතකොට අපි බලමු මෙන්න මේවයි තියෙන සර්ටිෆිකට්. එතකොට දැන් මම ඩුබායි එකෙන් පටන් ගන්නම්. අපි ඩුබායි ඉන්න නිසා මොකද ඩුබායි එකේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙඩිකල් ඩිවයිස් එකක් තියා පැනඩෝල් පෙත්තක්වත් මෙහි විකුණන්න බෑ අප්‍රූව් වෙන්න නැතුව. එතකොට මේකේ තියෙන මේ සර්ටිෆිකට්ස් ටික certified of conformity Emirates Authority of Standardization of Metrology UAE. ඉතින් මේ සර්ටිෆිකට් වලට අමතරව මම තව වීඩියෝ එකක් මේකේ අප්ලෝඩ් කරනවා අපේ මේ මෙඩිකල් ඩිවයිස් එකේ award and certificates කියන එක. ඒක බලන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඕගොල්ලෝ කවුරු හරි දන්නේ නැත්නම් බලන්න මේ මොකද්ද මේ ISO 9001 value එක. ISO 14001 value එක. කොහොමද ඒක මේ ඩිවයිස් එකට ආවේ? ඊට අමතරව ISO 13485 මෙන්න මේක තමයි වටිනාම සර්ටිෆිකට් එක. මේක හැම එකකටම හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. වෝටර් ෆිල්ටර්ස් දහසක් මාකට් එකේ ඇති. අහලා බලන්න ඔයාලට රෙකමන්ඩ් කරනකොට ඔයාලගේ මැෂින් එක, ඔයාලගේ ඩිවයිස් එක, ඔයාලගේ වෝටර් ෆිල්ටර් එකට මෙන්න මේ වගේ ISO certified ද කියලා. ISO certified නම් no problem. නමුත් දැනට මෙඩිකලි අප්‍රූව් කළ ලෝකේ එකම සර්ටිෆයිඩ් එකක් ඇතුළු තියෙන එකම මැෂින් එක එකයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒ මෙන්න මේක විතරයි කැන්ගන් වෝටර්. ඊට අමතරව මෙතන තියෙනවා අපි gold standard awards සර්ටිෆිකට් එක. ඉතින් මම මේ සර්ටිෆිකට් ගැන තව වීඩියෝ එකක් දානවා පස්සේ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් මේ වීඩියෝ එක ඉතාම වටිනවා කියලා හිතනවා නම් මට ලයික් එකක් දාන්න වීඩියෝ එකට ෂෙයා කරන්න. ඉතින් ගොඩක් ඔයාලගේ වැලියබල් ටයිම් එක මාත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හිටියට බොහොම ස්තුතියි. ඉතින් මට අද මේ වගේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් දෙක තුනක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් කරන්න මේ අපේ ඩිෆරන්ට් ටයිප් ඔෆ් මැෂින් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේක ඩුබායි UAE ඉන්න කෙනෙක් බැලුවොත් නම් එයාලට මේ මැෂින් එක ගන්න ඕන නම් අරගෙන ගෙදරට යවන්න ඕන නම් ඔයාලට පේනවා ඇති මෙහි අපි සියලුම බැංකුත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. Emirates NBD 6 to 12 month දෙනවා. Emirates Islamic Bank 12 to 24 months දෙනවා. Dubai Islamic Bank 6, 12, 18, 24, RAC Bank and ADCB.
Have you ever wondered what the quality of your health is going to be like depending on the water that you drink? Your body is 75% water and you deserve to drink the best water. My name is Amanda Bobbitt and I've been drinking KANGEN water now for the last 7 years. So 7 years ago, my health was not the same. I was considered clinically obese, I had mercury poisoning, I had adrenal fatigue, and I had lost my female cycle for 8 entire years, and I was sick. So I did what most people do is they go to the doctor, and I kept going to the doctor getting a pill for my symptom. Well, pill after pill, doctor after doctor, same thing. Until this amazing water came into my life. My grandfather is a very scientific, very skeptical man, and he heard about this water technology. My grandfather purchased a device. And because of that, my whole entire family wanted to own that. Because if grandfather researched it and he bought it, it's got to be good. So my whole family got this water. I started drinking the water. My health started changing. And as a result, people wanted to know what I was doing. And at the time, the only thing I had changed was my water. So when people started asking me, I said, you know what? I think it's because I'm drinking this water. They says, Amanda, but you're losing weight and your skin is looking great and you have all this energy. And I kept telling them, I think it's this water. And they looked at me like, really? Are you trying to sell me snake oil? I said, look, I'm not selling anything, but I have this device. It's a medical device that we import from Japan, and it makes 300 gallons of water a day. So why don't you guys just come over and drink this water and see for yourself its health results? And as a result, the first month and a half, I had over 50 people coming in to get this water. And I seen exactly what this water was doing to other people's health. And that's when I said, I am all in. I want to help as many people as possible. And I'm going to do it one glass of water at a time. So now I go around, travel, speak, and help people around the globe. So I'm honored to be here with you today to be able to share this with you as well. So what we have here is a certified medical device from Japan. It's been in Japan for the last 44 years. It's certified by 6,500 doctors there for preventative adult diseases, things that we can prevent. So in Japan, they tend to prevent health from getting sick, and you pay your doctor when you're well. So they're encouraged to keep you well. But here in the US, we tend to pay our doctors when we are sick. And so here in the US, we are now number 52 on longevity. We spend $2.7 trillion every year after we become sick. In Japan, they're number 1 or number 2 in longevity, and that's where you prevent. So I'm so excited to be able to share with you these 3 amazing benefits of this water, the properties. So the first property we have with Kangen water is its antioxidant potential. Second thing is it's alkalized. And the third thing, it's going to hydrate you. So we're going to go through these 3 different properties here today. So the first one being antioxidants. So you probably heard of free radicals. So free radicals come from our cell phones, microwaves, TVs, radios, computers, the air, the food. Those free radicals cause oxidation or rust. So you cut an apple open or an avocado open, you see that browning process that takes place? That is oxidation. And that's happening in our bodies and creates inflammation. Inflammation and oxidation are linked to nearly every single disease process. And wherever you are genetically susceptible to that process is where we start to see it happening first. So what an antioxidant does, its job is to neutralize free radicals. So we have our vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin A, fruits and vegetables. Those protect from free radicals. So if you cut an apple open and you spray this Kangen water on that apple, it tends to stay fresh for 4 hours before it starts to brown. You put it on our body, and it's a natural antioxidant, anti-inflammatory. So those of you that might be struggling with things like itises, like arthritis and bursitis and tendonitis and colitis, those are inflammational issues. So we're going to go through these different liquids here, and we're going to see if they're either creating more oxidation, more inflammation, more aging in the body, or if they're antioxidant, anti-inflammatories to the body. So we've got a chart here, and this is known as the oxidation reduction potential chart. So 0 is neutral. Anything positive creates inflammation and aging and oxidation. Negative is antioxidant, anti-inflammatory to the body. So the first one we're going to check is called Dasani, or I now call it dishonest water. This one in 2007, in Europe, they were caught putting tap water in their bottles, repackaging that tap water and selling it right back to the public. The first ingredient in this water is magnesium sulfate, which tends to make you more thirsty. So why would they do that? Could it be that bottled water is an $18 billion industry in the US? So they are encouraging us to drink more bottled water. Then the second thing we have to think about is water is a solvent and a scavenger. You put water in plastic, it's going to leach these plastic chemical hormones in. One of those hormones is called xenoestrogen. And 75% of men and women that have breast cancer have too much estrogen. It's a growth factor for the body. It's an estrogen mimicking compound called xenoestrogen. And so water sits in here, and who knows how long it's been sitting there. It could be a couple months, it could be a couple years, we just don't know. So anytime you can move the plastic like that, it's a very terrible quality plastic. Then we have our Propel. And when I started Kangen water, I was drinking a lot of artificial beverages because I was very afraid of calories. And so instead, I would go through things like Propel and Gatorade. I would do a lot of Monsters and Red Bulls, but they were always diet everything. Here we have Sprite. So the Sprite, same thing. I would do diet, but this has a lot of high fructose corn syrup, which is also very oxidizing to the body. And then we have our Kangen water here. And this is freshly made Kangen water. The fresher you can drink it, the better results you're gonna see. Now we have a meter. This is called an oxidation reduction potential meter. And we're just gonna put it in these different liquids and see the reading that we get. So right now we are going up, and Dasani water is going up and up and up. And right now we're leveling off about a positive 165. And the longer that water sits in this plastic container, the higher that number is going to go. The more oxidation it's creating, the more inflammation and aging it's creating in the body. Okay, so whoa, we're at 234 now. Next one, Aquafina, 220 positive, going up. Now for the artificial sweet, whoa, 317 positive. Next one, Soda Pop, 320, it's about the same. And now the Kangen water here. And we have a negative 622. You could not eat enough fruits and vegetables in one entire day to get the equivalent of 1 glass of Kangen water. Now, I will tell you, there is a downfall to antioxidants in the food-based form. You see, here's what happens. There's a little secret that the scientists know they don't ever tell you about. That is, when you eat an antioxidant, let's say it's blueberries. Blueberries come into the body, it donates its antioxidant and neutralizes that free radical, but then you have to digest the blueberry. And anything that you digest leaves behind a waste. It's called an ash, and it still goes on to do more and more oxidation in the body. So it's slowing down the oxidation process. However, water is the only thing you don't digest, you absorb it. So when it comes in, those antioxidants neutralize those free radicals, but do not become free radicals themselves. So it literally stops and helps to reverse the whole cycle of oxidation in the body. Another benefit of water is there's no vitamins attached to it. So vitamin A and vitamin E, those will build up in your body over time. Since there's no vitamins, you can drink as much as you want of this water. It's not gonna have any side effects that are negative to your health. So that's the first property, the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory protection, okay? It's probably one of the most popular things out there on the market today is antioxidants. Everybody wants the fountain of youth, and our bodies are 75% water. The next thing we're gonna talk about is the pH. So the pH is very important. Our bodies prefer to be slightly alkaline in the blood. And so what this chart does, it's a 0 to 14 chart. 7 is neutral. Anything below 7 is acidic. That's where disease thrives in that acidic environment. Anything above 7 is alkaline. That's a healthy environment. Stress, alcohol, artificial sweeteners, and tobacco are the fastest ways to put your body into that acidic oxidized state. And here in the US, a lot of us are consuming a diet, which is the standard American diet, which stands for SAD. So we're eating 80% acid forming foods and only 20% alkaline forming foods. And our body then goes into a state called acidosis. In that state, your body is so smart, it's gonna protect you. Your blood has to be alkaline. So when you put a hamburger or French fries or a soda pop or Coke or Diet Pop, whatever that might be, your body is gonna look for bicarbonate buffers. Those are minerals or electrolytes found in calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. Those come from bones, tissues, ligaments, joints, and cartilage. So the more acid you put into your body, the more state of acidosis your body goes through, and it starts to pull those minerals out of the bones and put it into the blood. And then later in life, we wonder why we fall down and we break a hip, because your body is pulling those minerals to add it to the blood to help to balance you. And then over time, your body becomes weak and brittle and you start breaking down. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna take what's known as phenol red pH drops, same thing you use for a pool, and we're just gonna add these different liquids. We're gonna add some drops to these different liquids. So Dasani water here If our body is 75% water, Dasani is acid water. And if we were to put fish in this type of water, there's not enough oxygen available. So they can't breathe, they go hypoxic. And our cells also require oxygen. So now we are acidic and we're depriving our cells of oxygen. Here is our Aquafina. Same thing, very acidic. Propel, very acidic. Soda pop, Kangen water, very alkalizing to the body. Now notice I said alkalizing, and I say that for a reason, because some people think, wow, it's so awesome. I'm just gonna go to the store and I'm gonna find alkaline water. Well, that's great, except for you turn it on the back and you look at the ingredients. The first ingredient in these alkaline waters are sodium bicarbonate. That's known as baking soda. So I can just save myself money and I can go to my tap, pour tap water and put baking soda in my water to make alkaline water. This technology does not add anything to that water, meaning that it's not going to be alkaline, it's called alkalized through electricity. So instead of a chemical change, it's an electrical change. So it's completely two different things. Those alkaline waters will build up in the body because there's all those inorganic minerals, where this technology is not adding anything, so it's not going to build up. You will not become too alkaline from drinking it. It's just going to help to balance you. So here we go. A little bit here, a little bit here. Oh, what happened here? These things here, so extremely acidic and toxic, it requires 3 entire gallons of Kangen water at 9.5 just to bring one of these back to a neutral state. So imagine you're at a party, you have a little bit of soda pop, here's your healthy body. Completely ruins it. All of them. Isn't that amazing? 32 to 1. That means one soda pop, 1 entire gallon of Kangen water just to neutralize it. Okay, so that's the alkalinity. Now we're going to talk about the absorption. So when we're drinking a lot of water, do you ever feel that bloated, full, sloshing sensation? I know I used to, and I would never drink a large amount of water before I went to the gym or running or jogging because I'd feel it in my stomach. And one of the amazing benefits of this is Kangen water is absorbed very rapidly into your system. Inside of our cells are positively charged, and tap water is positively charged. So when we drink it, that water is sitting outside of our cell walls. It's not hydrating, it's not cleansing, it's not detoxifying, it's not flushing. However, when we drink Kangen water, it's very negatively charged, penetrates our cells very easily. You drink it, it comes into our cells, it hydrates us, and it flushes out and cleanses the body. So it's a natural cleanse every single day that you drink water. So what I'm going to do to show you that is I'm going to make some tea. So in order to make tea, traditionally, you'd want to do typically a couple minutes of boiling that water. And when we do that, when we boil water, it turns very small, it turns into steam, it evaporates. It goes right into the tea bag and it makes tea with hot water. But we cannot make tea with cold water typically. So I'm going to show you just how this works. So this is an illustration of how this water gets into our body. So I want you to imagine that this is your brain. Your brain is 80% water. So here's our brain, and here's our brain drinking bottled water. So it can't penetrate because those molecules are very large. It's not getting into the tea. It's not able to penetrate that tea bag like it can't penetrate our cells. So that's typical. Now this is how it gets into the tea, or gets into our brain, into our cells. You can see that. So you can come over here, tea, and water transport. So if you are taking good quality vitamins, minerals, and supplements, water is what helps to bring it into the cells. So you're really going to feel better absorption from all those vitamins because of the water as well. So 20 cups of tea with 1 tea bag is what you can make with Kangen water. Isn't that incredible? So that's the drinking water. Now, not only does this device make the best drinking water for you, your friends, your family, your pets, it makes 7 different types of water. So I can take my finger and push the button there called 2.5, which is very, very, very acidic. But at that pH, that water right there disinfects and destroys 99.9% of bacteria and germs. It kills things like MRSA, staph, gangrene, AIDS virus, E. coli, salmonella. So you can use it on your countertops, your toilets, your sinks, your mirrors. It's not going to harm anything. So if you have children at home like I do, they drink it, no worries. You're not going to go to the hospital. However, if you've got bleach under your countertop and your baby drinks it, you are going to go to the hospital. So you can push a button on that unit that kills all living bacteria, but it's not toxic. So you can use it on your skin. What I'd highly recommend is on my website, Amanda Bobbett, spelled BOBBETT.com, you can actually find these different books. So this is my friend Dr. Peggy Parker, who's a biological medicine doctor and scientist. She tells you step by step on how to use these different waters for your health and for your kitchen and for your home. So I'm just going to read through a couple of these here. So she says things like acne. If you had acne, cuts, scrapes, wounds, herpes, diaper rash, eczema, psoriasis, antiperspirant, rosacea, shingles, hair care, eye health, earaches, sinus infections and allergies, all these different uses. Brushing your teeth. My dentist has had a unit now for 6 years. And so will yours. Acid reflux. This is so common. She says, taking acid blockers creates a vicious downward spiral when it comes to proper digestion. However, this issue is one of the fastest to respond to drinking high quality ionized water. She says high quality because there's a lot of other brands out there. She's actually tested inside of people's bodies. And if she finds a better one, she would let us know. But so far, out of all of her years of research and testing the internal tissues, she's not found any of them that work better than this one. Food poisoning, E. coli, salmonella, hydrocolon therapy, yeast infections, dialysis patients, nail funguses, babies and children, baby formula, pets and animals. So she made 3 books, one for you, one for your home, and one for your kitchen. So you can find these on my website, amandabobbett.com. Okay, so those are excellent. The next water we're going to talk about is called 11.5. So 11.5 is all the way to the top. It's very alkalizing. It's not a drinking water. It's used for cleaning our fruits and vegetables because there's herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides on our food that are oil-based. So I'm going to show you this. Water and oil typically don't mix, and we're going to prove that right here. When I seen this, I was shocked. I could not believe it. So here is just simple sesame oil. We're going to put a little bit in this one, a little bit in this one, and we're going to see about water and oil mixing. So that's traditional. Water and oil don't mix. Wait till you see this. Now, here's their 11.5. The machine also makes this water here. So this one is able to break down oil bonds. So this is my laundry soap, my carpet cleaner, and my window wash. As well as when I come home from the grocery store, I have all my produce. I take out the bottom containers of my fridge and I pour 11.5 in there. Wash everything. I get about a week longer of shelf life on the food because you strip anything off of it that's going to cause it to age. And it tastes completely different when you take off all the chemicals. So I'm just going to show you real quickly here. So we have the tomatoes going in here. And pesticides and herbicides, side in Latin means death. And so what it's doing, it's killing the pests. And inside of our body, it's killing our good gut bacteria. And our brain and our gut communicate. So you really want to have a good balance. But unfortunately, if you're eating pesticides, you're killing your good bacteria. So we're going to test it out. So this is the regular water here. And then we're going to see what we can pull off of these tomatoes. Okay. We'll just let that sit for one moment there. And why I do that, I'm going to share with you Bob Wright, who's my friend. He's a very wonderful, wonderful gentleman. Bob Wright's the founder of the American Anti-Cancer Institute. He lost both of his parents to chemotherapy and radiation. And so in this book, he talks about natural things that you can do to help overcome cancer. He has a whole chapter here. Step 3 of cancer diet. Restructured ionized water could save your life. Then he puts a whole chapter just on this water. So I want you guys to know about that. It's also on my website, amandabobbett.com. Another thing here we're going to talk about is colon health. You see, we have 23 feet from here to here, and we can store up to 15 pounds of fecal matter in our colon. I had my very first colonoscopy when I was only 22 years old. I self-diagnosed myself with leaky gut syndrome. It'd be a week before I'd go to the bathroom. And then when I did go get my colonoscopy, the doctor says, "Don't worry, Mandy, you're fine. You just need stool softeners." So then I was put on stool softeners for years. So here's a gentleman. His name is Dr. Shinya. Dr. Shinya, he's done over 370,000 colonoscopies and 140,000 polypectomies. This gentleman and Dr. Wolf developed the colonoscopy, and he invented the polypectomy. This is the medical advisor behind Enagic, the company. This gentleman has a book that I highly recommend called The Enzyme Factor. He talks about this water. He talks about enzymes in your nutrition you're putting in your body. On the back, he says, drinking Kangen water can help cure obesity, that antacids will make your stomach worse, medication often makes you sicker, your body is designed to heal itself, and ignorance is making us sick. Highly respected doctor, considered the #1 doctor in Japan, one of the top 10 surgeons in the world. This is Dr. Shinya. So this is one of his findings here. So this is a patient of his. It's a 45-year-old female with breast cancer, chronic constipation after 2 days of preparing for this exam. So you can see all the fecal matter here, and this is after 3 months of treatment. So the first thing you're going to notice when you start to drink the water is your ability to release waste out of the body. Because if you're not doing that, what happens is your body starts reabsorbing toxicity. Then we have yeast, bacteria, and funguses that must eat. And what they're finding to eat is our fecal matter. Then inside of your body, from their body, they're leaving a very toxic, very acidic waste behind that leads to diseases of all types. So one of the first things you're going to notice is how your body is going to process that waste and help cleanse it out of your system. This is a 65-year-old female cigarette smoker with breast cancer, before and after. Okay, so let's get back to these tomatoes. So we have the tap water tomatoes here. Over here, 11.5, pulling off those oil-based chemicals. Isn't that incredible? All that waste is coming off. So the 11.5 water, there's so many different uses for it, and it's explained in all those different books. We also have a beauty water for the skin and the hair. That one tightens and tones. So things like age spots, moles, wrinkles, it works great. It's a nice detangler for your hair. There's also one other water, just clean filtered water for taking any kind of medication if you are on medication. All right, just a few last things here and then we're going to conclude. This is probably one of the hardest things for me about this business, is what if? This gentleman was diagnosed with prostate cancer and ulcerative colitis. He says the latter condition results in bowel obstruction, hospitalization, and they threatened to remove his colon. However, after drinking Kangen water for just 3 days, nightly diarrhea resolved, and is now returned in 2.5 years, and he's off steroids. He says, none of my physicians recommended or approved my drinking of Kangen water since they had never heard of it, including my 2 brothers, an ophthalmologist and a cardiologist. I'm glad I did not listen to them. As my gastroenterologist says, I continue to be in remission, and my most recent colonoscopy was normal. So could you imagine if you had something like this going on, and you talked to somebody that didn't know what you know now about this water, and you didn't at least try it because of their opinion? Or maybe you're going online, you're typing in Kangen water. Well, guess what? Our competitors absolutely, unequivocally love us. That's because we're educating you. Then you go online, you type in Kangen water. The first 3 things that pop up are Kangen water scam, don't buy this until you see this, and IN as a review site. They want you to get curious, to click it, to go over to their site. So then you're sold something that's less quality, might last for 6 months or so, and then the benefits you're receiving, you're gonna notice go away. And if you want more information on that, I've got all the machines in my garage. I buy them from people that made the wrong mistake and bought them, and then they end up buying the right one after that. So I've got all those to show you if you ever want to see them. But what if? What if it could potentially help your health and you didn't try it because of someone else's opinion? So now we're going to get into the pets. They love it as well, but we're going to actually talk about the different units. So first off, the units themselves are 100% tax deduction. That's right, it'll cost you more not to own one than to own one. Because once you get one, you have the ability to help other people. So that means when you have family coming over to your home or anyone that comes and stops by at your house, and you start feeling the benefits and they start seeing the benefits, we'll set you up with some bags and you can actually give out this water. Now you have the intention to help people, and the company will send you a thank you check if you wanted a thank you check. And so with that, you have an in-home based business and your life now becomes a tax deduction. So things like your cell phone that you're using to talk to people about the water, you're flying around the world on vacation, but it's really for business because you're educating people, we can wrap that up also into a tax deduction because you are helping people around the world. So these are the different units, and we do financing, so don't think you have to come up with this on your own. So the financing on something like the spa unit, you can buy it for $2,390, or we can finance you for about $25 a month. So that's the first one. This one takes the minerals from the hot springs in Japan, puts them into the filter. The downfall to this one is that you don't want to get out of your shower. It feels so good. And it helps condition your hair. It's great for the skin, helps with age spots, freckles, and moles. This is the Level Up R. So this one right here is the lowest level that we have, but it's still a great option for those people that want something. This one will give you just drinking water. So no 2.5, no 11.5. The antioxidants are one thing we really want to pay attention to. This one gets to a negative 250 on that antioxidant chart. Remember, the higher negative, the more benefits you're going to see. And this one's pretty low, but at least it still gives you some. This one is about $20 a month to finance. Then we have the Junior 2. This one makes all of the different waters. 2.5 to 11.5. Life expectancy on something like this is around 10 years. This one will get to a negative 450 on the antioxidant chart. And once a year on average, you're going to want a new filter. And those are on our website as well. This one right here is SD501, one of our most popular units. That's the water you saw me show you today. That one is a negative 800 on the antioxidant chart. So this one, we can finance you on this for about $44 a month. You can go to amandabobbitt.com, and at the very bottom, you can fill out the financing information. We'll finance you. So this is the first one. And then, of course, we have a different color model, same exact thing, different color, negative 800 on the antioxidant chart as well. That one's about $44 a month. And we have different finance options as well. And then this one's under counter. So if you didn't want to see it setting on your counter, this would go underneath, and all you'd see is the readout. Now, this is the newest model that came to the market. This is called our K8. This is an international device. This one can get up to a negative 900 on the antioxidant chart. Life expectancy on something like this can be about 20 to 30 years before any refurbishing is required. Now, I want to leave you with one thing. We're all accustomed to buying bottled water or drinking tap water. Tap water contains chlorine. Chlorine is a carcinogen that was invented in World War I as a gas to kill people. And it goes into our water supply system to kill any bacteria, which is a good thing. But then what happens when it comes into our bodies? Well, I'm going to show you right here, this chlorine. So this is my tap water here at the house. And these are called chlorine indicating drops. So we're just going to add a couple drops here, and it's going to be yellow. That means there's chlorine. So if you can see, that's a large amount of chlorine in that water. Now, our skin is our largest organ, and it absorbs things. So every time you're showering, your body's going into that, and our skin is going to absorb all that chlorine. So these were identical waters. Now, over here, the chlorine is gone because it just went into my body. So think about that every time you're showering, we're getting a very high dose of chlorine. And I'm going to point out one thing in this book, Killing Cancer, Not People. So in the very beginning of this book, he talks about tap water. So those of you that still drink tap water, he says, I would never drink regular tap water unless it was an emergency. He says, go see for yourself. He says that the cancer risk among those drinking chlorinated water is 93% higher than those who do not. 93% higher. Great book. One last thing is our food also absorbs these chemicals. So these are lemons. And I'm going to show you here with how the lemon is just going to soak in all that chlorine. So look at this. See that? All the chlorine just went right into that food, like it goes right into our body. So I want to leave you guys with that. Please go to my website, amandabobbitt.com, or get back to the person that introduced you to this water and get this water for yourself. Put it in your home so you can be healthy, be happy, and be free.
I'm Gerald Kostica, and today we'll be discussing the 11.5 pH strong Kangen water and how it can be used for cleaning and degreasing, specifically in the kitchen. We'll talk about how this water works, what makes it different, and we'll see how it compares to some of the most popular chemical cleaners available. We started by taking some sesame oil, a dark oil, so it's easier for you to see, and we poured it in each one of these cups. Now, these are some of the most recognizable brands available today, and this test will show how well these different cleaners can cut through grease. Now, the pure sesame oil will represent an oily mess that you might find in your kitchen. But before we start with the cleaners, let's take a look at how tap water breaks down oil. As you can see, the tap water really doesn't do anything. We all know oil and water don't mix. They separate, which is exactly why we typically do not use water to clean up any kind of greasy or oily mess. Now let's take a look at the chemical-based cleaners and see how they do. So we're going to start with this one. It's the all-in-one orange oxy. It's one of these more natural cleaners. Let's pour this in here and see what happens. Well, it actually breaks it down a little bit. We're going to move on to the next one. That orange oxy is starting to separate though. Let's take a look at the Windex multi-surface cleaner made with vinegar. Yeah, it's starting to separate pretty quickly too. Next, we've got Clorox Cleanup, cleaner with bleach. This is one of the strongest chemical cleaners up here. It actually does a pretty good job. Seems like it broke that down pretty well. Now we're going to take a look at an organic cleaner. It's an all-purpose cleaner. Wow, that one separated almost just like the water did. Let's take a look at Lysol with hydrogen peroxide multi-purpose cleaner. Broke it down a little bit, but it is starting to separate as well. This is fantastic heavy-duty all-purpose cleaner with scrubbing bubbles. That broke it down a little bit. Now we've got the 11.5 strong Kangen water. That broke it down completely. So just looking at these, you can see some of these are much more effective, but they're really the ones that are the heaviest with the chemicals, and the ones that don't have as many chemicals really don't do that good of a job. In fact, they barely do better than tap water. As you can see, the 11.5 strong Kangen water effectively broke down the oil, even better than the Clorox Cleanup, which is one of the strongest chemical-based cleaners that we've got here today. While it did a pretty good job, one of the things to remember and keep in mind is that the Clorox Cleanup actually has 2 paragraphs of what you would need to do in the event of exposure to your skin or if this product would be ingested. The Clorox Cleanup did a pretty good job, but it is also probably the most dangerous of these cleaners. But over the past few years, there have been some very interesting studies regarding exposure to chemical cleaners in the house. According to a 15-year study presented at the Toronto Indoor Air Conference, women who work at home have a 54% higher death rate from cancer than those who work away from home. The study concluded that this was as a direct result of the increased exposure to toxic chemicals, many of which are found in household cleaning products. In addition, over 90% of suspected poison exposures occur at home with household cleaning products. In short, the chemical cleaners you have under your kitchen sink, they might be doing great harm to you and your family. These studies make it obvious that people should really think twice when it comes to spending a premium price that is effectively buying poison. Most of us would never think about our household cleaners being dangerous when not in use. But that is exactly what these studies have concluded. That's why I really love the strong Kangen water. This water has allowed me to completely eliminate the need for any of these chemical-based cleaners. So I've been able to remove them from my household, which reduces the amount of daily chemical exposure for me and my family. So, as you can see, the 11.5 pH water can actually clean just as well, if not better, than any of these chemical cleaners, but without the risk of chemical exposure. This is important, especially if you have small children or even pets. The potential danger of using these types of chemicals around small children are pretty obvious, but they can also be dangerous to our furry friends. No matter how hard you try not to, when you use these chemical cleaners, you leave behind chemical residue. If you have pets and you use any of these cleaners to clean up a mess on the floor, and then your dog or cat walks on that floor, chemicals are being left on their paws. And as we all know, animals clean themselves by licking. So if they're licking their paws, they are unknowingly ingesting these chemical cleaners. But you may be doing the exact same thing to you and your family. Imagine you clean your kitchen counters with any of these cleaners, and then an hour later, one of the kids comes home from school, decides to make a sandwich. Since the counters look clean, they're probably not thinking that the counters could pose any type of danger. So they just toss a piece of bread on the counter, make their sandwich. And now those pieces of bread have been exposed to whatever residue was left over. Being able to eliminate the need to utilize these chemical cleaners to keep your kitchen clean and sanitary is extremely important. Now, many people are surprised when they see this demonstration because we've all been taught that oil and water don't mix. I know that's what I thought. That's why for years I used chemical cleaners to clean up my house. And I would have never thought it would have been possible to clean up an oily mess using water. And boy, was I wrong. Now, after I saw the same demonstration that I just showed you, I was impressed, but I wanted to know the why behind the wow. So I looked into the science of what was happening. Here's what I discovered. The first reason is because their molecules are packed differently. The molecules of water are packed very densely. Believe it or not, in one glass of water, there are more water molecules than the number of known stars in the universe. This means if we take what appears as equal parts of water and oil, there will be substantially more molecules of water than the oil. Because they are more densely packed, they sink underneath the oil, which is why oil always floats on top of water. There is one more reason why they cannot mix with each other. It's called polarity. Polarity means a molecule is positively charged at one end and negatively charged at the other end, like the ends of a battery. Water is a polar molecule. Polar molecules only dissolve in polar solvents. Similarly, non-polar molecules only dissolve in non-polar solvents. Oil is made up of non-polar molecules. It has a shell of negatively charged electrons which surround the molecule. When the 11.5 pH water is produced, it is restructured and ends up with a very strong negative charge, making it nonpolar, which allows the water and the oil to mix. Now that the water is able to penetrate the shell of the negatively charged electrons, it is able to interact with the molecules, which emulsifies the oil. Even though now we know exactly what's happening when the water emulsifies the oil, you have to admit, it's still pretty impressive. Seeing this demonstration should make it obvious that the chemical cleaners are not really the best way to go, and that a water-based solution is the best choice for you and your family. I'm going to demonstrate what I consider to be really the biggest difference between these chemical cleaners and the 11.5 pH strong Kangen water. I can't do that with any of those. This water is superior when it comes to cleaning and degreasing, but really what it boils down to is this. Using this option, I don't have to worry about calling poison control or worry about a trip to the emergency room. But I have something that is going to be able to effectively clean and degrease, which ultimately, as a consumer, that's what I'm looking for. I can also keep my family safe at the same time, and that's what I want. With the strong Kangen water, you can eliminate chemical-based cleaners from your household, which can save you money because the 11.5 pH water can be produced for pennies, and you can help ensure the safety and the well-being of you and your family. Remember, the 11.5 strong Kangen water is just one of many waters produced by the Enagic ionizers. Be sure to ask your Enagic distributor to tell you more about all the incredible waters produced by these amazing machines. This brings us to the end of this episode. I hope you enjoyed our topic and that you found the information useful. Be sure to check out the video library for other helpful hints as you discover the incredible ways that changing your water can change your life. Until next time, be informed, be prepared.
The next water is called beauty water.
Beauty water.
When you press this yellow button over here, the unit is going to produce what I believe to be the most popular water in Enagic, and that's the facial toner. Now, when you get this water and you put it in a spray bottle like this, when you spray it in your face, it feels like your skin is actually going, it's sucking the water in. It actually provides a toner which they sell at the department stores. If you don't know what facial toner is, just go to any Nordstrom's, Macy's, cosmetic department, ask them for facial toner. That's what they give you. They run $30 all the way up to $60, depending on if you purchase Maybelline or Lancome. Now, the reason why when you spray your face, it feels like your skin is sucking it in is because the pH of your skin is 5.5. And this is what this water is, 5.5. Look what it's done for my skin. I've been using it for 5 years. It's absolutely phenomenal. I bring 3 or 4 of these with me at all times. Imagine getting facial toner at no cost, as much as you want. My wife likes to wash her face in it. I like to wash my face. And by the way, with this unit, you get unlimited facial toner. Imagine the savings just with that one button. You're going to love the facial toner that this SD501 produces.
I'm in the restaurant business for 30 years, and I did many restaurants in my life. And the first time that I experienced the Kangen water in the restaurant, and it just, every dish I feel some kind of excitement in there. It tastes better, in few words.
Kangen water has been a big hit here at the Greek because, the Mediterranean diet is, everybody knows it's a healthy diet and so forth with the olive oil, and just adding the Kangen water is just amazing. And when I brought a machine in, which I thought was going to be temporary from my home, my employees wouldn't let me take it out, and we started serving it then to all of our customers, and it's really a lot of fun.
When I first decided to bring the SD501 in the restaurant, because at first I bought one at home. Well, since we got one SD501 for the restaurant, I said, this will be a great idea. So by them coming because of the water, they realizing, wow, this is a big restaurant. Wow, they have a great food. Wow, they have a great staff. Friendly, everything. We really have increased the business in the restaurant. As a matter of fact, I am proud to say, and honestly, last year was the best year since I've been here, 23 years, in this economy. Now, 2 years ago, it was our worst year. Before I had the Kangen machine. 2 years ago, it was our worst year for the 23 years I've been here. Last year, it was our best year. Well, I think that is a great deal with the Kangen machine, because that SD501, the Kangen water, has increased the traffic.
I was first told about a machine that can change the taste and the pH of the water, and the machine it's a Japanese machine. I really wanted to learn more about it. They brought me the machine, they did a demonstration here at the restaurant. Within 20 minutes, I was convinced that this was the machine that I really needed to use for the restaurant. A lot of it had to do with my background in chemistry, knowing that the pH of the water is very critical for cooking and cleaning.
We focus on homemade pastas and quality in say. The Kangen water, when it was introduced to me by my business partner, I was a little skeptical about, but after tasting and try a few things like our soups and even the acid water or cleaning some of the floors, I actually felt that there was just perfect as quality versus Lopera quality, just a perfect match.
In the kitchen, we actually wash the fruits and vegetables with the 11.5 water to take the pesticides off. And we also use it in the liquids like the soup, the algalimino soup and the lentil soups, and it really makes the flavor much nicer of the soups as well as cooking faster.
The first time I experimented the water for cooking, I did the experiment at home. We cooked a kind of beef stew, and my wife was kind of, I said, no, honey, we're going to do a different way. We're going to do one with the tap water, one pot with the Kangen water. We use 9.5. I says, let's just see the difference, what we got to lose. She put exactly same things, what she always put on the tap water, stew, spices and everything. She didn't put nothing on the pot with stew with Kangen water. When it was cooked and over, we tasted it. Now this had spices. It tasted good, as always. This had no spices whatsoever. It tasted better. She says, no, you sneaked up on me and you did put spices. I said, no, I didn't. I swear, I promise I did. And this is the water. It draws the nutrition of everything, of the potatoes, of the meats, and that's how it's so tasty. Everything you do, it's so tasty. So since then, I got the idea to cook in a restaurant. The guys, when they cook, my chef and whoever cooks there, they do the cooking with that water.
Water changes the taste of the food completely. It brings out the freshness of the food, whether it's vegetable, meat. The vegetable has never been greener. For most part, it makes a huge difference in the way that the food is presented to the customer, and also the way I eat it. I mean, I like what I eat.
One of the water that we have, we using it to rinse all our salad. And again, that's very important. You don't want no residual in it. And actually feel crispy, feel fresher.
The algalimino soup is chicken based, and so the chicken is, a fresh chicken is boiled in water. And now we use the Kangen water, and it takes less time for it to cook, and it pulls more flavor out of the chicken for the soup. Then there's a liaison between equal portions of egg and lemon, and that's whipped together, and that creates the thickening. So most people think there's dairy or milk in the soup, but there's no dairy. It's just made with water. So the great thing is if it gets too thick, you can just add more Kangen water and thin it down to whatever consistency you like.
We cook a lot of oatmeal here for people, and oatmeal cooking it with regular water and oatmeal cooking with this water, it becomes so fluffy, so, I don't know, fluffy is a good word, but so rich, so unbelievably different from regular water. So why would I cook it with tap water?
One of our specialty at Rehan is the ash soup. It's made with about 8 different leafy green vegetables with lentil, obviously lentil, garbanzo beans. It was actually made with local water, which was clean water. When we tried to make the ash soup here at our restaurant, we realized that we don't have that water. We compromised by using chicken broth to bring the flavor of the soup. Now with this Kangen water, we're able to make the same soup that Frida's grandmother used to make high in the mountains above the Caspian Sea. Our customers love it. It's probably one of the best soups. Almost every one of them, as they come through the door, the first thing they ask for is ash soup as their pretty much appetizer.
Minestrone is perfect with the Kangen water because it just like it feels completely, it tastes completely different. It has so much more flavor, and we're using it to make our pasta, to make our breads, the focaccia breads, the breadsticks. Of course, the water to the guest, and of course the water to boil the pasta. Again, it become part of what routine of what we do in every day, what chef does every day.
We've noticed that a lot of people are saying, did you get a new chef? Things taste better. They taste, you know, they've always been good, but they just taste better. And then I share with them that we're actually using the Kangen water in preparation of the foods and in cleaning the vegetables. And especially, you know, with being a Greek restaurant, we sell a lot of Greek salads. People really love our Greek salad. And now it's even better.
Today we're cooking a chicken and dumpling soup. And that chicken and dumpling soup, if you cook it with regular water, the dumplings are okay. They're good. We sell a lot of chicken dumpling soup. We are known for that. People come and get buckets of chicken and dumpling soup. We cook it with this water, 9.5, world of a difference. They come so much fluffier, so much tastier. And everybody's, what's your secret? What's your recipe? It is a secret. But it's not anymore. It's a Kangen water.
The way I make my hummus is that I cook my garbanzo beans. Now, I can tell you the story about the garbanzo beans. It used to take us a couple hours to cook the garbanzo beans in regular water, regular tap water. We start cooking the dry garbanzo beans with 9.5. As far as the garbanzos, they cook faster and they taste better. For the same token, when I wash my meat in the same Kangen water, it softens the meat. It just makes the meat tender, easier to marinate. Deep down, I know my customers what they're eating is clean, and what I'm eating is clean.
When we use the Kangen water to make the coffee, we use a lot less beans. And we even call it Kangen coffee. We make it with this water. Decaf, we use the packages of decaf coffee. Instead of using the whole package like we used to, we use half of a package. Now that half of a package, it is same, exact same, no difference whatsoever than the regular whole pack of decaf. The difference is we make it with this water.
I make my iced tea with the same tea that for the house tea, which is a black tea with cardamom. What's really nice about using the Kangen water for iced tea, I use less tea, but much more flavorful tea, and I can actually use the same pot 3 times, and it will still give me the same tea, same result, time after time. Buying high quality tea is very, very expensive. Just in that area, it has paid for itself.
I said to my partner, we have to come up with a way of actually create a niche for it. And at that point, we shop around to choose the right bottle for us. And little by little, I actually replaced the brand of natural water that we used to use, and now it's only the Kangen water. What I use here at L'Opera is just quality ingredient, and of course Kangen just fit perfectly.
Being located right here on the water, on the ocean, it makes us more aware too of all the debris and trash that goes into the ocean. So we're very pleased that we're not contributing to that. Having water in the restaurant is just amazing, and all the uses that we've created and learned by talking to other people and just from what we've learned at home, it really saves you money, and you're really doing a service to your customers and to your employees. I mean, I love the fact that our employees love the water, and they're happier employees.
Our busboy goes around and sprays the tables, and he also uses a rag that it's been soaked under 2.5. Disinfected, cleaned, without any bleach smell. We have the health department here. They do on a routine checkup. They come and they will check everything, and one of the deals they do is they check the pH of the water to see if it will turn the color on the strip. He put the strip in the water and the color turned purple just like it's supposed to with the bleach, but yet it wasn't bleach. He didn't say nothing, and I couldn't help it, and I even asked him, I says, "You didn't notice any different, did you?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I says, "Well, did you really notice anything different?" He goes, "No, it's good, it's fine. It turned the color, it's fine. It's enough bleach there." I says, "There's no bleach there at all." He says, "What do you mean there's no bleach there at all?" I says, "It's not. It just does the job without the bleach. So what do you use it?" So I gave him a little lecture about the machine, and I told him about it. He says, "Long as it works, long as my strip turns the color it's supposed to, I'm happy with it." And I told him a little bit how we disinfect everything, how we clean everything in the kitchen, how we keep this water for this, for that, and we even cook with the water, then we drink.
Well, the nice thing about the Kangen water is not only a green thing to do, but it saves money. So from an economical standpoint too, and you don't have those chemical residues. We're starting to use it with our cleaning crew now that comes in the mornings and with the tile. So that's a new training that I'm having, because grout is something amazing that we've been able to clean grout. We like to have them clean the tables with the 2.5, especially the high chairs and the menus. The hostesses do use the 2.5 to sanitize those, and people like that fact too, that they know that when their children get in the high chairs that it's sanitary.
We have 15,000 bottles of wines in inventory, and a lot of them are very premium, expensive. And I purchased a machine called Enomatic, enable me to serve my guests a couple ounces of a special wine. And the machine, of course, needs maintenance. And so it's very important that every month I clean the machine properly. And so I use actually the acid water to flush the lines of my machine. And it works great.
I was very skeptical about buying the machine for a restaurant application. I thought, yeah, it's okay for home, but I didn't want to risk it for a restaurant. On the contrary, it made a huge impact. I have shared my information with a bunch of other restaurant owners, and they are extremely skeptical. But I have changed their mind by having them come over to the restaurant and sit down and eat my food. I think all the restaurants, especially chefs, they should give it a try. And they will definitely notice the difference.
People expect something unusual from a Greek restaurant. And so now I promote the Kangen water, and it's just another good opportunity to share our knowledge with our public. I think when you care about your customers and you care about their health, they know that. It's good business practice to give your customer the best water available, and it's definitely Kangen water.
As a restaurateur, as an owner of this business, as an entrepreneur, this SD501, Japanese remarkable water ionizer, has helped.
Subscribe.
For the new guest, welcome. My name is Daniel. How's everybody doing? Good? I wish I was dressed like some of you. But I have to, normally, if you guys know, I do the business, but I'm not, I don't wear suits that much. I don't know if you guys know that, but I used to be in a suit for 30 years. So I stay away from suits as much as possible. I did this for you, okay? So you gotta look like you know what you're doing, all right? Anyway, as they're coming in, just put up the seats because, I know people are coming in late. I invited somebody here, but they didn't show up. Shoot. That's the hardest part of this business. But we're gonna be talking about that today, all right? Where's Alec? Is he outside? Oh, my eyesight. Alec, how are you doing, my friend?
Hi, Daniel. Thanks for coming.
No problem at all. I remember starting with Alec in California and then Las Vegas. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've been involved in the program over 10 years. So you're going to see a great presentation today. I'm not one of the top-ranked distributors. There's a lot of distributors that are above me, just so you know. Okay? I'm not one of the top earners in the company. There's a lot of earners. There's a lot of people in the company that earn more money than me. All right? But I've been with the company for 10 years. I can point you to the right direction. Okay? I also sit on the President's Advisory Council. So there's, right now there's 10 of us there. It's an advisory board for Mr. Oshiro. So out of about 500,000 distributors, I'm one of the 10 that sit on the board. So, and I believe I'm his top advisor, okay? And the reason why is because of my background. For the new guests in the room, this is not what I do. I got involved here by accident. Prior to this, I ran a company in Irvine. I don't know if you know Irvine, California. Okay, I ran a company there along with my partner, Dr. Lee. He was the president of the firm. I chaired the board. So that's what I did. Dr. Lee's been my partner for a couple of decades. Prior to that, I ran a company in Newport Beach, which is where I'm from. I didn't run it. Dr. Cooper ran that. I still chair the board, though. And these are not small companies. I mean, they're not Fortune 500 or Fortune 100 companies, but we had about 400 employees. We did about $200 million a year in revenue, so that's what I watched out for. Okay, that's what I did. I fell into this by accident. I went to a meeting to get rid of this girl who kept telling me about water. That's a true story, by the way. She kept telling me water, you know, and come to the meeting. Who wants to see water for, you know? I don't want to go to a meeting, right? I thought it was one of these noni juice things. Zango, Gano Gold, Herbalife, New Skin, you know, one of these, anyway. By the way, let me just back up just in case some of you are doing that. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. Some of my best friends are top earners in some of the biggest companies out there, and I use some of their products, right? So I have no problem. Some of those companies have great products. So I have no problem with them. I just didn't want to be doing one of those. You do that, okay? So that's not what I did. I went there so Arlene wouldn't bug me anymore. She was my friend for 15 years. And I got stuck because I kept telling her, yeah, I'll go, and then, you know, canceling. You know the deal. And then finally I had to go. You know, I've been telling her no. I've been, what would you call that? I've been standing her up for 3 months, right? So I went to the meeting so she won't bug me no more. That's a true story. I thought it was one of these pyramid things, and I was wrong. Okay, and then I thought that was a water filter. I thought we were there to see a water filter. You know, something that takes water out of the tap, makes it clean, takes out the chlorine, and now you can drink it, right? I was wrong again. I mean, I'm pretty smart. I was wrong twice in less than 30 minutes. It was really funny. No one told me it was a medical equipment. No one told me it was licensed, approved, registered, advertised and sold as a medical equipment. Remember, I'm thinking water filter. And that's why when they told me the price, I freaked out. If they would have told me medical equipment and then told me the price, I would have been able to digest it a lot easier. I hang around with all doctors. I know the medical equipment. I know how much they run. Okay? So, but I'm thinking water filter, right? And then I had some friends in the room that bought one. I couldn't believe they would buy one of those. You know, because for the new people here, they sell products between like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000, whatever, you know, depending on portable all the way to commercial, right? I couldn't believe somebody would buy that. And they were friends of mine. So now I'm like curious, I'm fact-finding. I go, why would you buy that? And somebody told me, oh, I got rid of my headache, my migraines, my diabetes, you guys know what I mean, right? You guys know all the talk out there about the water. Let me tell you 2 things. Number 1, the company doesn't allow us to make claims. Okay? Let me show you something. See this right here? I used to give this out. Right here. They don't allow this anymore. See these newspapers? Healing power of alkaline antioxidant water. They don't allow that. You know, it shows you what it does for breast cancer, for Alzheimer, for valley fever. And by the way, this does not come from Enagic. This is a absolutely third-party story. It tells you what medical doctors say about it. All right? And here's one. Alkaline antioxidant water gets results. It tells you what it does for all these ailments, you know. They don't allow this. This one they hate. Miracle water ends all problems. You know, that'll get you in trouble with all these three-letter government people are going to come after you, FTC, FDA, etc., right? They don't allow this. Here's another one. Naturally eliminate pain and disease. You know, it tells you what it does for acid reflux, for all kinds of things. Here's one that it tells you what the author of a book called The Secret, I don't know if you know it, but he tells you what the water does. And this is strong, but it's third-party story. As a matter of fact, they were able to shut down this company. So they don't sell this anymore. I used to give this away. I used to be one of the guys I was probably one of the guys who broke the rules the most. Okay? Because I wanted to show people what the water did. Right? They don't allow this. That's number one. Number two, I'm telling you something that somebody else told me 10 years ago who's not in the room. Doesn't work in my boardroom. Doesn't work in a courtroom. It's called hearsay. You can't tell the judge something that somebody else told you who's not in the courtroom. Documentation beats conversation. Let me show the new people something. And by the way, I don't know most of you. Okay? How many people in this room, ever since you've been drinking this water right here, this water that comes from that machine right there, it's had health benefits on you personally? Please raise up your hands. The rest of you are brand new. You don't have to tell me who's new. You just glued just now. Did you see that? Okay. How many people in the room here, because of the water, it helped you with your acid reflux? Raise up your hand. Check it out. At least a dozen. Okay. How many people in the room, because of the water, it helped you with your arthritis pains in your back, knees, or elbows? Honestly. Check it out. And I know a lot of people are going, I don't have arthritis. Don't worry, you're going to be getting it. Be patient. Don't be in such a hurry. Remember, I'm the one who told you, you're going to be getting it. Okay? I don't care how cool you are, how smart you are, how skeptical you are, how rich you are, how pretty you are. Every single person here is going to go cross the health toll bridge. And how much you pay and how fast you get there will depend on what you learn to do with your vehicle. It's just like a car. If you change the oil and take care of it, it'll last a long time. If you don't take care of it, boom, you got to trade it in. Okay? So again, you're all going to cross the health toll bridge. Don't forget I said that, okay? How many people in the room, because of the water, it helped you lower your cholesterol or your blood pressure became normal? Honestly, anybody here? You should say, yeah, at least, look at that. Okay, here's a good one. How many people in the room, because of this Kangen water, I don't care how bad you were doing it before, right now, you're sleeping at least 100% better? Raise up your hand. Check it out. So if you're missing this water, you're missing one of the best things on the planet for you, your husband, your wife, your parents, your kids, your loved ones, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your partner. It's natural. There's nothing added to it. Okay, natural. It's free. It's free. Just in case you're still one of the people who are buying these things, right? I used to buy these. 10 years ago, I used to buy these. It sounds so... That's a bad word. It sounds so silly now. But I used to be one of the people who bought these things. Can you imagine that? I'm going to ask the distributor something. You're at a supermarket or Costco or something. You see somebody carrying out 2 cases of this. Don't you feel like pulling one of them out and hitting them over the head with it? Like, what do you got, an 8-track tape in your car? What's happening here? Why isn't everybody doing it then? They've never been invited in the room. They've never made the discovery. They've never read the book. Nobody ever showed them. Nobody shared it with them. They're going to be paying for this for the next 10, 20 years because the company does not advertise. And it's free. Okay? They give it for free in every Enagic office around the world. Well, I don't live next to an Enagic office. There's a distributor within 1 to 5 miles from you that gives it away for free. The thing you are paying for. Here, let me document it. How many people in the room give this Kangen water away for free in 1-gallon locking containers like this? Raise up your hand. You give away the water for free. Check it out. So if you're paying for it, after today, you should not be paying for bottled water anymore. And if you do, then you deserve to burn your money. Okay, to lose your money. That's one of the benefits of today. It's free, and you're the only one missing it. Just think about that. I'm very skeptical. I'm more skeptical than this entire room multiplied by 100. You do not come close to me. That's why I chair the board. They're all PhDs, every one of them. But you can't run anything past me. I'm the last guard. If you fool me, you take over the fort. So I want 10 quotes on a peanut. I'm really bad. But I don't move it to ignorance. Well, hey, this is the way I am. No. If somebody told me tomorrow I'm the only one paying for gasoline in my neighborhood, and at least 50 people said he's right, I'm going to check it out. Some people won't, because it moves into ignorance. Okay? So it's free. Just remember that, and you're the only one missing it. Just think about that. Okay? Oh, by the way, I didn't believe any of the people that were in the room that day, 10 years ago. I remember like it was yesterday. I was out in the parking lot going like this to my friend. This is one of them Amway cults, man. You know, where everybody raises up their hand, they all go to meetings, they all have tags, okay? Okay, if this water is so good, let me give it to my partner, Dr. Lee. He was 77 years old back then. He was just diagnosed with prostate issues. He writes a book about it. Dr. Lee is a tenured professor at UCI, University of California at Irvine. In other words, you can't fire him. That's what tenure means. The government put him in there until he retired. You should see what it did for Bob. That was 10 years ago. He just came back from Singapore last month to visit his daughter. Unbelievable what it did for. I gave it to Dr. Wong, another one of my partners. He's a cardiologist. You should see what it did for George. I mean, unbelievable. I didn't believe them. I gave it to Al Dorsey. It helped him with this, daily diabetes stuff. I didn't believe him. I don't believe anything, by the way. I need documentation in front of my nose, okay? Until it helped my mom. My mom, who's been on this thing for 4 years, with tennis balls in the front. She's got asthma, high blood pressure, everything. We gave it to her in August. In December, she's dancing at the party. She's never had that thing anymore, at all. She just came back from Asia. She's at Pechanga gambling every weekend. Okay? Hey, it helped my mom. I'm in. You don't have to say nothing else. I'll buy it. You don't have to say nothing else. If this is a poker table, I'm all in. All right? That's what happened with me. Because it helped my mom, my cousin, my uncle, it helped my aunt. The water helped people who are around me. Okay? Now, that's not why I got involved. Okay? I got involved because of the money. Is that okay to say? I can tell you I got involved because I like helping people. No, it was the dough. Okay? That's the truth. All right? So, it was the money. I don't know. I like helping people. It was great. But the money just freaked me out. I had a friend named Bob Gridelli. Bobby never made money as long as I've known him. He makes about $50,000 a year. He's never made money. Okay? He made $300,000 in this business in his first 8 months. From $50,000 a year to $300,000, and it's multiply your income by 6 times. Yeah, the ones that are working. I did this in LA, and somebody in the back goes, "Well, 6 times 0 is 0." I felt like hitting him over the head with a microphone. If you're making whatever, just double your income right now. Think of what would it do to you. Okay? They talk a lot about money in this business, but think what an extra $500 to $1,000 would do to your lifestyle, to your family budget. It would change your life, okay? So I got involved because Bobby was making money. He was bringing his checks over to my house as I'm going, is this legal? Because it was freaking me out. Let me back up here. Bobby got me interested. That's not why I got involved. $300,000 he made was cool. Okay, yeah, okay, whoopee, right? That's not what got me. I had a friend in New York named Romy Verdera. He made 1.2 the year before. That's what caught me. I said, Romy, you made 100,000 last month? Oh yeah, and he's a Filipino guy, right? So that's why I got involved. Okay, I've been involved for over 10 years. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to do a little bit of different presentation. And Abel, I don't know if you've seen this Frizo. I don't think you've seen this. I don't think most people have seen this. Okay, and Tim has the PowerPoint. I already gave it to him. All right, and if you're with our team, just ask him, or if you're not, just ask him if you want to do this. The reason I did this is because for 10 years, the company is a product-driven program. They're not opportunity-driven. The reason the company is doing very big is because it's a product-driven program. It's not about money. Okay, take a look at all the presentations that you see. It's all about product. 99%. All the other programs out there, it's always about the money. This one is completely different. So today you're going to see a completely different presentation. However, it's going to show you also the power of the water and what it does. So I'm going to combine both, okay? Again, the presentation you'll be seeing is for entrepreneurs. Here. It's designed for entrepreneurs, direct sales and network professionals. It's designed for business owners, marketing executives, or anyone looking for an income opportunity. That's what today is designed for. If you just get what I'm going to tell you today in the next few hours, you could change your life completely. I work with a lot of people that started out flat broke that are earning double, triple, six-figure income right now. And these people, I got my daughter involved. I'll tell you one more thing before I move on. I got my daughter involved, Nicole, right before she graduated from college. She was 22 at the time. Because I said, Nikki, I think we're looking at the next kitchen appliance. I'll bet my entire 45 years on it. Boy, I just aged myself, huh? I'll bet my 45 years of marketing. You're looking at the next compactor. It's a trend product. That's what I do. I've been doing it for 40 years. We look for products that nobody has, that everybody will have. That's what trend products are. Okay? Here. See this right here? Let me just think. 14 years ago. Everybody in this room, when you answered your phone, you went, hello? Okay, bye. Right? Hello. And some of you were good. You do it like a switchblade. Right? You were really cool with it. Okay? Not everybody will go here. My mom still has a flip phone. Not everybody will go here. But the majority of you will. Even though back then you didn't know it. When these came out, oh, I'm not going to get one of those. I already have a phone. Nah, I'm not going to stand in line. No, you don't get it. You're going to own it. You don't know it right now. Okay, there's companies that study this, and I chair the companies. So, here, a flat screen television. Did you know that 18 years ago, almost 20 years ago, nobody in this room had a flat screen? Not one of you. You all had televisions. Some of you had 5 of them, but none of you had a flat screen. I don't have to ask how many own one today. Okay? Even though back then, when it first came out, no, I'm not getting one of those. I already have 5 televisions. No, you don't get it. You're going to be owning it. You just don't know it yet. I think you're looking at the next microwave oven. I think you're looking at the next compactor. It's a product everybody will own that nobody owns right now. And that's how you get ahead. Okay? That's how you become wealthy in this country. Look for things like that. So you are right in the beginning of it. That's the weird part, and people don't see it. I see it because we've been doing it all our lives. Here, I'm on film. Did you know that my company was the first one that brought laptops into the United States? Nobody owned these. Nobody even knew what a laptop was, because they all had computers. We were the first ones that brought these in right here. Weird, huh? And I don't know how to operate a computer until today. Okay? Because I was just paying people to do that. All right? We brought it. We were the first ones who told everybody that the travel industry was going to go. The travel agents are going to go out of business because everything's going to be online. You know, before all those companies now that are out there
Trivago and all of these companies, we were the first ones. That's why I've been successful in Newport Beach for over 40 years. Because we look for trend products. I don't get involved in something unless it's a product nobody has that everybody will own. Okay? I absolutely believe you're looking at the next Keurig. It's the next juicer. Not everybody will own it, but the majority of Americans, you're seeing a paradigm shift right in front of your eyes. But most public, they won't even recognize it. Okay? So again, that's what this is designed for. Alright? Here. Do you see yourself anywhere there? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you an income opportunity seeker? You know what I mean? Are you tired of a going 9-to-5 job? Right? You can do this part-time and double or triple your income before you even think about leaving your full-time thing. Right? So this is what's designed for. Now, if it's so good, I'll show you why most people don't. Here are the benefits of owning a business. Wages versus profits. Right? Profits, wages make you a living, profits make you a fortune. Jim Rohn. Okay? Linear income versus leveraged income. Right? Linear income is you have to put in work, you have to go to the job, you have to put in effort. Leveraged income is you're making money without you being there. That's why people invest in stocks, property, gold, etc. It's called leveraged income. Rich dad, poor dad. Okay? Being your own boss, freedom of time. I like that the best, freedom of time. I like having my own time. Don't you? Okay? Somebody asked me the other day, wow, you're very, I was walking around my neighborhood. He's an attorney. And he goes, what time do you have to get up in the morning? I never see you. When he leaves. That's a weird question to me. What time do you get up in the morning? When I'm done sleeping. Isn't that the answer? I don't have an alarm that wakes me up. When I'm done sleeping, then I wake up. Okay? Let me ask the distributor something. Here's some weird questions. What time do you have to get up to go to work here in Magic? Weird, huh? How long do you get for lunch? Weird, huh? Right? Isn't it like, see, most people will say 1 hour, or half an hour, or 45 minutes. That's why it's weird to you, because you can go to lunch and go home. Right? What time do you have to leave home? How long do you, when you go on vacation, how long do you get to go? As long as you want. That's freedom of time. That's the best part about this business. Okay? And for the people who are young here and who have a family, you get to live your life with your family. Every day, you don't miss your kids growing up. You're with them. When I'm at the beach, when I'm at my, I walk my dogs in the morning, I'm the only one there. There's nobody there. Never. Why? Because they're in traffic. They have to be at work. They're somewhere where their boss is telling them what to do. I go, there's nobody there. That's the beauty of this business. So again, it's just a great environment. So those are the reasons to consider owning a business, besides the tax advantages. Then if it's so good, why don't people start a business? Why are people looking for the job, just over broke thing? Okay, here's why. By the way, you can Google this. This is extremely accurate. Number one is fear of failure, right? Most people, the risks involved. Oh, what if I fail? Right? The security, they're used to that Friday paycheck. Selling, they don't like to sell. Self-doubt, they don't know if they can make it. That's the first reason. If you look up why people don't start a business, it's always fear, number one. Second, inadequate resources. They don't have the money to start a business. They don't have the credit, the assets, and the support. Because to start a normal business, I've started a lot of businesses in my life, and some of them cost 7 digits to begin. That's $1 million. Okay? So a lot of people don't have that. So those are the two. Let me give you the third and fourth. They have no exposure to entrepreneurs. They've never been an entrepreneur. They're so used to 9 to 5. They're so used to that regimented 9 to 5, 1 hour lunch, you know, everybody tells you when you can take a break, when you can go to the bathroom, when you can go home, etc. So they've never had an exposure. They've always been in a job. They view starting a business as, and they've already made a lifestyle choice. Hey, this is the way I am, man. This is where God put me here, and that's what I'm going to be. No, He didn't put you there. All right? If you read some of the stuff He does, you're supposed to be up here with all the gold. All right? Last is they don't know how. They've never started a business. How do I start a business? All right? Fourth, they never had the right opportunity that they're passionate about, that they believe in, that they see the potential in, and the timing is correct. Those are the 4 reasons why people don't get into a business and they stay with a job all their life. Okay? Let me ask you something. What if a perfect project comes along for you? Would you have an open mind? Would you recognize it? Would you capture it? And would you take action? Those are 4 things you need. That's an entrepreneur mindset. They have an open mind, they recognize it, they capture it, and they take action. All right? I started in the United States when I first started. I've been through all the things. I've been broke. I remember when I was flat broke. That's why when my daughter got involved in this, Nicole, her lowest income so far in the 8 years she's been involved here was $73,000 her first year. That's her lowest income. Think about that. That was at 22 years old. At 23, it went to 6 figures. She's never earned less. Is that crazy? I mean, that freaks me out. I don't know about you guys, but when I was 22, I don't think I was making $150 a month, a year. I don't remember. I just remember I was flat broke. Okay? That's why when we talk about it today, my daughter goes, you know, we talk about homeless. I go, where were you at, Dad? What were you doing between here and here? I said, I was homeless. I was one of the people out there. You know, because, you know, you guys, you just go through life weird, you know. But again, perfect project, okay? Here, let me show you something. Anybody know Gary Vee? Okay, Google his name. He's one of the top, what would you call it? Stock pickers out there. Take a picture and Google his name because he's got a lot of positive things. He picked a lot of stocks, you know. A lot of the big ones. The biggest ones out there. He picked them. He says entrepreneurs that are successful are blind optimists. Fear and negativity unfortunately rule the majority of our world. The 2% that make it through that tunnel are blindly optimistic. They don't care about what everyone else is saying. They're going to go for it. That's entrepreneurs. See? So again, check out what he says about things. Now, when you check out an opportunity, you need to look at 5 things. Don't just jump in because your cousin said, oh, this is good. Or, hey man, go, don't do that. Check things out. Always check things out. Successful people check things out. Alright? And I'm going to give you 5 things that you need to check out. Don't get in just because somebody says, a relative says, oh, this sounds good. No. Or here's a good one in this industry of multi-level. You'll be the first one in. That seems to be a magnet for people. You'll be the first one involved. You'll also be the first one to die. When the company goes down, you're the first one drowning. Okay? So be careful with that. Check out the company. Check out the products. Is there a need for the product? I don't care how good the product is there a need for it? What's the marketplace? Watching Shark Tank. You know, they're really smart on the profit. And is the timing correct? Which is the most important thing. Timing, by the way, is the most important thing in almost anything. Being at the right place at the right time. Anybody believe that? It's the most, anybody here married, right? Did you know that when you met your husband or your wife, that day, if you would have turned right instead of left, you'd be sleeping with a different face tonight? Timing. Timing is everything. So let's check out the 5. Have you ever seen this preso? You've never seen this. Oh, this is a good one. For the new people in the room, you'll get to see business presentations. They do business, you know, they could do the demo and all that. I'm here to expand the business in New Mexico. I think you guys can go ballistic here. You won't believe what some of the areas are doing, and this area is pretty good, by the way. This area has a lot of Enagic distributors that were promoted. It's pretty strong, just so you guys know. Here's the company, number one. Enagic, 40-year-old company. It's 44 years old, by the way. Okay, that's the first thing. This is not a small company. This is a billion-dollar operation with thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of employees globally. Most people don't know that. Why? Because they've never heard of Enagic. They own their own professional baseball team in Japan. They own all kinds of resorts. They own country clubs. They own golf courses. You won't believe it. They just bought 2 in California. This company is huge. They're building 2 new factories and adding 2,000 employees between now and 2020. Is that something or something? How come you don't know Enagic? Because you're over here and they're over there, and they just start coming over here and they don't advertise. That's the reason why. Okay? Let me make it more clear. What are some of the supermarkets in this area? Is there a Bonds here? No. Smith's? What's another one? Whole Foods? Albertsons. Okay, check this out. Did you know you can go to parts of Japan? You can go to Osaka, talk to some Japanese people, and you say, do you know Albertsons Market? And they'll go, I'm not Japanese, but they'll go, no. You can go to parts of Japan and say, have you ever heard of Whole Foods? And they'll go, no. Do you know Smith's? No. What are you, weird? No. It's because Albertsons over here and they're over there. That's why you don't know Enagic. They are huge. Huge. It's such a big company. And they're growing at such a rapid rate, it's incredible. They have to slow down. Okay? That's why they don't advertise. I'm going to tell, and they will never advertise. Never. Even though that unit is, you won't believe the athletes that are using it, the people that are using it, they can advertise like crazy. They're never going to advertise. Let me tell you the reason why. If the company advertised, they would implode. They would not be able to keep up with the demand of the product. You know? If they say, hey, the Yankees use this product and start showing it, or, you know, some of these guys start saying, I use the thing, it's great. There's no way they're going to be able to keep up with the demand. They're having trouble keeping up with the demand now. And they're barely selling 1,000 a day. Imagine if they started selling 2,000 to 3,000 a day. Back in October, Abel, they sold 33,000 units. Every single office in Asia was out of machines. Imagine if they would have done 33,000 the next month. Ooh, there would have been a problem with the company. So you have to watch out the growth versus can you keep up with the growth. All right, so that's very important. But there's the company right there. Their factories in Osaka, they're all over the world. You know, one of the best magazines to give out is this Change Your Life magazine. Try and get one of these. It's at the company. I don't know how much they cost. $19.95. But this is the best magazine of Enagic. It shows you where they are all around the world. It's the best. And I would certainly get one of these. Okay? And who's the one that, I'll try and send you one. Do you sell these at your place, Abel? Yeah. Tim, I'm going to try to get you one here. And I'll try to get it at my cost. And I'll send you a box, but you got to sell it at my cost. Don't be making a profit on it. Okay? Because Enagic will give this to me for 50%. I'll buy a whole box and send it to you. Okay? And then anybody at a meeting who wants to buy it, sell it to them for $10. You know what I mean? It is the best tool because when you're explaining it to somebody, it shows you where they are. Because they don't know how big the company is. And when you start showing this, they freak out. They go, oh my God, it's unbelievable. So this is one of the best magazines right there to show, okay? And also, I brought another magazine today, which is called eFriends magazine. That's also good to get. I don't have, oh here. Here's the eFriends magazine. That's also good because it shows you what's going on currently in the company. And this one they give for free. I think they sell that. I think they give the offices a few boxes and just try and request for one. Okay. Tim? Were you able to give the new one to all the 6As? Yeah, you should get the new one. Okay. Besides that, I'm on the cover, so you should get the new one. Hey, let me tell you something. They've been asking me to be on the cover for 8 years, and I told them no. 8 years. I don't want to. I told them put Alec on, put this on my team. I don't want to be there. Okay. But they took me out to dinner a month ago and said you need to be on the front because they're doing a new thing. So this is a good one though. Okay. The eFriends I think is the best also. Okay. So there's the company. The best way to do it is go to enagic.com, and this company, it's a privately held company. It's going to last forever. It's a forever company. Look what they've done so far. They're all over the world. Look at all their offices. Is that crazy? I got involved with Enagic when they had 2 offices. That's it. Look at them now. They're all over the world. It's crazy. And what does that mean for you? Well, if you're doing the business correctly, you can build anywhere around the world without you having to put any money. You don't have to be there. I make money everywhere. I make money everywhere. Why? Not because I went there. Because somebody I know who brought somebody they know, who brought somebody they know, and boom, they opened up Malaysia. I get checks from all over the place. It's the craziest thing. So again, that's their global presence in Enagic. They're huge. Okay. Next. What is that one? They got a bunch of awards. You don't need that. That just makes them look cool. But, see this right here? When I first saw this, that's the first thing my eyes went to. Because I'm in that industry. When you see an ISO symbol or tag on a product, you're looking at a Rolls Royce. That's top of the line. ISO gives the strictest guidelines for manufacturing in the world. When you have their and they're ISO certified, which is crazy. Okay, so first is the company. You're going to get a plus on the company, no question about it. And here's the second thing, the products. Okay, here's the products they have. There's the ionizers. They're ionizers. Now let me tell you about. Well, I'll get onto the products in a second, but let me see what's the. They also have the Ukon. But when you get a unit, and you're going to get if you don't have one right now, you're going to get one. I mean, someday. So you're not going to pay for bottled water forever. All right? You're going to be the only one in your neighborhood. So it's like you're the only one in the neighborhood without a microwave oven. That's not going to happen. So when you get one, that's the one you want. Or higher. That's the SD501. It's over there. That's the first one that I bought right there. It's the only one licensed as a medical equipment. It's the only one endorsed by 6,500 of the top medical doctors in Asia. It's top of the line. Okay. Let me show you. Let me just show you. Okay. See this one right here? It's over there. That's the platinum. Why did they come out with that one right there? Because 20 years ago, a trend came into the kitchen of the United States that made everybody replace their kitchen appliances. Did you know that in 2004 to 2008, they sold more refrigerators in the United States than any time in history? Is that crazy? Don't you think everybody in the United States had a refrigerator in 2004? How can they sell so many refrigerators? Something came into the kitchen, a new trend, called stainless steel. And some of you started with the microwave, then you have to do the oven, then you got to do the dishwasher, now you got to chrome the refrigerator, you got to chrome the pets, the kids, everything. Okay? You guys know what I mean. Some of you haven't, all right? And then they came out with this one right here. This is the one I bought last. That's the K8. That is top of the line. The K8, it speaks in 8 languages. As you can see, it looks like an R2-D2. It looks like there's an iPhone in the middle. That's the top. It has an automatic converter, which means if you bring it to Asia or to Europe, you can plug it in and it won't blow up. Because if you bring a regular appliance into Asia, you plug it into 220, it's going to blow up. Okay, because your circuits here are 110. Okay, that one has an automatic converter. It has 8 plates, which means the water lasts longer. All right, and it speaks in 8 languages. This one right here only speaks in English. This one speaks in 8 languages. I've never tried all the languages. Does anybody own a K8? What languages does it speak in? Have you tried it? No? I have never tried it. I'm always on English. What else does it speak in, Abel?
English, Spanish, French, Portuguese.
Japanese?
German.
Wow. See? It speaks in, if you want to feel like if you want to feel like you're in Mexico, just speak Spanish, and when you press it, it'll say, hey, what's happening? Agua, man, what's up? And not that, you know what I mean. Okay? So, but it'll speak in Spanish. Is that cool or what? Alright? So, but the one you want is the SD501 or higher. That one. Let me tell you a little bit about what it does. That unit makes 5 types of water. It is not a water filter. It makes 5 types of water. I'm going to show it to you. It's approved as a... The only thing I disagree with the company is this one. They say it'll last 20 years. I absolutely disagree with them. When we first got started, we weren't allowed to put over 15. Then they said 20. Now you can put 30 to 35. Company will allow it. Why? When I first started, I said, how come you don't put how long? My guys say it will last forever. I had this checked out, by the way. I had that thing completely checked out by my staff. And I have guys that are MIT engineers. And they said it'll last forever. And I said, why would you say that to me? They said, because it has no moving parts, sir. Okay, any engineers in here? The unit has no moving parts. Tell me what will break down. No moving, nothing. It doesn't move, nothing. Okay, the water goes through it, it does its mumbo jumbo, and the water comes out the top. It's awesome. I think it will last you forever. And I'm telling you that because the company goes by the units that are out in the marketplace. There's units in the marketplace that are 30 years that are still working. Is that crazy or what? So that's what they go by, okay? And that, because we have competitors out there that come out with ionizers, there's a 2-year-old company out there. They came out with an ionizer and they're telling people their unit will last 15 years. They're 2 years old. They're telling you their units will last 15. How do they know? Right? This is a 44-year-old company telling you their units will last at least 30. Because there's thousands of them out there. So that's the way you check it out. I think it will last forever. Here's why the water works. The unit is awesome. It makes 5 types of water. And the waters are awesome. Okay? I'm going to try to show them to you as best I can. But again, here. By the way, I'm going to start with the KANGEN water. The way when I first got involved here, I wanted to know where did the idea, here, I'm going to show you how my mind works. The company makes a product that produces this water right here. Where would you start? I wanted to know who thought up of the water. Who got the idea? A long time ago, back in the 50s, they did a research all around the world of all these well waters. There's 7 of them. Tlacote, Mexico, Delhi, India, Lourdes, France. For some reason, people go to these waters because it's got some kind of voodoo magic. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. Okay? They've been going there for thousands of years. Now, if you don't believe me, don't do it now, but after the meeting, Google, put these 2 words, miracle water, Lourdes, France. Search. Just take a mental note. And you'll see thousands of people there this month getting the water. Is that weird? Put miracle water, Tlacote, Mexico, and you'll see people in line with buckets getting the water. If you've heard about Lourdes, if you're Catholic, you probably know about Lourdes because it bleeds into their religion. Okay? It's real. The water is real. This company in 1970 was able to get the technology to develop a unit that will produce those type of waters. That's where the whole thing came from. Okay? Now, they went a little bit further by changing the pH of the water. It makes 5 different waters. That unit doesn't just make clean water. Here, let me show you the first one. The first one is the KANGEN water. See the one on the top there? Right there. The KANGEN water, when it comes out the top, when that unit comes out the top, it has the strongest, and the water that it produces has the strongest antioxidant, microcluster, and alkaline. Now, that's the reason it helps people. Okay? And that's the reason they can't bottle it. Just in case somebody asks you, why don't they bottle this? Liquid antioxidant dissipates in 3 to 5 days. So if you're getting the water from somebody in a 1-gallon container like this, you need to change it every 5 days. Because number 1 is gone for sure. Number 2 is gone for sure. Number 3 will remain. But the thing that makes it a medical equipment is gone. So again, that's the reason why it helps people. Okay? Here, let me do it one more time for the people who came in late. How many people in this room, ever since you've been drinking this water right here, it's had health benefits on you personally? Raise up your hands one more time. Check it out. The rest of you that are brand new, that's the reason the people are raising up their hands. The water has those 3 properties. Let's go each one of them. Everybody know what antioxidant is? Not everybody? Okay, I'll make it real simple. You know what oxidation is? It's what will make you old. Here, let me make it more clear. It's what will make you old and give you all the old stuff that's going to come with your oldness. You don't just get old. No, you don't just get old. You get stuff, right? You get stuff happening. Things don't work, things pop up, things don't come out, right? That's what oxidation does to your body. And everything you drink has some kind of oxidation on it. Okay? Now, this unit has the oxidation, the antioxidant in it is negative 380. They have a thing. Somebody just asked me, are you going to use the meter? I don't use the meters. Do they have one? Who are the presenters in this room who use the meters? Yeah? Those are cool, right? It shows when you put this meter on the Sani, it'll go to plus 280. If you put it in Aquafina, it'll go to plus 280. If you put it in Smart Plus, by the way, it's bad. It's like a golf score. The higher the plus, the worse for your body. If you put it in Smart Water, it'll go to plus 300. It goes higher as you move up to some of the waters. Tap water, plus 300. The worst one we found is this one right here. It's plus 400. But if you want to get old fast, and you want to pay a lot at the health toll bridge, keep drinking it. You will win the race. Okay? Now, when you put the meter in Kangen water, or if you put it in vitamin C, it goes to negative 50. Wow. That means it's helping, it's antioxidant. It's helping you. If you put it in, green tea, it goes to negative 80. Broccoli that's juiced up, -110. The highest one we were able to find is something called castor oil. I've never tasted it, but I don't think you can drink a pitcher of it a day. Okay? But it's negative, it's like -300, -200. It's extremely high in antioxidant. The Kangen water that you're drinking starts out at -380. Let me tell you what Dr. Filzer says. Dr. Filzer is a Harvard, he's a medical doctor, he's a heart doctor. He advises for for Harvard Medical School. And he's also associated with Enagic. He says that you cannot eat enough fruits and vegetables in one day to get the antioxidant in that one glass. The antioxidant right there, you'd have to eat an entire case of blueberries or broccoli, an entire case to get the antioxidant in that one glass. Imagine if you have 8 glasses. Wow, that's why it's helping your body. Okay, so the first thing is antioxidant. Second is microcluster. I'm not going to show this. I know they want me to show tea bags. You can see that another time. Okay, the microcluster, it's tiny. It's very tiny water. I've never heard of tiny water. I've been on Earth a long time. I've never heard of tiny water till I came into Enagic. I did not know water came in sizes. But the water is tiny. Let me tell you what it does. It hydrates your body in a cellular mode. It hydrates your brain in about 30 seconds. That's why if you drink it very fast for the first time, some people get a head rush. They think it's a headache. They're getting a head rush because it hydrates their brain. It never stays in your stomach. You can keep drinking it and drinking it and drinking it and you're never bloated. Why? Because it's all over your body. It hydrates your pores. It goes through your pores. It's like, let's say a chain link fence at a baseball field. Let's pretend that's your pores. It's like throwing baseballs versus BBs at that chain link fence. The BBs will go through. The baseballs won't. Because normal water is large in clusters. This one is tiny. And I didn't believe it. I never believed it until they showed me the demonstration. You know the tea bag thing, right? All right. I mean, it's a freaker. Where none of the waters can go through, and then this water just goes through the gate. No problem. It's really weird water. Okay, so third, alkaline. Okay, here. Oh, by the way, if you want to learn about antioxidant, if you want to learn my presentation when I do the antioxidant, Google Dr. Oz on antioxidant. I believe he will say almost word for word my presentation, okay, about antioxidant. If you want to find out about alkaline, this one right here, I have a friend who does meetings all around the world, mostly in the US market. He does an alkaline class, a health class, one day out of his 3-day trainings. Google Anthony Robbins on alkaline. Let me tell you what he says word for word. Have you heard of Tony? Okay. His dad used to work for me. His dad's name was Jim Robbins. So that's how come I know Tony fairly well. I knew him when he first started, young kid. Made something out of himself, which is great. But word for word, when you Google Anthony Robbins on alkaline, let me tell you what he says. He'll start out by saying, alkaline in your body always promotes health. People that are alkaline are healthy. They always feel good. Their energy is up. If they get sick, they bounce back real fast. Why? Because no human disease can survive in alkaline. One more time. No human disease can survive in alkaline. They can't get the oxygen and all of that to survive. Acid in your body always promotes sickness. Why? Because Because 99.9% of all human disease come from one root cause. Right there, the word, acid. The disease can be there. Cannot activate without acidity. It's the fuse. It's what sets off the disease. It's what makes it grow. And then it becomes their house and their food. So you want to try and avoid acidity as much as possible. All the clues are there. Here, let me show you some. When a child's first born, they're primarily alkaline. Any moms here give birth to a child? When that child came out, it's primarily alkaline. Why? Because the amniotic fluid is all alkaline, pure alkaline. The baby's in there for 9 months. When it comes out, it's alkaline. When a human being dies, they're acidic. Let me repeat this. When you're born, when you die. That's called a clue. Go this way. Birth, death. Go this way. Okay? As a matter of fact, here. See these people right here? Anybody here have a 2, 3, 4-year-old? When they fall and they cut themselves, they scratch their knee and blood comes out, they heal very fast. When these people cut themselves, they heal very slow. I'm here to give you the facts. When these people bruise, it goes away very fast. When these people bruise, sometimes it stays forever. Okay? These people never have energy. They're always tired. Always tired. They're always snapped. That's how you can tell an acidic person, by the way. They're always tired. Always. They wake up after 8 hours and go, God, I'm so tired. That's an acidic person. Alkaline people, anybody here have a 2, 3, 4-year-old? They're like ping pong balls. How many times do you say, go outside, stay inside, quit running around the house, it's 1 hour past your bedtime. What are you getting all, would you please just stand still for a second? Anybody here have kids? Why are they like that? The bunny commercial tells you. They're pure alkaline. So you want to move your body here. You want to, where do you get alkaline from? Fruits, natural juices, herbs, raw vegetables. Where do you get acid from? Everything else. 78%. Whatever you're going to eat for lunch today. You can't avoid it. We're not telling you to do anything different. Don't do anything different. Change your water. It's going to change your entire life. Stop paying for water. It might change your finances. Okay? So again, you want to avoid this right here. Okay? So, you know how to find out where you are? Go get a pH strip. Guys know what I'm talking about? They sell them at pharmacy store. Not all of them sell it. All hospital pharmacies sell pH strips. Go get one, you put it in your mouth, and you take it out. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, everybody in this room, unless you are on Kangen water, or you're eating broccoli for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, pure broccoli, that's all you're eating. Unless you're on Kangen water, or you're in a pure alkaline vegetable diet, all of you, when you take out that pH strip, it's going to come out right there. Remember I said that. Some of you are going to put the pH strip in your mouth and take it out. It's going to come out right there. Tint of orange. Danger, danger. Some of you are going to put the pH strip in your mouth, take it out, and it's going to come out way over there in that corner. Right? Because you don't, you know why? Because you don't, because the way you eat, we're not telling you to do anything different. Okay? I eat just like you do. I'm going to go out to lunch with some people today. Watch the way I eat. I don't think acid alkaline. I eat the way you do. Hey, if it smells good, it tastes good, you had some and you didn't die, give me some. Isn't that the way we eat? Okay. Right? You don't go out, hey, you know what? We're not telling you to do anything different. Change your water. It'll change everything for you. And if you don't care about yourself, do it for your kids. Do it for your kids. You let them grow up and make their body in a phenomenal environment. Here, I'll do this one right here. This is the only one I do, so you can see, okay? Dasani. This one is a product of Coca-Cola. Right here. I used to buy these. That's weird. I'm going to tell, I'm going to only speak to the distributors in the room. Think about this. This is the #1 selling beverage in North America. Bottled water. You can Google it later. What's the #1 selling beverage in North America? It outsells coffee. It outsells beer. It outsells soda by a mile. Bottled water. And guess what? The distributors in the room get it for free. Think about that. It's like you're getting your gasoline for free. And everybody else is paying for it. Is that crazy? Okay. Is this one tap water? Right here? Okay, I don't know what it is, but tap water. Okay. Let me put one more. What else we got? Fiji. We got Gatorade here. And then we have the 7-Up. Huh? Light? Oh, wow. Yeah. That's nice. Okay. This is called the pH tester. You can buy this at any hardware store, pool supply store. This is what they use to test your swimming pool. This is what they use to test your aquarium. When you put it in clear liquid, the liquid will go acid or alkaline. It does not lie. Okay? I'm going to show it for the people in the room. In the light. Can you see that? It's right over here. And that's a product of Coca-Cola. You can't keep drinking that. It won't affect you today. It will not affect you 20 or 30 years from now. At the toll bridge, you're wondering why you're paying, why you're taking all these pills, why you're doing all of this. It's because on the way there, you keep putting that in your body. Okay? Here, look at this one. Aquafina, product of Pepsi-Cola. Smart water, tap water, Fiji, Gatorade, soda. Is that weird? Take a look at it. Okay? I'm not going to go any further than this, but try and see, you need to have alkaline water because, as a matter of fact, they didn't put all bad ones up here. Look at, see the Fiji? It's nice and neutral. Okay? The two worst bottled waters out there is this one and the one from France. Evian. And the weird part is that's the one I used to buy because I thought it was cool. These are the two worst. Buy these before you buy this one. Okay? Why? It's blue. It's neutral. Yeah. It has no antioxidant. It has no microcluster. It costs more than everybody else. That's not what's bad about it. The average bottled water in the United States is about 2 to 3 months old. From the time Coca-Cola puts this in here till the time you buy it and go, that water has been in here 2 to 3 months. Don't think when you buy bottled water they just made it yesterday. Don't be that naive. It takes them months to get it delivered. From the time this goes to the bottling plant, the water, the label, the boxes, in the truck, delivery, the storage, finally it gets to Albertsons, and then finally they put it out on the shelf. You come by the next day, buy it, and go 3 months. If this is 2 to 3 months old, this one is always 4 times older. 3 to 4 times. Is that weird? Evian, 3 to 4 times older. The average Evian that you're drinking is, what, 8 months to a year old. The water's been in the bottle. How come it's so old? Where does it come from? Anybody here know where Evian comes from? France. And they don't beam it here. They don't take a Learjet and pack it in there and ship it to your Albertsons market. It's the slowest form of transportation. We followed it. Oh my God. And in hot containers. And then when it gets to the New York docks, they don't fly it here. They rail it in hot containers. By the time it gets to your market, this thing is so old, it's older than your grandparents. Okay? Why do we buy Evian? Because we love France. Fifi, fufu, fa-fa. Right? That's why I bought it. So again, try to buy US brands. Why? Because it's fresher. That's why. Okay? Take a look at soda. Let me tell you why you want to... See, when you're drinking this water, is this the Kangen water? Okay. Here's the pH tester for the Kangen water. Right here. This is what we're telling you to drink. Here, I'll put it on my white jacket coat. You see it? Look at how purple it is. Look at that. It's so purple. It's so regal. It's so royal. It's so James Bond, 007 purple. Okay? That's the one you want to put in your body. Why? Because no human disease can survive in it. And that's where you want your body at. And also, when you drink this water, let's pretend you are just, where's the tap water? Tap water? Okay, what color was it before? I saw color on this one. Oh, here, that one. Okay, see the tap water? Let's pretend you're neutral and you start drinking alkaline water. Look what happens to your body. Your body will become alkaline. See? And it's not the tap water, it's not the purple here. If you are acidic and you start drinking alkaline water, your body will go alkaline. They don't teach it. Why is that important? Because no human disease can survive in alkaline. However, sometimes the water is so bad, it won't turn alkaline. Here's Gatorade. Check it out. Here, check out soda. Nothing. Why? Because when you drink 1 cup of soda, you need 32 cups of Kangen water to neutralize the acidity level you just shot inside of you. 4 pitchers. Okay? And you won't feel it until later on. You're wondering, how come your weight won't go down? How come this is happening? How come all this is happening? You're putting acid inside yourself. You're doing it to yourself. They don't teach it. Okay? Here. Let me make it real clear. 1 sip. 1 sip. 1 sip. 1 sip. 1 sip. 1 sip. Exactly. Okay. Health, sickness. 1 sip, poof, you're there. And some people have a big gulp. Cracks me up. You know what they're saying? I don't want diabetes when I'm 75. I'd like to have it in about 4 years. I want to start injecting myself. Can you please supersize that? Hey, I want prostate. I want something issues with my prostate. Oh, longest about 5 years. Can you make that large? They have no clue what they're doing to themselves, and they're doing it to themselves. Okay, if you're gonna avoid something, avoid that one. It's the most acidic thing out there. And if you don't want to do it for yourself because the thing tastes so good, stop giving it to your kids. You want your kids to stop drinking soda? Show them the presentation. 95% of the kids who watch the presentation stop drinking soda. The adults don't do that. The adults are dumb. They don't get it. The kids, they get it right away. It's really weird. Okay? So anyway, that's a little bit about the alkaline. Okay? So you want to move yourself on this side. Alright? Oh, by the way, did you know 100% of all cancer victims, 100, not 98, not 99, 100% are overloaded with acid. Yep. You know the Dr. Otto Warburg who discovered the root cause of cancer? Google it, Otto Warburg. He got the Nobel Prize for medicine. Why? Because he is the guy who discovered the root cause of cancer. Read his report. He must say that word about 100 times. So you want to try and avoid it, okay? Alright, what's the next one here? So you got 5 types of water. The Kangen water is the drinking water. When you press the green button there, it'll produce neutral water. Why do you have neutral water? It's just clean water. Medication, it's good for her. My wife likes drinking her coffee neutral. So she uses clean water. I like my coffee extremely strong. So I use 9.0 to 9.5. Whatever you mix the Kangen water with, it's going to jumpstart it. Whatever it is, it's going to make it stronger. Let me give you a couple of things. Number 1, if you take this water and make ice out of it, be careful when you put it in vodka or a martini, because it's going to jumpstart that martini. I'm telling you right now. That's why Bob Gridelli was drunk at a party, him and I. We were wondering, we weren't drinking anything, we're drinking beer. I like ice in my beer. I didn't know the dude made alkaline 9.5 ice. And our Budweiser was really becoming buddy. Bobby and I were going, wow, my head, it was the water, it was the ice. Here's the second thing. If you drink too much vodka, too much champagne, too much whatever, you overdrink, you drank 10 times more than your body normally gets. Okay, you're really, before you go to sleep, drink 1 glass of 9.5. The next day you won't have a headache, you won't have a hangover, and you'll be ready to go. Is that weird? Try it. Next time you drink too much champagne, bad champagne at a wedding, right? Or sometimes you're with your friends and you drink too much, take 1 glass before you sleep, and you will freak out the next morning. Okay? That's what's good about the water. Next water is beauty water. Okay? Do you have any beauty water? This is it? Wow, that's cool. This is our most popular water. Now normally it comes in smaller sprays. I never leave the house without this. If you go in my car, I always have this. Why is it when you spray it on your face, it feels like your skin's going? Because the pH of your skin is 5.5. Ask any dermatologist. Your skin is 5.5. That unit has the ability to make 5.5 liquid. You can't make it. You have to buy it. Go to any, if you don't know what, it's facial toner. Go to any beauty supply store. Go to any of them. Ask them for facial toner. One like this, they can run you anywhere from $30 to $140, depending if you buy Maybelline or Lancome. Same exact thing, except they sent theirs. Okay? Why is it when you spray it on your face, it's dry immediately? Because the pH of your skin is 5.5. And as soon as you spray it, it goes, that's why it's dry. How many people in this room use the beauty water? That's what I thought. You can tell also because your face is glowing. I've been using it for 10 years. Look. I'm just kidding. Hey, I'll tell you what, okay? I was 57 years old when I started this business. That was 10 years ago. I have more energy than most people. I don't take no pills. My doctor keeps calling me and says, you need to come in. I say, what for? I swear, he calls me up every month. You know, you need to, why do I need to come in? I don't need you. I haven't seen him since 2 years ago. That's why he's going, you should come in. You know, I said, I don't need you. All right? Why? I'm feeling better than you are. You know what I mean? One more time. I started this when I was 57 years old, 10 years ago. And I bet you my energy is a lot stronger than people in the room that are 50. Unbelievable. That's why you need to at least get the water, and if you can't afford it, go get it from a distributor who's giving it for free. Holy cow. Okay? This one right here, that's the beauty water. That one. The next one is the strong Kangen water. That is this water right here. Is that this water? Do you have any more? Or this is all? This is all you have? Okay. It's okay. I'll show it to you from here. By the way, everything I'm showing you is water. Okay? There's nothing added to it. But how do you clean your fruits and vegetables? Right? Here. I want to show it to them here. How do you guys clean your fruits and vegetables? Most of you will do what I do. You take tap water, you put it under the sink, you go swish, swish, swish until you think it's clean, and you'll clean your vegetables, you'll clean your grapes, that's the way you clean your strawberries, that's the way you clean your lettuce. I'm going to clean one side in what we call tap water. I'm going to clean the other side in strong Kangen water. And by the way, all this is water. Okay? Before I show you what's about to happen, let me show you why it happens. Let me show you why people, their cholesterols are dropping. My partner, George Wong, he's a cardiologist. His cholesterol went down 300 points in his first 30 days. In his first 30 skeptical days. Medical doctors are very hard. But this is called sesame seed oil. I asked them for dark oil, so here. Okay? What have you heard in school all your life? Oil and water don't mix. That's a fact of life, by the way. Right? Oil and water cannot mix. It'll come out like that. It always separates. They've never heard of this water. Here. Oil and regular water don't. Take a look at what it does to fat. It has the ability to break down fat. Look what it did to the oil. In your life, have you ever heard of anything like that? No, because oil and water don't mix. They teach it in every chemistry class in the United States, both in high school and in college. Here, take a look at the difference. This is what regular water does when you drink it to your fat. This is what Kangen water does to your fat. Look at that. It has the ability to break down oil. And it's not coming back. God, could you have fun with your chemistry teacher? Oil and water don't mix. You want to bet an A on it? Try my water. You know? Unbelievable. Okay. If you clean your fruits and vegetables the way you do right now, this is what you will take out. Right there. Okay? If you clean your fruits and vegetables in the Kangen water, this is what you don't serve to your family and your kids. I don't know if they can see that. Can they see that? Look at how yellow it is. What the heck is that? It's pesticides, germicides, insecticides. Doesn't come off. Bobby and I went up to film it. You know the plane that sprays the whole field? We asked the owner, what is it? He told us, they're pesticides, the airplane spraying it. I go, how do you take it off the grapes? We're in a grape field. He goes, you can't. I go, no, I'm already at home. I want to eat the grapes without that. He goes, you'll have to use Ajax or Palmolive. I go, you have to Ajax your grapes? He goes, yeah, or it won't come off. You have to have soap. And I said, why do you have to have soap? He goes, because it's oil-based pesticides. That's all they use across the country. I go, why do they use oil-based, even organic? He goes, yeah. I go, why do you use oil-based pesticides? He goes, because it rains up here. The airplane doesn't come back. I thought every time it rained, the stuff comes off, they call the dude up again, and he comes back and sprays, right? No. They only do it once. You mean we eat it? Yep. It's not going to affect you today, but continuing to eat pesticides, 10, 15, 20 years, when you hit the health toll bridge, that's why you have to pay what you have to pay. Unless you're pregnant, by the way, read about it. You need to watch that out now, okay? Where is the pesticides? It's on every everything. Lettuce, cucumbers, apples, grapes, strawberry, you name it. Anything vegetable or fruit. That's just the way it happens. So you can take it off and, wow, you can really see it there. Okay? By the way, if you taste the I'm not going to do that, but if you taste the Kangen water, tomatoes, and then taste the other tomatoes, you'll go, oh my God, you're going to freak out. Why is the grapes or the strawberries or the tomatoes sweet after it washes with Kangen water? Because you're taking off the pesticides. That's why the other side is a little bit tasting weird, okay? So anyway, that's the next water. All right, here's something you guys don't do, probably. If you put this, is this the beauty water? Do you have another bottle like this? None. Can I, okay. I'm going to show you something you guys never do. If you put it in a jar like this, the strong alkaline water, do you have any paper towel anywhere? Who's brand new? Anybody here brand new? Who's new? Help me out. What? You're brand new? It's just pretend it's a lotion. Can I see your hands? Both of them. Put your notes down. Oh, it's gonna clean your ring, by the way. Other side? Okay, just pretend it's lotion. Just wipe your hands like it's lotion. Anybody else? Just wipe it. I'll give you a paper towel in a second. Any husband and wife here? You too? Here, try this. Just try it. It's just water. Both hands. Pretend it's a lotion. The other side. It's going to clean your rings. Other side. Okay, just wipe it. I'll talk to you in 10 minutes. And you're going to freak out. I don't think none of the distributors know this. Okay. This is called the strong Kangen water. It's 11.5. When it goes through the machine has the ability to create 11.5 pH water, which is what this is. Which is what took out the pesticides, which is what emulsified the oil, which is what I used for hand lotion. Then, on the other side, when you press that last button, it's going to come out this one. Do you have any strong acidic water? This one? This is 2.5. You sure? Yes. This is 2.5? This is strong acidic water. This water right here, if you put it in a spray bottle, that water, it kills 99.9% of all bacteria in about 30 seconds. Before I go to that, let me just show you, because what I put in this is the 11.5 normally. Okay? See this water right here, the 11.5? If you put it in a spray bottle like this, it'll out-clean every cleaner in your kitchen combined. Did you hear what I just said? See this water right here? 11.5. It will out-clean your Ajax. It will out-clean your Mr. Clean. It will out-clean your Fantastic. It'll out-clean every cleaner in your kitchen. Is that weird? And it's water. What's the dirtiest thing in the kitchen? The hood, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? The hood on top of the oven. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go on top of your oven and go like this with your finger when you get home. Then you'll know it's the dirtiest thing in the kitchen. This water will out-clean all of your cleaners in your kitchen combined. It'll out-clean that thing. It's also the best spray for granite, the best polish. Right? Why would I buy Fantastic? Why would I buy Mr. Clean? I used to buy those. When I have something in the house that's free, non-chemical, and works 50 times better than my Mr. Clean. Why would I be silly enough to buy those cleaners? Why isn't everybody doing it? They've never been invited in the room. They've never made the discovery. They have no clue. Okay? So again, that's the 11.5 water. It's awesome. Next is the 2.5. The strong acidic water. This one kills 99% of all bacteria in about 30 seconds. Salmonella, E. coli, staph, mold, fungus. That's why my wife, when she cleans the tomatoes or the vegetables, she always cleans it with 2.5 to kill the E. coli. It kills all of it. It kills 99.9% of all bacteria. Is that wild or what? If you put it in a spray bottle, you should see what it does for psoriasis, how it helps. You should see what it does for bad skin. You should see what it does for eczema. Or if you have a baby that has diaper rash, instead of putting talcum powder or metal things, just put water on it. It'll kill the bacteria. Or if you have athlete's foot, you won't believe how fast it helps. And all it is plain water. But it's not water. Okay? Who's brand new? Anybody here new? Are you new? Can you tell them what this smells like? No, you can't smell it. It smells like bleach. You're right. You can probably smell it more. Yeah. It smells like very strong bleach, is what it is. It's 2.5 strong acidic water. So that's the product we have. That unit makes all the waters that I just showed you. It saves you thousands and thousands of dollars. And it's the best thing for you, but people don't know about it. So that's the 5 types of water that unit produces. Okay? All right. Let's go to the next one. Am I going forward or backward? You're looking at the next kitchen appliance. That's why you can make money with it. The need in the marketplace. That's the next thing you look for. Okay? Here. Look at the market. It's water. Who do you know that uses water? Everybody. You can go to any country. You can go to the bottom of South Africa and say, do you know water? And they say, yeah. You don't have to tell people, take this pill, do this, do... No. Do you drink water? That's it. That's why the marketing is so easy. No selling, no explaining. #1 beverage. Everyone uses it. Most people pay for it. They're paying something that you're getting for free. That's the crazy part about it. Okay? The health and wellness. #1 most researched topic on the internet, by the way. And it's it's health and wellness. Do you know people will pay for health? That's why this thing is such a great business. And on top of it, the marketplace, people, pets. You should see what it does for pets. Let me show you something. Before I got started, the company didn't have these. I know they didn't because these are made by my guys. Here. No one told me that the unit will out-clean all of my cleaners in my kitchen combined. That's why we made this. No one told me that it kills 99% of bacteria. No one told me that it produces facial toner. Look at all the, you should see what it does for plants, especially dead plants. It's really weird, okay? If people lose weight, anybody in this room, honestly, just because of drinking the water has lost weight, raise up your hand. Okay? You know why people can't lose weight? Because when you're acidic, your body goes into fat storing. It's a defense mechanism of your body. It's going to store fat. You can't get rid of it. Get rid of the acid, it gets rid of the fat. Okay? Pets. Oh my God. Phenomenal for pets. I'm a dog. You should see my dog. It's 10 years old. Its fur is like that. I have a golden retriever like that. You should see its fur, its energy. When I walk it, everybody goes, wow, how old is your dog? You should see all the other 9 and 10-year-old dogs in my neighborhood. They're all in walkers, and not that, but you know what I mean. Okay? So, unbelievable. Here, these are brochures we made. I didn't know it was good for restaurants. This one they don't allow it to sell anymore. But you should see what it does for people with autism, kids. Oh my God. I mean, phenomenal for athletes, especially high-end athletes. I never knew this. Great for retired people. And I didn't know you could make money with it when I first started. And on top of it, I didn't know the unit was tax deductible. See, so I want you to see the whole picture today because, you know, unlike myself, when I first saw it, wow, that's why we walked out. I thought it was a water filter. So again, the marketplace is phenomenal, profit and income. Okay, I'm going to show you how we make money for the people who are interested. First of all, this is not a multi-level program. Okay? How do you know that? Well, they don't pay by levels. How's that one? See, that's why whenever for you distributors, whenever you talk to somebody, they don't pay by levels. They pay by points. And when the points run out, it's gone. It's not one of those things like, see, this is New Skin, Amway, Herbalife, Gano Coffee. All of them are pyramid where they tell you, hey, all you got to do is get 5 of your friends and family, and if they get 5 and everybody gets 5, you'll be driving a Ferrari. Isn't that what they tell you in those programs? Now, take a look at the business model. This is a business for someone who wants to open up a real business, but doesn't want the storefront operation, doesn't want the inventory, doesn't want all the headaches of a regular business. But it can profit you just like any business. Did you know there are people in this company that make 7 digits a year? In this business? 7 digits. Is that crazy or what? I can't even tell you how many people are earning 6 figures. Okay? Why? The marketing plan. It's so unique, it's been patented. It's a patented marketing plan, and there's no gimmicks. There's no sign-up fee. There's no inventory. There's no qualifying for your position all the time. And this is the best part I like. I don't know if you like getting paid daily, but I like getting paid daily. I'm going to ask the distributor something. When you get home today, where's the first place you'll look? That's what I do too. I always look at my mailbox. When I go to my mailbox, sometimes there's nothing there. But sometimes there's 20 envelopes there. Sometimes there's 30 envelopes. The company pays you. They don't allow us to show this, but I have to have a prop, so that's my excuse. They pay you in envelopes like this. Sometimes I go to my mailbox and there's 40 of them. Sometimes there's 2. Sometimes there's 15. But we get paid all the time. Okay? Let me show you how the marketing plan works. There's the price of the unit for anybody who's thinking of becoming a distributor. How do you become a distributor? You have to get a unit. But if you don't want to be a distributor and just want the unit, there's the price of it. Now, when I first saw that, I thought, geez, that's a lot of money. Are you nuts? And then they showed me the presentation. And then I said, Are you nuts? I don't care if it flies. That's $4 grand. But I'm a very, very good consumer. I thought $3,980. Let's say it only lasts 15 years. If I divide $3,980 into 15 years, that costs me 60 cents a day. That's how much that unit will cost me over there. 60 cents a day. So my question was, my entire family combined, are we spending 60 cents a day? You're already paying for it. Most of you. Do you know how much this costs? $1. $1. We were spending $5 to $7 a day. That was my choice. So here, I'm going to show you how it works. And then I'm going to show you a training where it's going to launch your business. See, most of the distributors here are not that far from big income. You're an inch away. It's like shooting at a target. If you move that target, if you move your gun or rifle just 1 millimeter this way, what will happen when you shoot at that target? You miss it by a mile. You're not that far away. You just need to know some of the things. Every time we sell a unit, 8 of these go out. They pay an 8-point system. And this part you guys have never seen before because I want to show it to you. Okay? Because some people will say, they pay 8 of those out of the 3,009. That's how come it costs so much. No, you don't get it. Okay? Let me show you the way products hit the market from a manufacturer. When a manufacturer makes a product, whatever it is, it goes through manufacturers' reps, jobbers, wholesalers, retailers, sales reps, advertisement. There's all of these that's going in between it. That's why the product costs so much. Here, instead of giving all the money to all these places, look what Enagic does. There's Enagic, there's the distributor, there's the consumer. It doesn't go through any, all the marketing dollars are going to the distributors. That's why there's distributors in this business making outrageous incomes. Because they're getting all of the marketing dollars. Instead of paying Kobe Bryant or Tiger Woods or the Super Bowl commercial or the FIFA World Cup commercial, they took all of that money and gave it to the distributors. Just like that. Here's the way it works. Let's say you become a distributor. How do you become a distributor? You get a unit and you have to fill out the 1099 form. What do you do next? Go to training. Go to training. You can go to training tonight. On your computer. Go to KANGEN 1 Global and look at the training. You'll see my training there. It'll show you step by step what to do. You can do it on your own time. You can do it at 12 midnight tonight. Okay? When you become a distributor, when you sell your first unit, you make 1 point. Okay? Are you seeing that? When you sell your second unit, you make 285. When you sell your second unit, you make 1 point again. 285 up here. Okay? That's almost $300. That's a good income. When you sell your third unit, they promote you. They now pay you $570 every time you sell one. Imagine that. 500. How do people buy one? You can buy cash, credit card. You can finance it through your own. What if you have bad credit? Finance it through Enagic. They have no credit turndowns. Did you hear that? That's what I heard. What? What do you mean no credit turndowns? They've never turned credit down in 44 years. What if my credit score is 14? They'll finance you. You can get your machine this weekend. They'll give it to anybody in the room. They want these units out there. Okay? Look what happens when you sell your third one. $570. Okay? Look what happens when you get 10 in your group. On your next one, you're going to get 3 of them. If you multiply this times 3, you'll get $855. Every time you sell one, you now make $855. That's crazy dough. That's not the money. See, when you sell it, you make linear income. You have to work to make that. But you create leveraged income down here. Leveraged income is income you make without working. By the way, if you don't find a way to make leveraged income, you're going to struggle the rest of all of your life. Here, I'll say it the way Warren Buffett says it. You can Google this, by the way. You guys know who Warren Buffett is? Okay, he's number one. He says, if you do not find a way to make money while you're sleeping, you're going to be in poverty all of your life. And you will retire poor. He didn't say that one. That was Daniel DeMcCall. He just says you must find a way to make money while you're sleeping. Here, check this out. Let's say you brought in Jim on your third sale right here. Okay? Your third sale, you are at 2A. And Jim comes and he sees this and he says, I'll buy it. You make $570. That's already good money. That's not the money. Let's say Jim says, hey, I can do this. And he sells 3 of them. He'll make his commission. You up here will make $570 3 times. Because it's a $570 franchise lane. Here, you make $855. Let's say you brought in Sally. You make $855. Sally sells 3 of them. She'll make $285, $285, $570. You'll make $855, $855, $855. Let's say Sally sells Bob, and Bob sells 4 of them. You up here will make $855 4 times. And you don't even know Bob. That's the way the money is here. Okay? When you get 10 in your group, when you get 20 in your group, they promote you again. Imagine that. All you have to have is 20 sales in your group. Even if you only sold 2, but there's 18 sales down here, on your next sale, you're now making $1,140. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but $1,100 on one sale, but that's not the money. The money is you make $1,100 down here. All of this. Is that crazy? Any 3 or 4 point agents in the room? I don't know the room. You're a 3, you're a, okay. Can you stand up? Any 3 or 4 point. I just want to show them something. You're one of those. You're a 4 point agent? Yes. You have over 20 sales. How do you sell your units?
Mostly through referral.
You give water?
Yes.
Can you verify that you've gotten all those checks in your mailbox?
Yes.
What's your name, sir?
Trevor.
What is it?
Trevor.
Trevor?
Yeah.
You're a 3 or 4 point?
4.
You're a 4 point? You have over 20 sales in your group. How do you sell your units?
It was demos and giving away water.
Can you verify in this room that you've gotten all those checks in your mailbox?
Yes.
What's your name, sir? Brad? Brian. Brian. How do you sell your units? Can you tell them?
Sharing water.
That's what I do. Can you verify you've gotten those checks in your mailbox? Okay, have a seat. When I first got started, I had a friend in New York. I go, Romy, you made over 100,000 last month? He goes, yeah. I said, what are you doing? He goes, you buy a machine. I go, what do you do next? He goes, you give away water. And I go, to who? He goes, don't you know anybody who drinks water? He goes, write them down. If you write down a name and they don't drink water, erase it. I go, what do I do next? He goes, give them water. Tell them you just started a business. You're going to pretend you started a cupcake bakery shop and all you want to do is give samples. You're going to give it to them for free and that's what they'll take it. And I said, okay, what do you do next? He goes, you bring them to a meeting. I go, next? He goes, you give them more water. I said, next? He goes, you take them to another meeting. I go, Romy, when do you ask them to buy? He goes, oh no, they'll tell you, they'll call you. They'll call me. I've been in sales all of my life. They don't call you. I've been in this program over 10 years. I've never asked anyone to buy. I'm one of the top trainers in the company. Here's my training. Give away water bring them to a meeting, tape your mouth. Don't be trying to sell because you're not. Tape your mouth. Let them make the decision. Some of you are going to need double stick tape because you're going to be so excited you're going to cut through it. You know, because you want to talk. Okay? I go, what do you do next? He goes, just give them water. I go, when do you ask them to buy? He goes, they'll call you. They'll call me. Like I said, I've been in this program 10 years. What do you do with the people that don't call you? Leave them alone. How's that? Quit bothering them. Quit going over there like a car salesman and trying to sell them. You give them water, you bring them to a meeting. If they want it, they'll buy. If they don't, next. That's what I do. Okay? Look how much you make. Here, check this out. Look what happens when you get 50 in your group. Let's say you only sold 4, but your group sold 46. That's 50. On your very next sale, you're a 5-point agent. Wow. That's strong, by the way, because you're making almost 1,005 on every sale and every override on that. You get paid 1,400 here down to 285 on any sales here. Is that crazy? Any 5-point agents in the room? This is high level. I don't think there'll be any 5 points. You are? What's your name? Will? Daniel.
Yes, sir.
You're a 5.8. You have over 50 sales.
Yes.
Can you stand up and show them? You have 50 sales? How do you sell your unit? That's what I do. Can you verify to everybody that you've gotten those checks in your mailbox?
That is true.
Okay. Look what happens when you get 6. I mean 100, you become a 6A. Wow. Strong. You make 1,007. Just think about what you have to do to make 1,710. How many days you have to go to work? How many hours? Here you make 1,710 on one sale or one override. You don't even have to be there. Look at that. Any 6-point agents in the room? 6 A's. 1, 2, 3. Any 6 A's? Raise up your hand if you're a 6A. 4. Name? Can you tell them?
Carlos.
Carlos.
Nice to meet you.
How did you get involved?
Someone shared more.
How do you sell your units? Social media, all kinds of things, right?
Anything other than water. Everything you do, Daniel. Everything you said.
Can you verify you've gotten those checks? Bingo. Okay. Why did you buy the unit?
Because it was really massive reflux and mental.
And it helped you.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm going to ask a question because I want the people to understand the business. How many sales did you personally sell when you became 6A?
18.
So he sold 18 sales and got 100 checks. That's the way to make money. Name, sir? Timothy?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
How do you sell your units?
Just sharing the water and just giving it to everybody.
How many sales did you personally sell when you became a 6A?
Probably like 30 machines.
That many? Wow. Okay. 6A? Tim?
Yeah.
How many sales did you personally sell?
Oh, man.
A lot?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Who else is a 6A? Alan? Is a 6. How many sales did you personally sell?
30.
Okay. That means he sold 30 and made the... Just so you know, these are high numbers. The average 6A in Magic sells 8 to 12 when they hit 100. The average. I sold 10 when I hit 100. I have distributors in my group that sold 5 when their team hit 100. Isn't that weird? They sold 5 machines and got 100 checks. That's the way to make money. Let's give those people a round of applause. Once you become a 6A, every lane you open up is a 6A. By the way, once you become a 5A, here, let me just go back. Once you become a 5A, you never go back to any of those. Once you become a 3A, you never go back to 2 or 1. Once you become a 4A, you never go back to 3, 2, or 1. Never. You don't have to keep qualifying. So that's the marketing plan. We have bonuses. You can learn about the bonuses. You should see the bonuses. Do you know the bonuses are crazy here? When you receive, you know, what's your position now?
6823.
Really? So you've received $3,000, $12,000, and $25,000. Those are the bonuses. And he gets $5,000 a month from now on top of all his earnings. When you become a -4, you get $10,000 a month, like Bob Gridelli. When you become a -5, you get $15,000. Along with the money you're making, you get more money. Is that great or what? The bonuses are unbelievable. The bonuses are crazy. You know, it's crazy bonuses. I've never seen anything like it. Timing. That's a trend. That's what a trend looks like. Looks like a cobra. Okay? That's where the money is made in a trend. Less than half of 1% get involved in the beginning. Anything. Juicers, everything. That's just the way it works. Okay? Look where you are right now. Do you see the dot? The company has less than a 1% market penetration in the US market. Less than 1%. They have 99, it took them 10 years to get to 1%. So you got 99% to go. My daughter, who earns very good incomes here, will make that kind of money for her next 30 to 40 years. That's why I do the business. I don't do the business for me. I'm already done. I help the company because of my daughter. Anybody here have any kids? If your daughter or your son was making $150,000 with a company, how long do you want that company to last? Forever. Would you help that company? That's why I'm here. It's for Nikki. Okay? Me, I'm done. Okay? But I like helping people out also. I've got so many guys. I've got guys that started out flat broke. And the money they're earning right now is unbelievable. Okay? The youngest guy I'm working with, you guys know Ryan Murphy? That's the last guy I've worked with. He started with me when he was 19. He made 38 when he was 19, 70 something when he was 20, over 6 figures when he was 21, and over double 6 figures when he turned 23. He just bought his mom a Mercedes. Isn't that great? At 24 years old. That's the beauty of this business. Okay? So the reason people are succeeding is because all the ingredients are there for an entrepreneur. Timing, all the way up to this one right here. Simple. Anybody can do this. Anyone can do this. And you can do this if you decide it. Okay? Here's the advantages of becoming a distributor in Magic. Number 1, minimal risk. Most of the business I started ran $500,000 to start. This one costs $4,000 and they'll finance it. That's crazy. No rent, no utilities, no nothing. And you have the ability to give out free samples. So instead of putting in 100, 200, 300 grand, all you have is product ownership and you have a business. Next, no setup time. Think about what most businesses have to set up. I go in businesses sometimes, you know, and I go, God, look at all the chairs they have to buy. You know, when they told me it cost $4,000 to start this business, I said, $4,000? $4,000? Anybody here ever started out a real business? The sign costs $4,000. I mean, it's, wow, look at this. No R&D, no nothing. And you can start it today. You'd be in business on Monday. That crazy? Next, your return on investment is immediately. You can make, Bobby made $300,000 his first 8 months. Not everybody does that. Does everybody make money in Enagic? No, it doesn't work. It's just like baseball. Not everybody makes it to the major league. But let me ask you this. If not this, what else is there? Ask yourself that. If not this, what? If not you, who? And if not now, when? This is the best time. And on top of it, you got training and support all over the place. It's crazy. You got conference calls, you got global support, you got web. Today it's a little bit different. When I first got started, they had nothing but Japanese materials and colons to scare people. Today, you got brochures, look at their brochures. See this one? The book that I produced for Enagic? Phenomenal. You can do a presentation with someone without having to have the demonstration there. And by the way, the new one we came out with is on my website, KANGEN One Global. When you get KANGEN One, that's me. That's my corporation. If you go to KANGEN One Global, we sell this book in a download format where you can put it on your tablet. And it is spectacular. And we're selling it for, I don't know, I think $9. Some stupid price. I'm not there I don't make money on any material. I don't make 1 penny on any materials. I make my money the way the distributors do. I just want good materials out there for all our guys. So again, it's ready right now. So those are the advantages of an Enagic distributor. All right. Should we take a break? Yeah. I'm going to show you what to do afterwards and how to make money. Okay? But for the people that are looking at this in here, here's your next step. Try the water. Attend the live demo. Become a distributor. Get trained. Get materials. Set your goals and take immediate action. This is such a simple business. You're just looking for people who are entrepreneurs. Okay? I don't live here. I invited somebody to this meeting. I did. Then, are you here? Stand up for a second. What's your name, sir? Doug Mari. What's your full name? Doug Mari. Doug Mari. Yes. Doug, when did you meet me? Yesterday. Are you an entrepreneur? Yes. Is this something that you'd like to do? Yes. That's the way I do my business. If he gets a machine, I make $2 grand. Isn't that the way you want to make money? And I'm going to help him out. Because if I can help him make 6 figures, I make 6 figures. That's a good deal. I'm going to make sure he makes money. Because if he makes nothing, guess how much I make? Nothing. I'd take that deal anytime. If he makes a couple $100,000, I'll make a couple $100,000. Is that great or what? All I need is 10, 15 people like him. And I can make big money. And I had 52 lines that are cranking. 52. Is that crazy or what? And all you have to do is look for people. Right? Where did I meet you? At the airport. He was my cab driver. I didn't ask him right away, water. First I talked to him. Hey, what do you do? Are you an entrepreneur? Yeah. Hey, man, come down to the meeting. I don't know if they come. Sometimes they don't come. A lot of times they don't come. Right? That's the hardest thing in this business, is they don't come. All you need is a little bit of motivation, and you need a little bit of belief. See, how many people invited people here today that didn't come? Everybody. Okay? You need more motivation. You need more oomph in your invitation. Here, let me show you something. Okay? Let's say I told you, at my next meeting here, every time you bring somebody, a new person, I'll give you, I'll give you $1,000. For every person, you bring 2 people, I'll give you 2,000. I don't know if I have to, but I'm sure I do. There. Every time you bring a person, I'll give you $1,000. You can't trick them. You can't say, I'll give you half. You can't say, I'll pay you later. You can't give a gun and say, you gotta come. No, you gotta do it just like we do it. How many people would you bring next time? If you got a grant for every person you could put on that chair. But you're telling me you can bring a lot more. See what I just did to you? Motivation. And you saw it, so you believe it. I'm going to tell you something. If you go 682, 6A, or 6823, every single time you bring a person into the meeting, you're getting paid about $5,000 to $10,000, whether they join or not. That's how much you get paid. If you ask him how many people you brought to the meeting, divided to your income that you've made with Enagic, I bet you come out to about $5,000 to $10,000 per person. Yeah. Think about it. All the money you've made in the business, divide the people that you brought into the business. I bet you each time you brought somebody in, you made 10 grand. Divide it. So every time you bring somebody into the room, you make $5,000 to $10,000. You just don't think it because you're not getting it. But you are going to get it. Understand that. And that's what you want to do here. Okay? What your target in New Mexico is you want so much business here that Enagic is forced to open up an office. That's your target. Tim, that's your target, by the way. Okay? I'm just letting you know. And if you have a lot of production here, and you produce all kinds of 6As, Mr. Oshiro will open up an office here. He'll open up a golf course here. That's what they're doing all around the country. I sit on the board. I know what they're doing. So again, you guys can do this, okay? So for the new people, we're going to take a break in 2 minutes. But just listen to me. Just 2 minutes, okay? After the meeting is over, I don't want the people being bothered. The new people. Okay? The distributors don't... Because I do this meeting all the time, and right after the meeting, they, well, what do you think? Am I right? Who's brand new here? Okay? She's a distributor. They're about to go, well, what do you think? It's such an itty-jibby question. No. I'm going to make it simple for all the new people. After the meeting is over, and it's going to end in less than 60 seconds, go to the person who invited you, and you're going to tell them one of 3 things only. I'm a number 1, I'm number 2, I'm number 3. That's it. So you don't have to explain. That's it. Number 1 means thanks, but no thanks. It's not for me. You don't have to say that. I'm already rich, I don't drink water. You don't have to say that. All you have to say is number 1. There's no such thing as something for everybody. Okay? So number 1, it's not for you. Right? And there's nothing wrong with that. For the distributor, keep bringing people. You know what happens when you bring 5? You know what happens when you bring 10? Your business explodes. Okay? Number 1, it's not for you. I hope you find something nice. If you say I'm number 2, that means I'm interested. Give me some more water. Give me some of that spray. How much is the down payment? How much is the monthly payment? When can they install the machine? In other words, you have a question. Give me some of that spray that guy used on his face, man. You know? Okay, give me some of that stuff he used. By the way, the hand lotion. How does your hand feel? How does your hand feel? It's what? It's soft. Isn't it? What? You're brand new? What's your name, ma'am? I'm Daniel. Oh, it feels good. I can do it. I can already feel it. Because I did that and I went, oh my God. I was freaking out. And then like an hour later, my hand became softer. You too? Is your hand soft? You two are married? Wait till you go home and go like this to each other. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay? Number 2 means you're interested. Number 3 means, how do I get started? If you say I'm number 3, I want to do this business. We're looking for distributors. Your timing is phenomenal. If you're buying bottled water, you're already paying for it. Number 3 means you want to do the business. We're going to take a 10-minute break. 1, 2, or 3, right? Our meeting has just ended. Yours has just began. Thank you very much.
And everybody, thank you so much for watching. So you clearly simply hear that 1, 2, 3. Okay, so just you can comments, inbox me if you are not interested. 1, if you are interested and if you want to know much more. Number 2, if you want to do this business together with me, Bandula Kodituwakku comes to you live from Dubai. Alright, so then number 3, I'm there to support you, bring you something fabulous, and I love my people, Sri Lankans. I'm blessed to be here and I'm blessed to be healthy, and I want to share this wonderful product with you guys for all my Sri Lankans. Apparently I'm going to start this as soon as possible in Sri Lanka. It's almost everything is ready there now, so still few more work spending due to this pandemic situation. It's got a bit delay. I was so fall in love with this KANGEN water during this corona time. It is impossible. I'm blessed. Okay, and as you all see, okay, the sanitizer, the world best production. Okay, you can have it in your house, and the best sanitizers in the world. So I love it personally myself. So thank you so much, and occasionally I'm going to get wonderful presentations like this together with you. Thank you so much, and I am planning to get every Thursday, Friday, or whenever I am free with you, I'll be on live. So subscribe my YouTube channel, Bandula Kodituwakku. There are all presentations has been uploaded, and there are much more to come. So many things will happen together with Bandula Kodituwakku SBKJ Group live from Dubai. Stay healthy, stay blessed. Cheers, much love. Subscribe.
Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Turn this room, turn it to an ocean. Let me float around. Eyes closed, like we're dreaming even when we're not. You and me got a whole other meaning, I don't know how. You and me just know how it feels when we're falling in love. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. We can do nothing at all. So what? If you're stupid then you know there's nothing wrong. You and me got a whole lot of meaning, yeah. There's not much to do when all I can is thinking about you. Not doing well, don't know where you are, 'cause you're not here. It's been way too long. If I could lay down beside you, I would. When nothing really matters, that's all I wanna do. I hope that you're safe and that I will see you soon.